Secret Beat of Evil Satan is Alive and Well. By Sananda. A Phoenix Journal. Forward. Rec number 1 Sananda. Friday, November 17, 1989, 7 a.m. Year 3, Day 093. Friday, November 17, 1989. I am Sananda. I come forth that you might be shown the way in the light of truth, for the time is at hand for the knowing. You have slept long as a civilization, and as you have slept the darkness has all but consumed you and your planet. My efforts put forth into this journal of the Phoenix, for the Phoenix is the representation of the arisal of truth after destruction, is to bring you insight that you have balance in discernment. Dedication. To man that ye may be able to correct your path as you acquire of the ability to see of it. I, and your brothers of the higher dimensions in the visible and invisible realms, come to bear the lamp that you might see and know. You are all children of the Creator Father God and are a magnificent portion of the creation itself. You have been people of the lie unto nigh your destruction. You must come into knowledge that you can stand against that which is consuming you. Godness has not forsaken you, you have forsaken Godness, and in your ignorance have made a bed with scorpions. I offer unto you my hand that I might bring you home. This journal. My efforts are to pull you into the reality of truth of evil. For that which you call sin, the errors of non-perfection in ignorance yet already bear the totality of forgiveness. Evil goes beyond that which any man can call bad or heathenistic or immoral. Evil is that which is so vile in contradiction to the God laws and those of the creation that they arise from the pits of the vipers. I have effort at laying forth this journal in a manner which will allow you to see of that which is. You must know of the origins and the progressions, and finally, you must realize that you are in the time of the reign of that energy recognized by your label, Satanic Source. I have spared you not. In the ending segment I have given you a scattering of locations within your United States that you must realize of the prevalence. I have spared you from naught. I have given you, only briefly, cases which can be confirmed from hard copy of Earth format from your presses. Your babies are being stolen from you for heinous purposes beyond that which you can comprehend, so terrible is the horror. I ask that you read with intent to receive of the truth of this journal, for you are destined to experience the spread of this terror before you will be able to bring it under control. Ye shall be most cautious as you toy with what is recognized as the New Age movement. It, like Christianity, or any movement of lighted cause, has been infiltrated with the rituals of evil. It is the nature of the beast itself. You are existing in the time of change, for you cannot go very much farther in the direction your civilization has chosen to travel. You are in the time of opening of your eyes and seeing that which has come to be. You are in the time of the ancient prophecies of transition, that time within which I said I would return for mine people. I am come again, and I have prepared a place for you according to my promise. But ye shall ask to enter in, for no man shall be deprived his free will choice of direction. These journals are brought forth that God's promise of the word going forth to the four corners of the earth might be fulfilled. Other prophets are bringing forth answers to the riddles of time. I trust that you will seek them out. If you arm yourselves with truth and knowledge, ye shall find your way. To have the whole you will need all of the pieces as they come forth. You must study with an open mind, for ye have believed in the lies. It is not of your doing that you have believed in the lies, it is of your doing if you refuse the truth and turn not away from that which poisons you. The choice is yours. I can only lay the banquet before you. Ye shall need to pick up the portions and partake according to your wishes. You who come into the remembering of me, I offer myself as your shield and extend my hand that you not falter or to allow you to return from the mire. That which is evil cannot endure within my light, for I am the light of God and I am come again. So be it, for it is done. I am thine elder brother come to show the way. I am ESUJ Manuel Jesus Ananda, Teacher of God. Scribe's notation. I only ask that their words have been received in clarity, for I know not of these things. I stand as with all who read these journals, in awe of the greatness and insight brought forth. I have come to explicitly trust the truth, for they give me things I know not of, and then bring me confirmation from all corners of our own physical place. I am so humbly grateful to be allowed to touch with the masters. To work with them is to work within joy. In my humanness I don't understand, in my soul I know. I have been more blind than most, but I begin to see and understand more clearly each day. The traps of evil are laid before me every day in every way, but my path is cleared and the way is always opened. Please forgive any errors of human fingers, for there are no errors given forth from these wondrous beings who come forth to give us assistance and show us the way through this time of increasing troubles. Thank you for allowing me to pen these journals, for to us who work day and night to compile them appropriately in the midst of our own physical work of living, it is truly a task of love beyond comprehension. I acknowledge with great gratitude the arrival of the most special of children on November 13, 1989, Andrew Colton Atten. May the light always shine from him as it does this day. Dharma. Section I. The Dark Side. Chapter 1. Rec number 1 Sananda. Thursday, October 26, 1989, 6:58 a.m. Year 3, Day 071. Thursday, October 26, 1989. I, Sananda, will be in the penning of this journal. It shall regard the subject of evil, Lucifer, Satan, and the generally negative aspects of the Dark Brotherhood. Just as one of your American newspaper editors said, yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus, I must announce in the same manner, yes, humanity of Earth, there is a Satan. Further, the concept, the energy, has gained control of you as a species and caused you to disobey every law of the creation and the very laws of a planet which allows the orbiting entity to survive in balance. Therefore, periodically, she, Earth or any humanized planet, cyclically rebalances herself. It is usually done in an ultimate shifting of poles upon the established axis. This readjusts everything and allows a basic start over. Each time this occurs, the creations of Creator are readjusted, restationed, sorted, removed, left to endure and begin again as primitive minds with a few teachers that they ultimately believe to be gods, and on infinitely. Humanity grows a bit, keeps the laws for a while for they have no choice, and then, as technology progresses, greed, lust and pleasure, evil, my brothers, invades the very fiber of the species. Again he cycles into unbalance, destruction, greedy exploitation, and finally, disaster. Only the labels are changed, not for protection of the innocent for there are so few by that point in evolution but rather, because the eons of being have changed the names on the progression of life. You shall find and recognize those energies who represent themselves into your consciousness and you will be able to evaluate your own individual progression. Have you made the grade or have you failed the course? The ones who graduate with honor and discipline shall be gathered into the higher realms, the ones who have flunked will be resettled to continue the education and some will simply go forth to abide within the actual circles of the evil recombinants. Evil is much like the AIDS mutant retroviruses, it creeps into the very fiber and DNA structure of soul essence whereby the entity is left to destruction, illness, or cured. How many will be cured? But that is free will choice of man. Man chooses, we of the higher dimensional realms do not, we just come forth to receive of you. And you brethren who have chosen the path of evil shall be gathered by the evil hosts. However, since Satan is the directly opposed realization of Godness, you shall experience the lie in full action. Evil is lack of truth and love. Evil cannot create but rather, can only destroy and the tools are you. The dark ones tempt and prod and blind the manifested conscience through all manner of ways and then in the end you are left to face the lie alone. For the human physical emotions are not left without any physicalness at the transition. That, is the lie. You who become servants of the lie are left with the dregs thereof and the places the evil forces have prepared for their workers are the places separated from lighted Creator into a void whereby only that which you have created, in human format, within the soul energy, is left for the individual energy to experience. There are none of those wondrous human pleasures nor soft beds and warm possessions for those are left to the human existence and you will no longer have of that special dimension of growth. If the human physical format continues, it continues in the darkness of ignorance for the veil of forgetfulness shall be drawn again for, as a man thinks and believes, so he is. You who struck reincarnation of the soul from your instruction books, shall be most abruptly confronted with your soul journey exploitations. That, too, is your choice and if you have been so foolish as to believe the lies as fed unto you by other human formats, then so be it you will not have grown and passed of your lessons. You who refuse to look and make consideration of possibilities because some church doctrine, or speaker therefore, tells you to not do so, are willing lamb victims of the worst of the evil intent. The word of truth is written within each human and guidelines are also written within, whereby an individual can know of truth. These documents are coming forth as the phoenix from the ashes of the evil conflagration that you can be reminded they will not save you. I will not save you. We fulfill our commitment to Creator and you do the choosing. I suggest you do so with reason and logic as relative to the possibilities of actual universal physics and not Halloween hocus pocus of ghosts and goblins. I speak of a very long duration of further painful experiences if you make the wrong choice. You see, there is no such thing as time or space, but you who choose wrongly by not having come into knowledge of that fact, are destined to continue and repeat of the errors. How dare you believe that a Creator who can bring order and perfection within all creation does not have the ability to judge accordingly? If you do not grow beyond the illusion, you are destined to continue within the illusion. So be it. If the words herein cause pain to some receivers of truth, I suggest you pay careful attention as to why. Face truth, even the fantasy of a Christ in temptation or a sexual fantasy with the Virgin Mary cannot be voided by banning of a book or a projected picture. It is born of evil within the mind both of the author and the receivers thereof. He who pickets such is as filled with evil picture as is the one who writes of such. These, in fact, are good guidelines for measuring of your own individual evil intent. It is a fantasy, so, where do you fit? Through the years the illusions burst forth and claims are made that the gods come forth to experience earth physical pleasures with humans. The absurdity of such a claim is stupid beyond belief that even primitive man should acknowledge such ridiculous tripe. God is light and even your non-thinking brains can tell you that God is not even in having of your silly apertures and protrusions. God has, nor needs, no physical restrictions. You are made in the image of God. That means, humans, that you are light energy of unending soul life. It most certainly has naught to do with physical manifestation or restrictive flesh prisons, no matter how well created and manifested. You are created in the image of Creator. Let me give you a few synonyms for image: imitation of the form of a person or thing, the optical form reflected, as in a microscope, an illusionary form, something not actually visibly present, apparition, mental picture, soul, an idea, fantasy, concept, impression and on and on and on. Therefore, the body of physical matter is not reincarnated, the soul essence, image of God, is reincarnated and make no mistake otherwise for your destiny depends upon the knowledge of that very truth. You have lived the life far too long, dear brothers. As you read these truths, be gentle and caring of yourselves and move onward, be more caring of those ones you will realize are actually ones of evil. Yours is to discern, not sit in judgment thereof. You must come to realize the evil, despise the evil, but ye must love of the sinner. You cannot hope to heal evil until you can look at it and recognize that which it is. You must confront it just as any problem. You cannot solve any problem until you know there is a problem and what it is in truth. And, always, recognition begins with judgment of self. Judgment means the careful consideration and evaluation, with conclusion of opinion, regarding a specific thing or action. Now, you can play with the word all you wish in your new age games of choose and meditate, but in actuality discernment and judgment mean the same. Love and hate have no meaning whatsoever except for the emotion felt within the heart place. Man gets his physical form, draped in riches, before an audience of blind sheep and cries, love dash, and he is the very expression of the intent of the lie itself. He sets not himself above. If he were in truth he would dwell in the hovel and place those he claims to love and who are in need, pain, homeless and hungry into his houses and sit them to his table while he would go without that as love. It is as with the word Christian, which has nothing to do with Christ. Crusades and inquisitions have absolutely nothing to do with Christ. Arrogance and revenge have nothing to do with Christ. Would Christ dwell within your inner heart place? Or, would the Christ be most saddened at what he finds within thy being? Are you one within whom the Christ would find a pleasant and safe place of shelter? Are you even willing to peer within and love thyself and yet confront the displeasing qualities within? There are millions who attend Christian churches every day and especially on Sundays, who are not the least bit willing to allow Christ within nor offer him a special place of safety and shelter. Conversely, there are millions of Hindus, Buddhists, Muslims, Jews, atheists, and agnostics who are willing to bear that very trial. Therefore, naught in the writings should offend the latter group. I trust there is much that will offend the former. So be it. Offend the Christ definition by your self-proclaimed foolishness. Naught which you proclaim in thy actions would be done by the Christ being. You who claim to be the bearers of light and continue in the breaking of the laws of Creator and creation even as written in your so-called holy books, are not of Christ. You can claim Jesus as your own and continue your law-breaking, and you are not claimed by the Christ. Better get your who claims who in order. You can choose to claim the Christ path, but if you follow not the path, in the ending the Christ makes the choice as to who shall abide with him in God's realms, not you. For the Christ entity has grown and sees that which is within the soul and listens not to the words upon the mouth. Actions are judged by that which is within the soul, desire not that which simply makes a congregation of ignorant more abundant. Grace of the Creator is that final evaluation which hands out your individual ticket to his dwelling places. Forget it not. Further, in your reception of this writing, know that there is not gender involved, no male or female. The term he is simply a grammatical definition as acceptable to your dictionary as designation of simplicity. No girls or boys to cast blame one against another, to each his own. Also, it is most difficult to discern the gender of a snake, but you can identify a serpent by its covering and the sounds it produces. Refrain from your foolish arguments of no merit, for you are only postponing your truth while you struggle to remain within the physical lie. Check within. Have you made a pact with the devil? Yes, you probably have. You are as addicted to the lie as man can become. Look around you most carefully. What do you enjoy? What do you use as weapons? Are you willing to simply turn away and cast the material things aside completely? Are you in indecision about it? Oh yes, you are trapped and addicted unto the lie. Good. Bad. No. Poor judgment and addiction, for you cannot take any of those things with you when you go to the happy hunting ground in the sky. This does not say drop it all and go experience another's truth. It does say that you had better be willing, ready, and able to do so without remorse nor even looking back. Again, look within at thy heart intent. I give most special protection and love unto the scribe. I further ask that you who read, ask for light and love to replace the evil that will lurk over your shoulder and prod you to cast this aside as garbage. Demand, at onset, that all dark energies remove themselves in the name of Creator, Source and Light, and you will soon begin to perceive in truth instead of twilight vision. Or, is your addiction too attached to allow such possibilities of insight? To each his own choices. If you petition in truth for vision, so shall it be given. This is most difficult for the scribe to put to paper, for with the subject of evil, so comes the evil energy. It becomes most physically difficult and emotionally traumatic, and therefore, we have placed this journal 7th in the writing series of documents. She only need realize we are in the protection, but she must be somewhat left without physical life harassment and spend much time in communion with me. You have no concept as to the energy and power, along with total confusion and bombardment of an entity when the energies of evil collide with the energies of the Christ, and that is exactly what this journal is about. Perhaps you might refer to it as a prelude to Armageddon. I have just made an awesome statement. Stunning indeed. Do not pass it until you perceive the truth of it. Every attempt has been made to sway the scribe, from withdrawing support, friends, ridicule, harassment, pleading, offers of personal greatness, personal physical fulfillment, to threatened assassination, and finally to the act itself. She has somehow plotted through with our beloved ones who stand as strong in the wake of the blast. But this mission is most difficult, painful, and terrifying. These ones end up as enemies of the churches, the trigger men of the CIA, FBI, government, military, economists, and all who would keep you in the lie. Be gracious and protect them as you come into the presence of this material, for the proof of the words will be coming soon enough, for the proof shall come from the higher dimensions and shall not longer be discounted. If you choose to believe me not, in these matters, I suggest you look carefully at the evidence brought forth from your very own density. Look at the satanic practices even now more organized and affecting your own babies in preschools across your nations. This evil manifestation influences every life on earth to some degree. By his own thrust, the master of this deceit has discounted his own existence that he be shrouded as a thought pattern, which he is, but a most real one indeed. Your churches have underestimated him and allowed his spokesman right into the pulpits to speak among the wondrous songs to God and light. Oh yes, Satan is most surely alive and abundantly thriving on planet Earth. And you who have denied the supernatural presence of Satan or of God for that matter, what of you? Have you perhaps replaced that supernatural belief by placing it in other supernatural phenomenon, psychic fortune-telling, mystic philosophies, the daily astrologer, etc.? I do not denounce as invalid any of those tools, but that is all they are, at best tools, they are not an end. Further, depending upon whether you allow the Christ or Satan within, it is to whom you give the power of your tools. Further, when you relinquish unto any entity you are headed for disaster. No energy of the Christ or God light asks for you, but only that you share. Satan will fill you with demonic possession in the twinkling of an eye. God never usurps your free will choice, for it was he who gave it unto you. Further, God of light never punishes. There is no need for such in actuality. God and the creation gave forth the laws thereof, you may keep them or break of them. However, if you keep unto them you are blessed with wondrous things, if you break of them ye stand in accusation of yourself, and the evil computer within will see to punishment. It will not be some goblin from within the draperies, you will work it out with that one with whom you made your pact wittingly or unwittingly. It is time, brothers, to stop blaming God. Hurricane Hugo blew the sea upon the just and the unjust, the creation is. No more and no less. Dharma, you are in need of a break, please. We shall get this behind us as quickly as possible that we might move onward into other matters. We shall give a view of that which man has done to this beloved planet and how she cannot longer continue in the destruction. It is not in punishment, it is just to allow knowledge of how it is. I must commune with you in quiet other than at this keyboard, for you are most upset. I give unto you peace. Keela, unwind a bit and we shall resume at a later sitting. I do place mine seal upon these words as the truth which they are, let no man make the error of casting them aside. I am that one for whom you have waited, and I strongly suggest you hear me through. Selah. For as I warned you, and those who came before me gave prophesy, it shall be as so written. So it shall be. I am Sananda of God. Chapter 2. Rec number 1, Sananda. Friday, October 27, 1989, 6:58 a.m. Year 3, Day 072. Friday, October 27, 1989. May the light that I bring flow forth unto mankind, Sananda, present, that we might continue our subject regarding the reality of evil. I choose to move rapidly, for I wish this mostly completed before Delane's babe is brought into this dwelling. With this subject come the fragments of great low-frequency energies. When you leave this keyboard you will not dwell upon these thoughts, Dharma. Whatever the thoughts that come, allow release of them, for it will be a great time of testing for you ones. The day of Halloween has become the day of celebration for the satanic cults. The tricks and treats will become more dangerous for the children, for the cults' rituals will become more and more incredibly vile and sacrificial. Further, the cults, themselves, utilize children for the luring of other children into their covens and unto their sacrifice altars. It is a most critical time for children upon your placement. I will discuss the so-called UFO touted involvement just a bit later, for I want you to know what is going on in your very front gardens, first of all. This is further evidence for you once to realize just when the religion of Satan began to encompass your populace. It will give you insight into the timing of prophecies. It is not that evil is new, nor is it newly practiced as a cult, it is now prevalent and brought forth as a constitutionally protected religion. You parents must wake up and tend of your babies. The greatest numbers of abducted and murdered children are taken by these fanatically insane Satanists. Tend your children's schools and especially babysitting institutions most closely, for the very satanic training has its thrusts into those businesses, and no one will come forth with forked tongue showing, or horns, or red capes. As parents you must look carefully within and watch the actions of your babies. No place, no community is safe therefrom. In fact, some of the most heinous activities will be taking place in locations where ones are noted for their beauty and community. These cult participants know how to terrify the children into silence. Your legal system is infiltrated with ones who cannot believe the actions have reached such unrealistic numbers or manner of actions. It all begins very innocently as, if it feels good, do it, then the noisemakers come forth to mesmerize the youth with the loud and stupefying beat of music, then the words become filthy, vulgar, pornographic, and openly satanic. But the parents sleep on, for your government and psychic healers will tell you it has no impact, just as experts will tell you there is no effect on the earth fault lines from nuclear underground testing. The listeners are lulled into a state of open hypnotic trance, and the words of instruction are pouring within in an open, loud, and pounding flow of instructions for suicide, violence, drug participation, and ultimately murder and satanic allegiance. This is followed by family gatherings, if there are such things to be found, in groups around a television for watching a movie. If the projection is not openly violent, then you can be most positive that it is subordinately filled with unseen messages and transcribings beyond your natural ability to discern. With few exceptions, your motion picture and television industry is filled with perverse, evil personages, and quite unwittingly so. Ones do not even believe, nor know, they have been taken. Ones truly believe they stand in favor of violence and realism and separation of church and state for grand and pure reasons. These ones become the prime tools of the satanic team, and what man sees and comes to believe by his visions, man becomes. Violence feeds on violence, and finally the acts must become ever more violent and deviant, or there is not satiation of the ever-growing addiction to this behavior. I warn you once, it is so subtle that you cannot know it has struck you until you are hooked. The dark forces of evil have worked long and most carefully to tear down all fibers of godness, and the masses have played most diligently into their hands, and you are now beginning to reap the horrendous rewards of that sleep time, the irreversible gift of selves into the hands of your evil enemy. Worse, you then find the truth coming forth before your eyes and blame God. How could God do this? What an uncaring God who would allow this. I am angry with God for doing this to me, us. You go forth and espouse exactly what evil brotherhood tells you to espouse, while you continue to practice all the ways to break the laws of God and creation, for you have forgotten what they are. I shall remind you of a few of them here. Commandments of God. You shall have no other gods than the God Creator, and abide within the laws of the creation which encompasses all. You shall not make for yourselves idols and false images to worship as gods, for therein you give power into the hands of evil, for within your heart place must dwell a doubt of the fullness of Creator if you empower other than God and the God fragment within self. The repercussions of breaking this law are usually most heinous indeed, and once produced, i.e., the lands depleted, the addictions of the mother to the babe, the disease unto the children, etc., you can see that the sin or error of the parent is visited most surely upon the child and the grandchildren, and so on. You shall love thy Lord God with all thy heart, soul, and being. You shall love God as thyself. Most of you hate and despise yourselves beyond comprehension. If you live according to the laws, there is balance, and these things of negative destruction do not come into beingness. You shall not use the name of God irreverently, nor use of it to swear to a falsehood. If you do this thing, then you have proven that your own word is without merit, and further, you are calling into play great power, which also gives unto evil the gift of your strength. Remember the Sabbath to keep it holy. This is possibly the most truly misunderstood of all directives, and has been most incorrectly applied according to man. Ye shall allow of time to commune in truth with God in his temple which is within self. You shall refresh of your minds the truth of the directives, and abide in truth and honor. It represents your time of devotion and communion to God and the creation, that you not stray into the trap of evil. It most certainly does not mean that you go forth into a man-made temple to hear another man's interpretation of God. You go forth into the very places where evil has set up the idols for you to worship. O little ones of the lie, mercy be unto you, for you have slept too long. Honor your father and your mother, that your life shall be long in the land given unto your care. So be it. Give appreciation, honor, care, and respect unto those earth humans who gave you passageway into human format, but honor thy father, creator, and mother, the creation, of whom you are solely comprised. Through your dishonor thereof you have slain yourselves. You shall not murder thy fellow human. There is naught to misunderstand in this edict. Murder is the willful taking of another's life through intent, assisted suicide, or any such act, with knowledge and intent. That, brothers, includes war. You must not commit adultery. Now here is one you have written and rewritten to suit of yourselves. You have given of your own definitions to words to suit the lust and desires of the human physical form. Adultery is any sexual copulation of any form, outside the state of contractual marriage, and that act within a marriage except between a husband and wife to procreate offspring to form family segments. What have ye once done with this commandment? Oh, I see, you don't like that. So you have brought overpopulation, disease, murder through abortion, child abuse, and all manner of gross evil against yourselves and your peoples. You, as a planet, cannot survive the burden of that which you have brought forth through the rewriting of that law to please your human physical lust. So be it. Whether or not you like of it, it is a most reasonable law indeed. You must not steal. That, too, is most simple to understand. You take nothing that is another's, whether it be tangible or idea, especially his ideas, for they are most privately his possession. You must always give honor and appreciation for the use of another's ideas, even if he has departed your dimension. Dear ones, even the heinous ideas for thy evil brother should be given his due credit if his ideas have precipitated evil. Ye shall cease in the practice of giving credit to the Lord thy God for the corruption and heinous acts of evil. You must not lie. Well, this too has been written and rewritten and totally misunderstood. A lie is not some smattering of words from the lips. The lie is the practice and projection of evil in any form. You, for instance, have become people of the lie and subjects of the prince of lies. This one would require all the rest of this document to fully discuss. You must not covet or envy that which belongs to thy neighbor. You must be pleased over that which is another's if it be worthy, and ye shall try to earn in honor and integrity that which may be equal. You shall not take that which is your friend's or your neighbor's, nor shall you desire to take his property for your own and leave him without that which is his. Commandments of satanic practice. Satanic commandments and rules only amount to degree of one law, break all laws of God Creator and the creation in substance, act, and completely in literal completion. Let that seep into your consciousness for a moment. It does not ultimately mean to murder an insect or an animal. It means exactly what it says: murder a human being. Kill it and defile it in any manner possible before or after death of the victim body, for the intent is to defile the soul, which is the fragment of eternal life. It further means that it is not enough if several kill a human entity. It means that each Satan follower must kill to fulfill his individual commandment requirements. Since adults are not so easily trapped and utilized, the children, your children, are taken for these death rituals. Motives, the police will seek, they will most often find none. Further, in your current time, the very act of murder will be hidden behind the facade of theft, drugs, and all manner of false disguises. The more atrocious the method and circumstance, the higher the rank of the leader of the individual covens. If ye doubt of my truth, look into the eyes of a Manson or a Ramirez who openly claim to be exactly that which they are. Further, when the going gets rough and the boom comes down, the devil will desert his own once they can no longer be useful as tools. He will promise you power, greatness, wealth, and on will he promise you things. Then, as abruptly, when your usefulness is served, you will be thrown to the winds to reap of the pain alone and be destroyed. The onset will be subtle, just a little lie, just a little greed, just a little taking, just a bit of adultery, just one hit of a drug to test it. Note that drugs are now addicting from first trial. That is no accident, just a little bit of violence and lawbreaking to get a high, just a little bit of a ripoff of your company or neighbor in secret. Then, a little more and finally you are swallowed alive. You can actually stand before God and your fellow man and think yourself innocent of wrongdoing. Do you believe that Jimmy Bakker thinks he has done wrong? Of course not, he believes every word he utters. Then, in the end, he says I have sinned and the world laughs, driving one more nail into the coffin of truth and lighting one more candle in the court of Satan. Watch what happens now. Tammy shall take up the cause. But Jimmy will probably be cast aside, for he can do little from a prison cell, and his brothers will forget him soon enough, if it takes its usual path. Once out of the news and he is just another criminal receiving a portion of probable injustice, for you see, he was set up for the fall by those who wanted that which he had. God may be most mysterious in his wonders to perform. But, dear ones, evil is not even concerned enough to be mysterious. Play unto man as fears and blindness and you can control him unto human death. It is the same relative to the fear and terror crusade to discredit space brothers to cause man to hide and cower in fear. Mankind had better get those sleepy eyes open right now, or you are headed right down the drain tube as a species. If you think you are going to be drifting up to some vapor-filled clouds to join a Christ energy, you better get with cleaning up your act and opening your book of knowledge, for you are going on a spacecraft or you are going nowhere. Dharma, take a break please, for the subject matter will not get easier. Go to a bookstore and I shall guide thy hands. Man needs proof of these heinous things in his human format and we must tell him where to find of it. You shall remain in my protection. Man knows not that with which he plays, and many end up as the most useful tools of the satanic forces in true belief that they are serving Creator and creation. I am sorry, precious one, but these things must be brought forth. There is no other way. Keep thy protection drawn close, for it is this message that will ultimately bring the most attack. You will not turn on your lights nor answer of your door to the random caller on all witches' night, for you are most under attack in most hidden manner. This includes all involved with this project, for all are vulnerable. If your children go forth to play, they must not be without guides and caretakers to monitor. But in this dwelling, do not open your home to any costumed stranger. I hereby place all adversaries who monitor this machine and these words that no attack on mine ones will be accepted. This holiday has ceased to be the fun of children, it is the celebration of evil. I wish you to take note of a few things and write them, Dharma. Note that your hands are cold and your senses all but filled with remorse and foreboding apprehension. Further, I warn all of you who think to play with the satanic cards and toys, you play with destruction. See it for that which it is and take great care, for ones of truth are the most attended targets. I shall not leave of you nor any ones of this group for even a brief moment, but I must have continual permission to remain and intercede continual. It is most crucial to hold to your truth and shield of protection in constant petition. I move to stand by. I bless you and surround you with love and light that you not falter nor fall. All of you take utmost caution. I am Sananda of God, one with the creation, hear me. Chapter 3. Rec number 1 Sananda. Saturday, October 28, 1989, 7:30 a.m. Year 3, Day 073. Saturday, October 28, 1989. Dharma, I am with you, Kila. Sananda Isaj Emmanuel, Jesus Emmanuel. I request that none in the reading of these words misunderstand of who I am. The further word is know thine enemy. I know mine. How well do you know yours? Since you of my associates have the same enemy, then I shall give you insight. Dharma, I have multitudes of queries this day on what is Russia doing. They are offering to dismantle various war weapons and installations. Is the war finished? No, and don't go back to thy sleeping. I am going to be as blunt and hard as a good parent must be unto his children. You are in grave circumstance, grave indeed. Dear ones, it is not from the Russian peoples, for they are told no more than are you, and they, too, see possibility of peace and American assistance and sharing. Alas, it is not as it appears. Commander Hayton has been drilling you on world affairs for years. You have been told over and over that your two governments have been allies for a very long time to suit the needs of the top commissions. You in America need peace, for your country is in trouble and your beam system is not yet perfected. The Russians no longer need the antiquated type of nuclear weapons, in use, to annihilate you, but they need your money, for their economy is devastated. You both need each other if you are to sustain either in a confrontation of all-out proportion with communist China. The world bonds are falling apart and Russia cannot sustain herself, much less all her impounded dependents. It is just a different ploy to gain more control, for Russia will turn these newly independent and failing peoples over to you to tend and restructure. The United States cannot even tend your emergency situations of natural disaster, and those will flow in one upon another soon. Take note, please, of the earthquakes about your lands and oceans, very widespread. China has had many within your weekend now, the Solomon Islands. These will pick up both in intensity and frequency, for it shows great movement and unrest in your earth tectonic plates. What you can't see is going to devastate you. Do you see great masses moving from the San Francisco Bay Area? Of course not, as instead of moving to safety, they simply all move in a wave back into the ballfields. 2 weeks and they, except for the few who are totally without, pay no attention except for the inconvenience of closed travel lanes. Most will sit until death comes, for it is the way of human, and they will change dimensions thinking they shall be going unto God's glory, only to wake up and find themselves with a much more severe lesson coming. You do not simply get off. Beloved ones, there is no death, there is only separation from a physical vehicle. I came before to show this unto you, and you rewrote the lessons. I come again to remind you and bring those who hear me home. But so few listen or see. The writing is upon your walls, your papers, your news, all of the signs are present and swallowing you. So shall all these things which I have shown unto John come to be in your time, shortly, and you continue to play of your games and sacrifice your children to your lust, greed, pleasure of the moment, and ignorance. So be it, for there is not forcement from God. You will have made your bed and you shall lie upon it. Let us return to the subject at hand for this journal, Little Sparrow. I am filled with gratitude for your continuing willingness to serve in this horrendous theme. Man has turned to violence for his high. I shall be giving you violence enough to sicken the strongest of bellies. A little child, a boy, was noted in your news this very morn who was abducted from a rural pathway. If he is returned, it will only be because of the reward involved. I am telling you this is the summit of the evil celebration, and it requires human sacrifice, and yet, there is no way to get this into the news for warning. No one would be in the believing of it. You would be ridiculed for your sensationalism and New Age kookism, and it would negate the work we are about. Do, however, utilize this for reference and confirmation. Dear ones, we must somehow get a system for retrieval of these references. It may very well come to be that, as your brothers awaken, they will seek out all lessons, even in haphazard format, say by month, or week, or... You must consider it simply to get the information public, for buried in the training lessons of you ones, are the TID bits of proof of substance and the training of any other student, Keela. Let us wait and see if man will understand the importance of this material which he is receiving via these journals. Your originals of writings and tapes must be kept secure. Do not under any circumstance loan an original of either, for these are priceless and non-replaceable treasures. Dear ones, you have had Aten, God by any name, as your headmaster. Ye are blessed beyond earth comprehension. Fourth dimensional commander indeed. Do you not hear the difference in the contact authority and subject material as relative to other channels who receive from brothers or sixth galaxy personages? The tomes are blessed beyond price, and ones who received and cast aside the work, shall one day weep and revel in regret for such actions. You are the scribes and historians for the closing of cycle of man. These will be the records for the myriads of generations from the universe to find and know how it was. Further, the documents are being transcribed right along with your primitive equipment onto the cosmic computers to be studied by the students and citizens of higher places. This is the same manner in which we have all the scrolls of history stored, all the scrolls as penned by ones in the biblical times and before all of Judas Iscariot's scribings, which are now used to bring forth truth. It will be most soon discovered who changed truth into lie and who has been discredited and stepped upon by his brother. Oh yes, we have it all. But you will be unable to even locate a given sentence or statement of truth if you fail to acquire a system for such. You ones in this little group, do not go crazy over this, please. You are doing that which is needed of you. Others must come forth with the self-sufficiency and proper abilities in education to set up such a system. It is for them to step forward, not for you to dig them from the masses and secure great monetary reward for them. Further, it should be done away from this location for security. One still fail to hear me. The life of this scribe is literally upon the axeman's block, and you continue to treat it as a seminar channel of some type. I honor all those channels and receivers, but you must understand the importance of this. There are others, but you only need deal with this one. Gremlins and gnomes in your equipment, lights that won't work on a black night, brothers, you are under attack. The enemy can interfere with electrical and electronic circuitry just as easily as can we. If you continue to be unprepared with emergency equipment and backup, you will find yourself at a severe loss more and more often hereforth. They will further attack the finishers of the documents, the publishers, printers, etc. Blockage hit in Sedona instantly, and the ones now involved will be dissuaded if possible, but, the faster you work the faster the rewards, and it can move onward. No use locking the barn after the horse is out if there are not other valuable horses in the barn. This document regarding the evil brotherhood is one very, very valuable horse, so tend the door most diligently. Is Satan real? I monitored the response given to this question by Commanders Hayton and Ashta to our beloved John Swanson in reference to my brother Jermaine. I would desire it be placed in this portion, in total, for these commanders are limited in their experiencing, understanding, and perception is most mandatory for you ones. I shall also go into the early problems as experienced by Sir Lucifer on his spiral into rejection, but I prefer you first be exposed to John's letter. It was written within the week, and I would appreciate your preceding it by the question in point. I prefer you delete reference to named entities to keep distractions to a minimum. We are not in the sectarian nor doctrine discussion, please. I believe the question was approximately as follows. Is Satan real? It appears from what Commanders Hayton and Ashta say, that they indicate him to be a being in reality. I have been led to believe it, is a force, and further, ones receiving from higher dimensions have been told that Satan, as such, is not valid in entity format. Please be kind if this is a bit misquoted, for I wish the concept of content and not exacting words. I am greatly indebted to John for this inquiry, for it falls into the category of most asked questions. These are most difficult questions to respond to accurately, for the insight of man, his education if you will, is insufficient to understand the simple response that all is illusion and experience of God mind. What appears real is as real as any other perception. A pain that hurts is as real if imagined as if a physical mishap has occurred. To fully understand, you must first understand soul, illusion, reality, and physical manifestation, none of which I will explain in fullness in this particular segment of this document. It deserves its own journal. However, we are bringing you, as rapidly as is possible, the pertinent information for a world in crises. First, let us look at the wounds and effort at band-aids that the patient might survive, then we can ponder other realities. First must come credibility, so that you earthbound ones can recognize of our validity and credibility, then we can make great strides forward. Dharma, with the addition of the letter to John, this will be quite lengthy as a chapter portion. Please, let us take an interruption. You will need some material from your bookstore on this subject at hand. As ones ponder this on a daily basis, it will trigger items and references into your minds, and I request that those items be documented, dated, and kept in security for confirmation references. I do not need them, but your fellow men seem to need to look at another man's print to gain confidence. So be it. I shall move to stand by at this time. Thank you for joining me, and we shall continue at a later sitting. Blessings and peace around you in my protection. I am Sananda. Chapter 4. Rec number 1, Hayton. Friday, October 20th, 1989, 7 a.m. Year 3, Day 065. Friday, October 20th, 1989. Hayton present to respond to inquiries. However, shortly I shall have to request a relief from personal inquiries, for we must get this material of current crises finished, and once forget that Hayton, Ashta, etc., utilize the scribe's time in equal measure. Commander Ashta acknowledges V's petition for wholeness of his hip. He does request that you look carefully within to see that which you are doing and desiring is the wholeness for the purpose of ego or true need. Ones must be most careful in exuberance that the trap of personal I shall show the world ego does not entrap the physical manifestation. Ones must become most selfless, for the purposes of the dark brotherhood are served more readily than are the purposes of God. Victory, you must carefully consider actions and intent and personal responsibility rather than press ahead, no matter what, to cause public uproar and attention. The ones in this locale need secrecy and no attention whatsoever. Be most cautious, son, in your passion, or you will fall of that passion misused. Other actions of responsibility and selflessness speak more loudly than a loud cacophony of a spectacle. We need no more spectacles, we need dedicated, meld-in workers who call no enemy attention unto our camp. This particular encampment from whence comes these documents is most critical indeed, and at this time, must have no attention whatsoever. Too much display of passion will cause ones to be locked away in the name of fanaticism, and sometimes, rightfully so. We must not have attention drawn to this placement, for, as yet, it is still most premature. Please, no one take personal offense to these writings, for lessons must go forth unto all. We have not time for personal details, so ones who receive must look within for intent. We do not come forth to reprimand in hardly any instance, and when we do so we really do so and tell you quite bluntly that you have blown it. So be it, and peace unto you all, for it is the time of recognizing your humanness and rising above it with self-discipline and truth, not loud voice and empty words. Speak so that the world listens and joins you in peace, not altercation for your personal stance. Man as a whole has been betrayed, not just the individuals, and you ones must hold that most closely in your hearts, for in the ending the all is but the whole of the many. Let me give you good news. When you think the public is attuned and is alert and after you, look again. It has taken from the 17th to the eve of the 19th for the ones in control of the San Francisco freeway breakdown to realize there were not as many cars as projected on the freeway due to the ball games, and further, continue to say how much worse it might have been with all those people stuffed into that stadium. Man, in general, is so unaware that he is most apt to overlook that which is directly under his nose and before his eyes. Be most observant these coming few days. The sun flare cosmic rays will be bombarding you most heavily at the time, however, for you in free energy experimentation into cold fusion to move your assets. Now, I would most like to respond to JS regarding Satan as a being or a force. It is most difficult to respond in any sense relative to perception of human input. Bear with me, please, as I would have preferred to have Sananda or Germain or Michael respond to this matter. However, Ashta and myself have created the question, so I will endeavor to respond as in fourth dimension perception, which is not so removed from your status. I will insert, however, that one of the very next documents will cover the subject of evil in great substance. It was not originally intended that Dharma would need carry the burden of the myriad of fragmented subject matter, but ones of the scribes who had been intended to share the load, have stumbled into traps along the way. We will do the best we can in the limitations of human time. Please be kind if our answers are not as full as would be desirable. Is Satan real? I must respond with a question: is Christ real? Is the physical format real? No. Not in the physical sense of the question is asked. Yes. In the true sense of perception of consciousness. I request that this personal entry be allowed to remain in this document, AIDS, the last great plague, for on the yesterday's writing, Sir Russell gave you a most scientific proof of the fact that all is light, God is the central whole light of the zero fulcrum, and all is a reflection of conceptual perception and illusion, if you will. Now, your senses tell you that you are manifested reality, you are a massive thought form and you are stuck with that perception, therefore, the circumstance must be handled through a drastic change of the causal point, that the reflection and perception be a redirection of the energy flow, since all is mind. The mind of individual and whole must be redirected into truth and away from the incorrect illusion. Now, isn't this just the most wondrous game of universal intrigue? I do not jest. This is the most wondrous experience allowed for the mind of man, who was created by Creator, within the creation, for the substance of reflected light energy from the Creator source, itself, given the gift of free will choice and non-judgmental allowances of action. Action/motion, 2, is an illusion which you will move beyond in your transition into higher truth without time or space limitations. This is not only not against the universal laws, it is the law of the creation and cosmic physics. My dear friends, you are the reflection of the God source, experiencing in his chosen format his wondrous play, if you will. There is no way to explain a concept as personal as the breathing of an individual. You who work so closely in the network of pulling these thought fragments back into focus and spiraling back into source must realize how well you are tended, for you are the conduits for the focusing of such magnificent energy, so that the play closes in perfection and the stage be set forth for the next. I run a risk at this point, in presenting such a discussion, for we will lose, at this point, some very dedicated researchers. So be it, for if we do not move in truth, then we shall not move at all. Do I speak clearly? Allow it to penetrate, for the seemingly unexplainable is the simple and least complex explanation of all. When you come into understanding, the methods and answers pour forth like unto a waterfall. However, the mass of man is still sleeping and dreaming on the reflections fed unto him by all sorts of cosmic mind fragments, and, to this point, refuses to open his mind and perceive that which is truth. It becomes the old practice of, if I close my eyes it will go away, if I refuse to look and see, then it cannot be real. Nay, we will not go away, nor will your problems solve themselves, you have manifested them and you will cure them. The term fallen angels is, of course, a misrepresentation, but we are stuck with your vocabulary, which presents different perceptions to different ones. If we do not speak in terms which the masses understand and can relate unto, we can never reach a point of acceptance of that which is truth. We must begin slowly and work our way through. No one on your place is truly ready for total understanding of how it actually is. You have had man paint his perceptions in myriads of ways to the point that you can no longer even perceive how it really is. How many truly understood my dissertation on illusion? Be honest, truly understand. Beloved, Lucifer is quite real Satan, as you recognize the energy. In the higher dimensions of perception, there are energies of higher status than the third-dimensional state of perception. These ones are guides, tormentors, experience makers, etc. Just as there are the wondrous energies of Christ consciousness and guides that work within the lighted perceptions, so, too, are there the dark brotherhood guides and energy forms. These we refer to as fallen angels simply because they cling to the satanic consciousness, and angels are discarnate energy forms. You ones wish to place your heaven somewhere above you, out there somewhere, therefore anything displaced from that realm of experience in human terms, must fall down from somewhere to somewhere. These are simply the energy form guides and persuaders of the dark brotherhood of evil. There is a most important point to be repeated herein. Evil as an energy form most surely exists, and it comes from the satanic forces, the blackest negative void of all action and reaction, and you better consider it very real, for through these perceived actions and reactions will come the placement of your own energy, soul, formed during and at the closing of the play. Mankind will play out his parts exactly as written, for he has yet no mass perception that it could be different. He mouths a lot of words, but man will not change the scenario. Just as man will find and present the solution and cure for AIDS, he will not do so until the appropriate number of energies have changed dimensions, for he expects it to be so. It is the reflection he accepts. Then why do we continue to pound and experience? Because we can effect change, and, unchecked, AIDS can annihilate the species. Do you hear what I say? It can, and unchecked it will, annihilate the species of Earth-man. Oh, but you say, well, you said that some self-elite ones have the method of cure and will use it. What about them? So the species would not perish. You are nuts, Hayton. No, I am not nuts, for the evil will be removed and will no longer exist at the end of the play. That means if you add 0 to 0 you end with 0. You do your own mathematics. Still a bit confusing and dense. So be it, as that conclusion removes the arrogance and allows the truth to be taught unto you. You will not, as such, walk down the road and meet Mr. Satan and his band of fallen angels, or will you? It is all in consciousness, Christ consciousness or satanic consciousness. Of which will you be the tool? Which army are you serving, and to what extent? Do you completely follow the laws of the creation, or do you fudge just a bit on almost all counts? You see, there is the summit on either side, the deliberate serving of the devil in satanic ritual practice, or the cosmic Christ goodness and purity within the laws of the creation. In between, lay all the gray areas whereby the self-judgment shall fall upon you from time to time. Where will you experience next, with the Christ consciousness or the satanic consciousness? That, brothers, is free will choice. This has naught to do with the mystics or mysticism of what you like to refer to as the New Age movement. That path will lead you right into the lion's den, my friends. Just as the erroneous assumption that you will somehow float up to the clouds and abide there some way or another. You must have the knowledge of truth to attain that which you claim to seek. Bury your head and refuse to hear will not make truth different. It only assures you less than what is yours to glean from this experience. Each must open his own eyes and stop pulling another into his own trap of ignorance, and, further, must be flexible enough to receive of the input so that there is evidence from which to make a just decision. We come forth in daring disclosure of how it is, so that you can find and enforce your own proof of our truth. If it appears as doom and gloom, then I suggest you make an honest appraisal of that which is going on around you from within: self-depression, stress, unhappiness, etc., to that which is abounding in your entire world as a whole. You are connected to each and every portion of the whole. You cannot break away. If it goes, you all go. Like it or not, you are ultimately stuck within the mire of the whole. You cannot get off this orb until you change dimensions. With or without physical format, you are stuck. You have proved that you live in a gross lie. Would you please just take a little chance and try us? So be it. May you be given to receive of the word, for the time is at hand. Dear John, I hope that I have not just further confused the issue in point, but as I check my sensors of our connection, I believe you are content until we can take the matter up more fully. Our thrust in these journals is to allow you to come into your trust of truth from our source, and then we can interchange in open platform that you can come into knowledge. Do not despair too greatly. Millions will be lost, for they will refuse to accept while they wait and wait and wait for the truth they expect. If you are awaiting, in detail, for that which man said God said, ye shall most surely be waiting into infinity, which, in most instances, will not be of such pleasant experience. Pull up your heads from your sand piles and take a look around. If we do not bring truth, what have you lost to hear of us? We bring no fragment of evil, so it could not be damaging unto you. We urge you, look at the other side. Look at that which claims, of its own right, to be evil, and then keeps you locked in ignorance by imposing limits upon yourselves. I tell you to clear your spaces of these energy forms constantly. I do not tell you to not look very carefully at them. It was written that the consciousness of evil would reign upon this wondrous place before the ending, so be it. I request that all ones reading these documents always take note of the date and hour, for you are receiving daily, if not hourly, input. In this instance, I will leave it to the editors to place the segment where deemed most valuable, for I have kept the scribe from her appointed task far too long. Sir Tesla stands by, and we commanders have further input to the document. We request that, even if unfinished, that this document be ready for book printing before weekend next. From this one. Ones are in agonizing circumstance and in perishment every day that passes, and within these notes lay the focus and ability to pull together and get this matter of this last great plague under control. If you do your work well and create the apparatus in perfection, man need have no more great plagues. You will change your way of lifestyle. It will also mean a changing of perception of love. There is love which would bring no harm unto any and is in total giving, and that which you claim to be love in the guise of physical contact in a sexual manner, which is self-pleasure and has naught to do with one another in definition. You continue to break all the laws of the creation and call it man's rights. No, it simply brings about man's demise. I take no judgment of preference. I do take exception to deliberate actions which represent selfish lack of self-discipline hidden behind the facade of love and rights. If someone of evil cut your throat and you are dying, would you turn and cut the throats of your cherished loved ones? That is what is occurring at every moment of your life these days. As I said long ago, all will be touched by this deadly plague. All. Even if you are infected, every opportunity at reinfection only causes more contact, more bombardment on an already overtaxed system, and more mutations of the retrovirus. May God be merciful and allow our task fulfillment in a timely manner. As a citizenry you must stand strong and demand life. Do not follow in the path of the doomed Lama for thee. Please take a respite, Dharma, and then we shall return to the subject of the document. Thank you, Keela, for sharing of your time, for these are most urgent and important interruptions. I am indeed grateful for the honest inquiries of such magnificent points and topics, and bless those who speak that all might have explanation. I leave this portion and move to stand by. You will call when you are ready to resume, Dharma. Salu, Salu, Salu. I am Hayton to clear. Chapter 5. Rec number 1 Sananda. Sunday, October 29th, 1989, 9:11 a.m. Year 3, Day 074. Sunday, October 29th, 1989. Sananda present, that we might continue in our narrative regarding the dark side of existence. I would say at onset, that it is most unfortunate that man can go even beyond that which is acceptable unto Lucifer in heinous activity. It goes well beyond good or bad. Evil can reach into those activities which even pulls Lucifer into rebellion, and has done so. You will find, if you could but see into these invisible dimensions, that there are millions of humans acting in such vile manner that they are not desired by the dark brotherhood, either. Just as things are done in the name of Christ, likewise things are done in the name of Satan which go beyond that which is relative or acceptable to Satan. The balance is so far shifted that the evil which feeds upon itself moves beyond definition. For this reason are we writing this journal. This horrendous trend shall reach into and within all beingness and blight the senses of man. Further, it is so insidious that it will gain such momentum while protected under your own constitution that man in mass will be staggered by satanic presence. Man can somehow handle, emotionally, an enemy that sets forth to steal, oppress, or even kill. Man cannot emotionally comprehend vileness which strikes for no reason and without warning. Further, man in general will refuse to look at it until it is too late. The churches who preach Christianity will require members to refuse to even look at, or read, anything pertaining to Satan or evil, and while ones are so hiding their faces, it shall overcome the masses. Ignorance can never heal nor cure. Only through truthful knowledge of your enemy can you hope to rise above the problem and into the cure. It further shows how little faith the church clubs have in the God and Christ energies they proclaim to follow. If there was belief in truth, then all would stand strong against such actions instead of hiding faces while your children are destroyed and murdered. You have further become in fear of your own babies, and rightfully so, for you allow of them to control you instead of being the example that would give you both strength and freedom. It will not get better until you do something positive to change of the circumstances. We see no probability of that action manifesting. It only happens to somebody else. Let there be no mistaking my words, the Christ sanctions no blood sacrifices, none. Not even the killing of the rodents in sacrifice unto the lighted God of life is acceptable. He wants not your murdered victims done in his name. It brings pain to see his children do such heinous acts and then pronounce it to be in his name. Ye cannot cleanse yourselves by the blood of any other, not even thine own. Not a Christ, not a lamb, not a goat nor a pig. Ye defile all that is wondrous and beauteous by the killing and bloodletting of any of God's creatures, even unto the slaughtering of plants and trees given forth to give unto you life. Ye produce the same idea unto your children by drinking of the vine and pronouncing it as the blood of Christ. I sicken at such. Could you not come into the love and truth of the Christ teachings and the laws of God and creation? Nay, ye kneel and drink of Christ's blood and eat of Christ's flesh. Can ye not live in memory and following of Christ's way instead of the mutilation of his representative physical body? You sit in your lovely hovels and pronounce that voodoo and pagan rituals have moved into your nests. You have brought them within. You have allowed yourselves the titillation of the obscene and vulgar and called it adult entertainment. Then the adult entertainment gets boring and so commonplace that you cast the vulgar to your children and you progress to the pornographic. While you piddle into your important life progress and success in worldly manner, your children turn to their peers and the latest rock groups, and finally, while you are not in notice, onto heavy metal and Satan worship where evil is openly touted and sanctioned. The children can see the lie of that which you do under the guise of Christian. They have a tendency to turn unto what they perceive as truth of the matter. If you believe me not, ask your children. How did it happen in America? You should have heard the alarm ringing in your 60s decade, when the drug use moved into epidemic dimension. The practices began mostly in your western area and rapidly moved eastward. You expected the police departments to maintain order instead of keeping your own responsibilities further. Now some 3 decades later, you are the parents, and what of your children? If you take a hit of drugs or a bit of booze, who is fooling who? You doom your children to a far worse fate than you encountered, for drugs of today are instantly addicting and if enjoyed long enough, become a part of the satanic worship scene. It was planned that way and it is working to perfection. You think you are shock-proof? If the things I relate to you in this journal do not shock you, then may God please have mercy upon your soul. And, yes, I am going to paint some most vivid pictures of truth. I hope they make you sick enough to vomit, for if you do not wake up and attend this problem, you will lose a generation of children, either to the disease itself or victims in murder at the hands of these evil ones, or both. I am going to relay things which my scanners show are already known about your place and can be documented in your earth manner. I will begin in California, for that is where the early epidemic began. Let me relate to you what was said by the leaders of your police department in a major California city and became record in documentation. Witchcraft was becoming an increasingly recalcitrant problem by the early 1970s. There was widespread evidence of animal mutilations being perpetrated in ritualistic manner as prescribed by the satanic guidebooks. Animals, mostly dogs, were being skinned and the blood drained from them. The blood is put into specially shaped cauldrons, mixed with what you refer to as LSD, and then used as a drink during rites, ceremonies, or, what you call, innocent little parties and groupie sessions. The remains, if there are any, are then buried in some public place where they will be uncovered but without evidence to track back onto source. Half the game is to do these things, have them found out and get away with it. One of the most dandy and delicious experiences is to skin the animals alive. Now, are you ready, you shockless ones? The biggie starting in 1988 is to take babies and young children and skin them alive. Oh, you don't believe me? You better put on your bifocals, my dear children, now instantly. And where could these cults begin? Up any Kenyan or rural area, in communes where ones would be accepted without question, given so-called love and understanding, given drugs, initiation into sexual unity. Ultimately blind devotion was poured forth on the leaders. Yes, how about Charles Manson, Jim Jones, and so many others that you would be mentally boggled at the hordes under your noses. These youngsters would gather into groups and live in the most primitive way you can imagine, just short distances from the most affluent neighborhoods in the country, indulging in the most heinous acts of sexual deviation, pagan ceremonies, and rites which defy imagination. I use the term pagan ill-advisedly, for no pagan groups on our monitors would ever act in such manner unless openly satanic in origin. The true pagan of the original earth peoples lived in balance and harmony with God and creation. Evil even took that beauteous legacy from them and destroyed it. Oh, then it is the drug scene? No, it is a part of it, only a part of it. Some of the procedures have little or no relationship to drug usage. You had things going on which were called things such as kiss-ins right on your public beaches. Hundreds of people gather, the music is loud and mesmerizing, and soon the masses are as one whole, in swaying motion, glassy-eyed and totally transported without any use of drugs. These things would occur in midday, at concerts, anywhere and anytime. Some participants would openly thrust off their clothing and indulge in open sexual activities of all manners and hardly be noticed except to cause others to do likewise. These ones, friends, believe in the dark spirit world and will readily tell you the devil is most real, indeed to them. These were also your children, or you, yourself. Any memories being triggered? Well, that was a long way back in the 60s and things are different now, you will say. Yes, they most certainly are different. It is organized and fully operational. The satanic forces were only hooking you back then. They defiled the true New Age truth of light and goodness and corrupted the term just as love as a term was corrupted into evil. The leaders were, and are, usually high-ranking satanic leaders. They will usually go so far as to call themselves the Prince of Light returned, the Christ, and even God, O.M. They not only proclaim openly, but fully believe what they teach, that worship is through sexual deviations, and they practice all of them. The perversions are so degrading that I shall not describe them herein, for my scribe is having a very difficult time with this material. She, too, is a mother of several and grandmother to 9. She, too, placed her head in the bucket of sand and prayed it would go away. It does not. Blessed ones, evil only gets more vile and more intense in actions. So, you go to your Christian, or other doctrine churches, who teach truth and goodness, and think you are safe. Evil invades these institutions with tempting ego fulfillment and monetary gain, etc., and eventually, if not recognized and halted, becomes the most evil in fact. Where would you strike first if you wanted to control the world? In the place where people feel the most secure, of course, in the congregations and gifting of the backers and swaggarts of the world, right in the Vatican at the feet of the Pope, or in Yogananda's vineyards right under your noses and in front of your eyes where you least expect it. The leaders in truth are finally swayed and toppled, the parishioners disillusioned and open for the attack, for they have been betrayed. It is the fastest way to get mankind to turn from God and truth, for man functions in mass groups. Well, you might say, Sananda, you speak of things in the 60s and 70s, it couldn't happen now. Oh, what about 15 murdered people in Matamoros, Mexico, across from Texas in April of 1989? One man who participated in the murders actually carried a victim's ear in his pocket for good luck. In 1972 a man was apprehended in LA who carried human knuckles in his pocket. He later casually announced he could not be touched because he acted only in a religious manner, and religions are protected by the U.S. Constitution. He openly pronounced that his group, church, regularly killed people, and he, himself, had not only sacrificed a male, chosen at random off the street, but had eaten his heart. He was then invincible to all attackers, even the police. Explain how this could come to be. You are in the time of the reign of evil, just as prophesied. It is a frenzied time for mankind, and he hungers for truth, he is starving for fulfillment. He is desperately searching and longing for balance. Many of these spiritually hungry have gone to churches and haven't found the answer to that hunger, for they simply find more organized clubs pursuing power and taking of their money for all manner of worldly building and causes. They are stressed and their lives are falling apart, for they have broken all the laws of God and creation and have found no peace. The churches have rewritten the rules to allow for perversion of sexual behaviors right into the marriage beds and sanctioned aggressive greed if for the right cause. In the continued searching and alienation of self-peace, these suffering ones who hunger for love and compassionate camaraderie, turn away from the traditional and into the other groups in hopeful expectation of acceptance and enfolding love. So, someone comes along and offers them that feeling of belonging and a sense of being loved, and they fall for it. Of course there are other reasons, but longing for acceptance, approval, and a place in the world is what is most important as a portion of the insane and unreasoned direction many are taking into the supernatural. Then comes along the ones who proclaim knowledge of truth and disallow all spirits as evil, all cosmic beings as evil. At the same time, these same ones get in the pulpits and claim Christ and Jesus, God and angels speak to them in goodness. Brothers, you cannot have one without the other. Will you never come into understanding? If you have evil you must have good, and the reverse. It is your choice of selection which is at stake, not existence of these beings and energies, but rather, who do you attend? The point is to turn from evil into truth, godness, and light, not to ignore evil and hope it will somehow go away, for it will not. It will grow like the cancer it is and blight the entire of the planet. Oh yes, the leaders will tell the good church people that this very journal is of darkness and to cast it aside and burn the author if you can find him. Well, you crucified me once, shall we go for it again? How can you heal a sickened world if you do not diagnose the illness? To diagnose the illness, you must look very, very closely at the cause. You put on all the protective gear necessary, you call the shield of God and the Christ energy about you, and you look closely and most carefully at the disease. Then, and only then, can you even hope to find a cure. So be it. Let's quote a bit. I will utilize some local information and quote from a book by one Hal Lindsey, Satan is alive and well on planet Earth. This will give Dharma a bit of a chance to settle, for it is most difficult to pen this type of information with no backup. The Satanic Age. Are we in a new age of Satan? Many people would be revolted by the so-called churches which openly worship Satan. The most widely publicized establishment of this kind is the First Church of Satan in San Francisco, headed by Anton LaVey, the high priest. The bald, narrow-eyed LaVey was quoted as saying, "The Satanic Age started in 1966. That's when God was proclaimed dead, the Sexual Freedom League came into prominence, and the hippies developed as a free sex culture." Mr. Lindsay was quoting from Arthur Lyons, The Second Coming, Satanism in America, New York, Dodd, Mean & Co., 1970. Satanic cults are expanding in every major city in the United States. We have received reports from other California cities which show the existence of 3 Satanist groups in Berkeley, 2 of them communes, 1 in Big Sur, 1 in Venice, 5 in San Francisco, and 1 in San Diego. The number of Satanist circles gathering in Los Angeles County is indeterminate. This was before 1972. I shall cease giving Mr. Lindsay's references, for you can easily obtain his book and look them all up for yourselves. I would, however, prefer you wait until you finish this document and really get busy and find supportive information. Some of the churches of Satan are brazenly open, such as Levy's establishment, an impressive 3-story Victorian home, while others are camouflaged by storefronts or meeting halls. In Europe, satanic masses are held in ruined churches and monasteries, but we should not be deceived by creaking castles or shadowy figures in musty rooms. Satanism is not just an old world phenomenon. Arthur Lyons says, Satanism is not only present in Europe, but in the United States as well. In fact, the United States probably harbors the fastest growing and most highly organized body of Satanists in the world. Indeed, for you preserve your right to worship as you please under the protection of your Constitution. In the churches entangled in Satan worship, the rites are opposite from those of a Christian church. Every desecration of Christianity is emphasized, from the upside-down cross to the flagrant use of sex and sexual stimuli. In Hollywood, the altar was a glass tank filled with formaldehyde, containing the body of a dead baby. Lyons reported that the high priest had a hypnotic effect upon a teenage girl. The ritual in which she became involved was so debasing he could not finish the describing of it. We are reminded of the sordid spectacle of the girls who were mesmerized by Charles Manson. In a personal interview with a former Manson family member, I found they indulged in all types of Satanism and witchcraft. Manson was said to have had visions and magic powers. There were stories of his being physically transported from one end of the Span Ranch to the other. Group sexual experience, an indulgence of some witch covens, was commonly practiced by the Manson cult. The twisted reversal of Christianity was evident. Manson was called God, Jesus and Satan by his followers. After Manson's conviction for the 7 Tate LaBianca murders, 5 members of his family, girls with their heads shaved to prove their loyalty to their leader, led a trek through Hollywood on their knees in witness to the second coming of Manson. Witches aren't Satanists. Aren't they? Let us study that just a bit farther. The ones who think they practice white witchcraft, and simply fiddle and toy in the game of it are dupes and tools. The unwitting are even more pathetic than the intentional, for they not only fall, themselves, but pull other innocent victims into the traps. Oh yes, there are victims. That is another lie thrown at you. There most certainly are victims of such teachings. For you must understand, that which began as honor and reverence unto God in the native manner, has been stolen and corrupted into tools for the evil ones. That, dear ones, is the point. Corrupt all that is good until the good is no longer credible. The steps which separate witchcraft and Satanism are almost invisible. Their histories, rites, and followers are intermingled. Statistics of witch covens given today would be out of date in a week. As far back as your early 60s, it could not be documented as to the numbers of covens, as not all covens are even known to one another. But the fascination with the fortune-telling, spell-casting, and fun of the game was moving into full swing, getting ready to relabel it the New Age movement. A decade later it was recognized and publicized that it was already undeniable that the rising addiction to mysticism had swelled to a veritable epidemic. Most ones were sucked in innocently enough, for all were searching to find themselves and began to go within, open up those chakras and chant mantrams and be. Most ones who are in pure intent of individual balancing with the God within are innocent and could do such wondrous good. However, the misdirection of all being okay in action if it hurts not another is erroneous and dastardly in concept. It is not okay. If you pull away from the laws of God and creation, it is not okay. Further, in pronouncing such, you have destined more pain and hurt upon your fellow man, for in the seeking of peace they shall be pulled farther from any semblance of peace. More and more often in murder trials you will find the suspects proclaiming possession by the devil, and very often the murdered victim will be one of the group participating with the murderers themselves. In France there are well over 75,000 proclaimed sorcerers gleaning from willing seekers well above $300 to $400 million each year. In Germany, well, in Frankfurt alone, for these numbers can be checked, there are tens of thousands who actively believe in witches and seek them out. The problem is also epidemic in Great Britain, as masses of people are turning from traditional religions toward black magic. This tells a story in itself. About the traditional religions, it is simply that evil has been allowed to corrupt all corners of your lives, including the very doctrines upon which you base your moral truth. The attraction of witchcraft and mysticism is understandable enough. Ones become disenchanted with the organized, traditional experience and seek another outlet. Most began by discounting the predictions of the astrologers and mystics as fun, but as truth of the psychic predictions become manifest, as they will if by naught but individual expectation alone, the seeker gets hooked on them. Maybe it is real, and this is a religion which allows, even demands, participation and activity within the group. The suckers will be told and shown that witchcraft, mysticism, etc., is actually a return to nature, a worship of the natural gods as opposed to the chrome and glass gods you find in society. If it feels good, go for it, and just be becomes the chanting battle cry. Allow and love in any manner you choose, fornication, adultery, sodomy, and endless other manner of behavior. All the while, the unsuspecting is being set up for one big guilt trip when the truth dawns upon him and he finds he has AIDS or addiction to all manner of activities and substances. Have a little pot to open your senses so you can experience the cosmos and truth, yes, and destroy your thinking mind, your memory, and all reasonably good relationships through idiocy, foolishness and irresponsibility. Sananda is a hard old outdated teacher. I am the Christ original teacher and make no mistake thereof. Man has defiled my very label. And that God truth of beauty and wondrous abundance. No, I shall stand in thy corners and be cast aside no longer. So be it, and mark of my words this day, ye shall pull from these evil ways, or the transition is going to be most uncomfortable for you who wait and see. You know that actions are unacceptable, for truth is inherent in all human. If you choose to live by the lie, ye shall die by the lie. Truth in light does not demand, take or force it, neither defile nor judges. It is total in forgiveness and receiving, never does it negatively exploit. Check and see where your allegiance resides. It has reached such a sad proportion within your society that if you have a single person in their late teens who think enough of their own value to still be a virgin, they are ridiculed, harassed, and persecuted. Think most closely about these lessons being given herein. I denounce no man, I do denounce the evil behavior in man, for you are created in the image of God the Father, and you mock the gift. So be it, for the choosing is at hand. This scribe would seem to stand alone and vulnerable, for so few will dare to allow of our truth to be put to ledger. Nay, these ones who come from our realms in truth for this purpose shall be tended most carefully. 'Tis mankind who cannot realize how alone he stands, naked and stripped in his blind helplessness. I speak now of not good or bad, for those are labels and perceptions of man. I speak of evil and godness, and you shall be in the choosing of which you will pursue, for it is your individual choice alone. We are far, far from finished, Dharma. Let us have respite, please. I place my seal upon these writings, and I stand responsible for this which is being brought forth. It must be so that my workers and scribes also hear and see the truth herein, for my opinions are not necessarily the opinions of the management of this keyboard. Peace be with you. I am Sananda. Chapter 6. Rec number 1, Sananda. Monday, October 30th, 1989, 6:50 a.m. Year 3, Day 075. Monday, October 30th, 1989. Blessings be upon you ones on this wondrous day gifted unto you. Sananda, ready to resume. Please make note of the earthquake in Japan of 10/28 and the Algerian quakes of 10/30. Add them to your list, for I want you to be aware of the widespread occurrences. Isn't this all just a bad joke? I see, and understand, the questions rummaging within your head. Isn't all this witch stuff and Satanism just a bad joke of some sort? Doesn't this cause ones to believe that a good hypnotherapist is just as dangerous as is the witch? I am disappointed that you would ask such a thing, Dharma. Is fire bad? Is fire good? How about medicine, is it good or bad? Are white people good or bad? How about black people, good or bad? Hispanics? Jews? Germans? How about the Polish? You ones like to tease about them, are they good or bad? Is meat good or bad? Hypnosis is not only a fine tool for discernment and communication, but the only valid tool in mental illness. The mind is all-knowing, and only through a person's individual reasoning and perceptive senses can mental illness be either diagnosed or treated. Just as 2 aspirin can stop the head from aching, 500 aspirin tablets can kill the body. In sum, 1 tablet can kill the body. All is in the utilization. It is much like getting rid of the water in which you just cleansed your baby. Do you also throw away the soap, the washcloth, and the baby? Satan worship, witchcraft, cults, this includes Christian churches, occult, spiritualism, psychic phenomena. Should you take any of these things seriously? Surely it is just a passing trend, ones will claim. Should you really give them any credence? Should you give a raging brush fire any attention when it is 10 feet from a forest filled with summer homes all filled with people? Man must always go within his mind and become one with himself and commune with his higher source. That does not require rituals nor chantings. If mind expansion must depend upon mind altering, then the experience is most dangerous, for you must be seeking truth, not tainted perceptions. If what you find within is against the laws of God and creation, then you have opened Pandora's box of evil gifts, for your mind will feed upon these misperceptions until they become reality to your consciousness. You can either heal or destroy through manipulation of the mind. Anyone who utilizes it as a tool must have perfection in moral intent, for whatever is planted will grow thistles or wheat. Unfortunately, anything that begets results is usually abused by ones who are immoral and greedy. Quackery thrives among the young and easily impressed people of all ages. Books flood the market by the thousands, and the minds are opened with no thought given to security of that wondrous open segment which is man. So, you have managed to open your mind and move within without careful consideration of having the lighted shield of protection pulled about yourself. You are open to dark visitors. They show up first, for the lighted brotherhood awaits invitation. Dangers. All of the ventures into spiritualism, mysticism, psychic adventures do have a common danger. They open the mind to associate with the spiritual reality and to seek contact with the worlds beyond that which you consciously experience. Handled carefully and with moral perfection, it is a most magnificent tool of positive godness. Ill-used, it can call in spiritual personalities who are dedicated to enslaving one's life and soul journey. You will, however, have most learned ones who set themselves up as judge and jury. This is as incorrect in fact. The scientific circles and medical communities are beginning to realize the power of the mind and recognize phenomena beyond the realm of the senses. It is incorrect to make a blanket statement and pronounce, as almost all of your evangelical preachers do, that it is always evil which is attracted. You will get that which you request. If you request God or the Christ, you will get God or the Christ. If you dally in Satanism, you will attract the god of the world, Satan, or his henchmen. I must ask you, how does your minister contact God? How do you commune with Christ? Through prayer? So do the witches and Satanists use prayer. I ask you to use caution and guide yourselves most diligently. However, if you lump into a grouping all energies from the beyond consciousness, you will miss of our instructions, for we have no other means of communication. Through scribes such as this one, I ask the manner in which the final instructions shall come forth, for it is not yet time for our physical manifestation upon your place with all the attendant attention. Therefore, beware of those who will say all communication with the beyond realms and higher dimensions is of evil resource. Those ones, usually religious leaders who tell you this, are making you further targets of the total lie and cause you to miss the wondrous communication of your existence. You must use discernment. Miracles. As the prophecies have projected, the evil energies shall present all manner of miracles to your attention. But remember something, if evil energies can present hocus pocus and abracadabra unto you, so can the hosts of light and truth. Do not be foolish enough to miss the messages God is sending forth unto you in this great time of travail. Do not turn your soul over to any other. You will be caused to come into your own choices and balances, not in others. God will not hear you when you say, "Oh, well brother, revelation so and so told me." If you kept your ears plugged and eyes blinded while truth and knowledge knocked upon your door and you only added locks to keep truth away, so be it, for you shall be graded accordingly. God nor Christ will push down your door to pull you to the launching pad on rapture day, brethren. You will either be ready, willing, and able to come aboard, or you shall be wondering what went wrong. Myths can be true or false. You have magnificent arguments raging among your biblical scholars, historians, and anyone else who has an opinion. You will be absolutely astounded to find how things actually are. Evolution. Creation. 6 days versus 7. Greenhouse versus Ice Age. Do you actually believe man made no errors, deliberate or accidentally, in transcription of the pages of your so-called holy books? How would you do a translation from Hebrew or Aramaic into English, and what about the one who speaks only German or Spanish, Greek or Russian? How about a Bible that was retranslated 300 to 500 years after the Christ had departed your dimension? God gifted you with intelligence and free will choice, the only thing you actually own, and you turn both over to anyone who tells you my view is the only correct one. I disappoint at your blundering. The age of reason was most destructive, and yet you turn in your most blessed essence unto the control of others and relinquish your reason and your choices, for you turn them over in the blinking of an eye. I do not agree with that which you say, but I defend unto my death your right to say it. Remember that one? Give some inner thought unto that statement, and we will discuss it at some later point in leisure when the subject is not so pressing as is the one in point. Tell me about the ones who claim all discarnate energy communication is of evil and then turn to make a statement such as this: "Again the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Son of man, take up a lamentation over the king of Tyre, and say to him, Thus says the Lord God. You had the seed of perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. You were in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was your covering, the ruby, the topaz, and the diamond, the beryl, the onyx, and the jasper, the lapis lazuli, the turquoise, and the emerald, and the gold. The workmanship of your settings and sockets was in you. On the day that you were created they were prepared. You were the anointed cherub who covers, and I placed you there. You were on the holy mountain of God, you walked in the midst of the stones of fire. You were blameless in your ways from the day you were created, until unrighteousness was found in you." Ezekiel 28:11-15. Now let us be honest in receiving of this. Some who make their existence and livelihood of evangelism or Bible study don't speak up yet, please, or your ignorance might be visible. Now who in the world is the prince of Tyre? Further, who is the king of Tyre? How did Ezekiel get the word? Oh, through the voice of God. Now, just how might that be if all voices coming from the ethereal realms is of darkness? Well, could it have been satanic in origin? Do you know for sure? How do you know? Oh, I see, God told you from his disembodied station. It all boils down to perception and communication, does it not? This particular reference, whether true or false, was made in reference to the mourning and weeping of a Father Creator who had turned the perfection of his magnificent creation, Lucifer, away for his evil ways. Did it happen? Does it matter? It does remain, however, that if you wish to remain in the presence of God of goodness and light, you will abide the laws thereof. If you choose to not follow those laws, you shall abide elsewhere. Your choice, dear friends. Perfection dwells with God, evil dwells within the void in separation from God, and the wishy-washy continue of their lessons until they choose one or the other. Ultimately, however, regardless of the perception of time within which you count sequence, you will at some point return unto the Creator source, for just as you were created from the thought of God, so can you be uncreated. That goes for the Christ or Satan, for both represent the consciousness of beingness. 'Tis the consciousness of man toward evil or Christness which will ultimately make the choice and determine the direction of the journey of soul. Evil reigns. At this point in the period of transition and fulfilling of that which has been predicted, it is a time of the reign of evil. Man is centered in lust, greed, self-indulgence, war, and all manner of worldly physical consciousness. I tell you that you have the right of that choice, it is just that it will reap the evil rewards, no more and no less. Man is that which is his consciousness. Existence is a spiral, and as such, as the consciousness increases in one direction or another, so goes civilization. The spiral always cycles back in the other direction, just as a clock pendulum must move to a state of stillness and then swing in the reverse direction. This downward spiral of mankind must first be brought into stillness, and then the rebuilding can occur. Man is sickening of that which is going on about him. Man is starving for truth and quality within his existence. He hungers for his reunion with God, and he searches endlessly. He does all manners of things to bring pleasure to the human physical entity, and ultimately only mires more deeply in despair. However, until the consciousness returns unto the laws and balance of God and the creation, he will find no peace. The body is a weak, at best, vehicle which lives in your time, some 100 years or less. You starve the soul that lives infinitely to pleasure the body which lives but a brief moment. A little example or two at this point, and I request that each of you reading this document pause and correlate to this example, with some item you own. Dharma owns 2 sets of dinner silverware which she has used once since 1968. Considering this average, with her being 58 years of age this day, how many times do you guess she will use this dinnerware before she passes on? How valuable can this possession actually be? Now, pass it on to your heirs. There are 9 children and already 8 grandchildren who gets this plunder? Worse, they don't want to even bother with glass dishes, preferring the easy care of paper. Do you think they will love polishing the tarnish from silverware? So be it, I suppose I have made my point. Where are your values? The hourglass is empty and you only have the time remaining for the turning of the centube. Where are your values? Evil is always at work. The diabolical mastermind backing up the world system deceives and ensnares the minds and consciousness of people. He does a good job with those who do not believe in a Christ presence, and he sometimes does an even better job with those who do. Satan's work can be described in 3 ways. First, he is the ruler of the physical world, which means he is constantly at work in human government and its political systems. This influence is most capable of manipulating all forms of government for his purposes of evil and corruption. If you wish to argue about this matter, I heartily suggest you get the prior Phoenix journals from America West Publishers and read. Go check out the references, and then read it again. Secondly, Satan is entitled Prince of the Power of the Air. This means that satanic consciousness is the power behind the atmosphere of the thoughts of the world system that are hostile to God and creation. You are most unwittingly dominated by this atmosphere of thought. Satan rules over the thoughts of the world system. He originated the concept of brainwashing long before human rulers used it for manipulation. When you think that he is the ruler over all of these thought forms and realize the ways in which you are bombarded every day by those sources, you begin, perhaps, to see how deadly the world system can be. On the other hand, just as darkness cannot be in even the tiny most spark of light, so, too, the dark intent cannot survive in the presence of the light of Godness. The human viewpoint of life looks at the daily problems as well as all the complications of living in the world from the standpoint of the human ability to cope with them. The divine viewpoint looks at life from God's ability to handle it. It is God's job to deal with your temptations and needs. There is peace of mind, stability, and power for the one who has the divine viewpoint, but you have to choose it. Thirdly, Satan bears the title of the God of this age, which means the prevailing thought of a particular era. Satan is constantly changing the in thing so that when you get where it's at you find you're where it was. The pace is acceleration. The world system is changing so fast that even the world can't keep up with it. This modality of change will continue to accelerate, and old institutions will change so rapidly that people will reach a tremendous state of instability and emotional disturbance, resulting in psychological problems. Nothing will be honest in the overall perceptions, dependable, stable, or certain. Is it not already so? The God of this age also puts him right into the middle of religions. He loves religion. It is his real trump card, his ace trump for blinding minds to the truth. He is the God of all those who deviate from God and the balanced laws of the creation. God can most surely tend the problem. However, he must be asked to do so with pure intent and action. Now, for a real shocker, so does satanic energies have to be invited within? Does this not scare the daylights out of you to realize you have actually asked this evil to come within? Does Satan exist? Mr. Satan's cleverest ruse is to make believe that he does not exist. That is the reason you see the ridiculous pictures of Satan with his horns and red suit, sporting a tail and an evil grin. If he is a comic figure or a mythical villain, there is little harm he can do except give you an occasional nightmare which you can easily toss aside. Somehow, no matter how vile a thing you might be doing, you don't mind Satan being there with you. In fact, he sort of livens up the physical entertainment. How do you feel about Christ being your best buddy at the alcohol cabinet, or stealing from your brother, or bedded with you in illicit fleshly pleasures? What kind of vocabulary do you utilize in the midst of your games and tinkering? So be it. Satan's incognitos are most clever indeed. He hides within and behind religion, intellectualism, poetry, art, music, psychology, human understanding, and most vividly within your human self. All men are prey to the evil influence with no battle gear unless you ask for a bit of help from the discarnate beings on the other side of the line. Then, you can expect the hosts of God's heaven to give assistance, but there is no halfway house. That is really heavy, Sananda. So be it. Look closely at that which you think and do. When you are faced with an either-or situation or a black and white choice, most of you would like to wiggle in the center with a maybe or charge through the middle wearing a gray hat. Modern thought always rejects the antiquated idea that Satan is the origin of evil and has the world in his control. Man has so many explanations for evil: poverty, pollution, politicians, police, parents, employers, unions, racial minorities, racial majorities. You choose your own cause. Always, however, put the rap on someone, man says, but don't tell me about Satan. That is too negative and unpleasant. Man does not want to hear such confused drivel. Christians are not exempt from this inability to understand where and how Satan is working his evil enticements. In fact, probably the Christians are the very last to notice truth. Satan's evil consciousness and doctrines have been neglected for so long by Christians that they are sometimes the least discerning of all in understanding the world system. The young so-called Christians are particularly vulnerable, for you have left the next generation naked in the face of 20th century thought by which they are surrounded. Evil intent, called Satan, is not the man below, heaping coals into an eternal furnace. He is the original jet setter. He is right on with the latest cause. I really like this next old quote from your book of Job. When God asked Satan a direct question, his answer was filled with outrageous arrogance, and the Lord said to Satan, "From where do you come?" And Satan the adversary and the accuser answered the Lord, "From going to and fro on the earth, and from walking up and down upon it." Well, evil just trucks around your place constantly doing his thing in every spot he can. He is working diligently and unceasingly in your world system through governments, education, business, and culture. You label it, he'll take it. He, further, had lots of help from his advance men who began planning his 20th century offensive campaign a few hundred years ago. Stand by it ready for the shockwaves from his present 19th century thought bombs that are bringing the whole civilization into Armageddon. Yes, Satan is most certainly alive and thriving on the late, great planet Earth. So be it, and Selah, for the hand of time bears the pen and has written upon the page, how shall your earth sojourn end? How have you written the final act of your entertainment performance? You had best be in the choosing of sides, for the one most of you are standing alongside is in pretty awkward circumstance. The God of wrath? No. He is simply allowing you to make your choice in your free will manner. However, infinity of sitting on thy backsides astride the fence is a very long time and will get most uncomfortable. Enough for this writing. Let us take rest. I give unto you truth and I encourage you to receive of it. I am Sananda. Chapter 7. Rec number 1 Sananda. Wednesday, November 1st, 1989, 5:45 a.m. Year 3, Day 077. Wednesday, November 1st, 1989. You need no sign, Dharma, for your space is clear and I am present. Let us continue with our subject within this journal. To request a sign that you might know is only to further doubt. Because another says 10% of thy truth is tainted means nothing. There is no acceptable percentage of taint within our works. Perhaps errors can occur, for we are producing our work on a human level, perhaps sorting tools of words are used, but not tainting. The intent, although unwittingly projected, is to stop the publication of these journals. No more and no less. I am sorry for all parties involved, but no, Chelis, it will always be over worldly material desires that the perpetrators betray themselves. In the instance of the gatehouse, it is a misunderstanding regarding funds. In the projection of discrediting your material, it is misperception. Do not waste of your time in the pondering of who did what, and further, how can you lose of a thing you never had? You had your perceptions and others had theirs. Do not further disturb yourself, for it slows our work. I have heard your call and I have received of it. We have a job to get on with and you shall do so, please. The only evil present in this space is that which we are in the printing thereof. Let me surprise you even further, thousands of Satanists will obtain this book. The evil personality loves the ego stroking of recognition and it will shock some into change. These journals must be distributed far and wide immediately. The truth is the only thing that can set you free. Ones are now in the scanning of the pages and it requires study and attention to obtain and retain the value from these books. He who simply scans and thinks he has absorbed it all should keep of his negative or discounting opinions to himself, for understanding will not be complete. Nay, unfortunately for a weary world in trouble, we bring total truth, and that is the sad part of it. The joy held within is the hope for humanity, which is brilliant indeed. It is not through the efforts of higher beings, it comes from human realization and action which will produce the positive works and regain control and order from the chaos. If each does his selected task, we shall get our work done in timely manner and great brotherhood shall spring forth from beauteous unity. So be it, let us continue. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Psychology of evil. Let us set aside, for the present, the question of reality of a being called Satan. That point, whether it appears this way or not, is not the ultimate issue at hand. If a thing exists as reality in the mind, be it singularly perceived or mass perception, it becomes real. I would like to insert a parable at this point. Let us say a baby who is at the age of toilet training is being scolded for soiling his diapers. Now, let us say that there is a little puppy within the household, the puppy soils the floor and an adult strikes the animal and it dies of the blow. What think ye the child's mind accepts regarding the dangers of such action? Might the child become totally compulsive and obsessive in some deviation from accepted norms? Let us consider for a moment how a concept becomes instilled within a mind. Magical thinking is uppermost and can take a variety of forms, but basically it is a belief that thoughts in and of themselves may cause events to occur. This is one point that is most important regarding even this document. People think that if they read of it, it then becomes birthed into reality. Young children normally think magically, and here I do not refer to dreaming and pretending. I speak, for instance, of a child of say, 5, who gets jealous of his new baby sister and thinks, I wish she were dead. He might very well become totally obsessed and anxious, fearing that she actually will die because he wished it. Or, what if the baby becomes ill? He may be consumed with guilt, feeling that his thought caused her to become ill. Worse, what if for some reason the baby dies? I believe I make my point. The reason I dwell on these examples is that at some time within the lifespan of such individuals, they are very apt to make a pact with the devil. Now why wouldn't one make a pact with God? Because the mind within knows the source of the problem and knows it is not normal belief or action to believe in magic. Magic is somehow mentally related to evil. It is when man faces unthinkable danger, sorrow, pain, etc., then is when he makes unbalanced promises to God. He further does not seem to be too concerned with the breaking of these promises to God. He really is nervous about breaking a pact with the devil. Do you find this interesting? This is the danger of placing total trust in a fortune teller. If, even in error of calculations of star signs, one is told he will die at a certain place and time, he will usually manage to do so. That is the horror of a curse, for it is the belief in the magic itself. Let us assume, further, that one of the above individual's beliefs were based in Christianity. Now you have presented an almost impossible confrontation to overcome. According to this model, humanity, and perhaps the universe, is locked in a titanic struggle between the forces of good and evil, between God or Christ and the devil, Satan. The battleground of this struggle is the individual human soul. The entire meaning of human life revolves around the battle. The only question of ultimate significance is whether the soul will be one to God or one to the devil. By establishing a pact with the devil, a relationship of terrifying reality has been fixed within the mind. Now, the only way left to the individual is to dare to retract the pact and turn to the God source for protection. It is not thus, but in a terrified mind it is the only solution. This neurotic symptom, confronted, is often a crucial turning point of existence within an individual, which usually has cosmic significance. We have now spoken of one aspect of magical belief which can leave a person crippled and the perceptions clouded as to truth. No psychiatrist can reason a return to health, nor can the individual afflicted recognize his problem, for the truth of the cause of his actions which would cause a pact with the devil is hidden in the first place. Now, here is where the self must go within and find the incident which caused the disarrangement in the first place and confront it head on. This is where a trained hypnotherapist working in integrity can be the only helpful entity. The mind must move within self and remember, which it cannot do while in a conscious state of being. This is why, however, man lumps the hypnotist in the category of devil's advocate and assistant, because evil does not want to let go once it has claimed a subconscious mind for itself. It is most interesting to note that the medical profession does not have a very broad-minded approach to evil as a valid factor and has refused to come up with a classroom field of psychology of evil. Why would this be so? Because the concept of evil has been central to religious thought for millions of years. Therefore, you will keep it separated from your science of psychology and your human edicts come down, thou shalt not mix the two. Somewhere in the era of Mr. Galileo it became an unwritten social contract that natural and the supernatural would forever be alienated. Now look what you have set up in your involvement with such attitudes. Religion agreed that the natural world is the sole province of the scientists. Science agreed, in turn, to keep out of the spiritual, or anything to do with values. Indeed, science defined itself as being value-free. But how can you leave the most crucial cause out of mental unbalance? Well, you cannot, and therefore, you continue to have distorted, valueless humanity in epidemic proportion. Worse, the medical discipline will accept the tool of hypnosis only on their limited and inept guidelines, partially for fear they will assist in curing the patient and lose of the mammoth income guaranteed by mental illness. It is a most difficult subject indeed, for it is a most non-definable term and science must have defined guidelines and labels for everything. Theologians suffer no such compunction and will bite off all manner of evil demons whether or not they are, in reality, present. There is no left brain/right brain delineation for the theologian. Let's just exorcise the demons and hope the human survives. Sometimes there is demon possession and it works, most often it is mental misperception of fact and the patient is more traumatized by the ordeal and sent to his demise in an institution as hopelessly insane. The problem of evil is a very big mystery indeed. It does not submit itself easily to reductionism. However, some questions about human evil can be reduced to a size manageable for proper scientific investigation. Nonetheless, the puzzle pieces are interlocked and severing them one from the other is all but impossible. Your major problem when regarding evil is that it cannot be separated from goodness. For were there no goodness in the world, you would not be considering the problem of evil. I am constantly petitioned with, Jesus, why is there evil in the world? Why do ye not ask me, why is there good in the world? Well, let me give you a few observations that we might get the boring lesson matter over with and onto the violence of present evil, which you all seem to attune to much faster. Evil is always in opposition to life. It is that which opposes the life force. It has, in short, to do with killing, murder, namely, unnecessary killing, killing that is not required for biological survival. Don't get confused by the abstract definitions intellectually thrown at you which render the explanation irrelevant. Murder is not abstract. Don't err in restricting murder to the corporeal state. Evil is also that which kills spirit. There are various essential attributes of life, particularly human life, such as sentience, emotional, mobility, awareness, growth, autonomy and will. It is possible to kill, or attempt to kill, one of these attributes without actually destroying the body. Thus you may break a person without harming a cell or hair on the physical body. The desire for breaking of another is usually the desire for control of that other, to make them controllable, to foster their dependency, to discourage their capacity to think for themselves, to diminish their unpredictability and originality, to keep them in line. This would be a term described in your vocabulary as necrophilia. The opposite of a necrophile would be a biophile. A biophile is a person who appreciates and fosters the variety of life forms and the uniqueness of the individual, whose aim it is to avoid the inconvenience of life by transforming others into obedient automatons, robbing them of their humanity. Evil, then, is that force, residing either inside or outside of human beings, that seeks to kill life or liveliness. Goodness is its opposite. Goodness is that which promotes life and liveliness. The central message, whether or not you like of it. You are going to take God, Christness, and yourselves far more seriously than you now do. From the very beginning you have been told that God created you in His own image. When are you going to take that seriously? When are you going to recognize and accept the responsibility that you are godly beings? When will human life again have sacred importance? I am come that you might have life, and that you might have it more abundantly. Does it strike you as so strange that I, too, relished the things of the physical life and lived abundantly even 2,000 years ago? I was not so strange. I enjoyed weddings and celebrations, wine, fine oils, and good companionship. Length of a lifespan is of very little value compared to the vitality in the living. I repeat, let the dead bury their dead, for if you are alive it has no relationship to you. I dwell on the spirit of life, in liveliness. Satan, the very spirit of evil, was a murderer from the beginning. Evil has nothing to do with natural death, it is concerned only with unnatural death, with murder of the body or the spirit. You ones in human format must take your human life so seriously that you also take human evil far more seriously enough to study it with all the means at your command, including the methods of science. You must recognize evil for that which it is, in all its ghastly reality. This is not morbid. To the contrary, it is in dedication to life more abundantly. The valid reason to recognize human evil and study it well is to allow of the healing wherever you can, and eventually wipe its ugliness from the face of this wondrous earth. You can no longer simply turn your eyes and ears away from the problem which is growing in boundless measure. You must look at it most minutely and with intent to heal humanity of this blight. Healing is the result of love, it is a most closely integrated relative of love. Wherever there is love there is healing. Where there is no love there is no healing. There must be love of life and respect and reverence for life and living. This man turns to the satanic cults and worship to belong, therefore, to heal there must be belonging and love offered in abundance along with human caring. You must know that all disease is physical and emotional, so both must be considered in any instance. You must further be able to distinguish between human evil, such as murder, and natural evil as perceived through death and destruction resulting from fire, flood, and earthquake. Further, do not be misled into the assumption and perception that real evil does not have anything to do with a mother of 1 or 5 children who lives next door, or the deacon or minister in the local church building. Evil human beings are most common and usually appear quite ordinary and are mostly located in just such places. There are several levels of evil possession and let us consider them in lumps. One type of evil concerns those in the process of sliding into evil. The other concerns those who have already slid, fallen victim to and been taken over by radical evil. These are simply recognized myths upon your place and I find them suitable enough for description. The helpless child. This is a most unpleasant confrontation, for parents do not wish to believe that they perpetrate evil upon their children unless they are openly practicing satanic rituals. However, the most abundant form of evil is passed through in just such manner. To children, their parents are like gods. The child assumes that that which the parent does is the way that things should be done. They are not able to make realistic assessments of their parents' behavior. Treated badly by its parents, a child will usually assume that it, the child's self, is the bad one. If treated as an ugly, stupid second-class citizen, it will grow up with an image of itself as ugly and stupid, etc. Reared without love, children come to believe themselves unlovable. Whenever there is a major deficit in parental love, the child will, in all probability, respond to that deficit by assuming itself to be the cause of the deficit, thereby developing an unrealistically negative self-image. They will ultimately respond to what they perceive as some type of evil within themselves. So what does this all have to do with evil in general? Well, if you confront a child in trouble, look for the evil within the parental beings. You will know and recognize it when it comes into your presence. You, if you are within the light protection, will be repulsed by the presence when it enters into your space. You simply will find the humans of evilness most unpleasant within your proximity. This is a most saving response to the impacted one. However, if a child is involved and being in the living hell of a victim, you have responsibility to that little being. There will be many symptoms to show you, for evil is obligated to wear a sign upon its countenance. First, you will be uneasy in its presence, there will be a mixed note of fear and pity, and those possessed of evil live in sheer terror, for they most often are attempting to keep that portion of their being quite secret and thus hidden away. Beware, if you know one is practicing evil in any form and you are comfortable in that presence, you are in trouble. Evil vs. sin. Let me draw a simple distinction between sin and evil, for both are constantly misunderstood. Sin is nothing more and nothing less than falling short of perfection, it is a failure to be continually perfect, whether intentionally or accidentally. Because you are all human, it is impossible for you to be always in perfection, therefore, all are sinners. Sinners are not evil. Evil ones are ones who are self-righteous, who believe they are without sin because they are unwilling to suffer the discomfort of significant self-examination. Unpleasant though it may be, the sense of personal sin is precisely that which keeps your sin from getting out of control. It is painful at times, but is a very great blessing because it is your one effective safeguard against your own proclivity for evil. If you are willing to serenely bear the trial of being displeasing unto yourself, then you will be for me a most pleasant place of shelter. Evil ones do not serenely bear the trial of being displeasing to themselves. In fact, they don't bear it at all. There is almost an unbelievable lack of self-recrimination in evil ones. They are prone to openly state flagrantly their selfish actions without any seemingly hesitation whatsoever. The varieties of people's wickedness are manifold. Resulting from refusal to tolerate the sense of their own sinfulness, the evil ones become uncorrectable grab bags of sin. They are, for instance, remarkably greedy people. Thus they are cheap, so cheap, in fact, that their gifts may indeed even be murderous in nature. Sin is usually due to physical or character laziness, and that is followed closely by pride. Sins are quite reparable except the sin of believing one is without sin. Here I wish to give great credit to Gerald Van, The Pain of Christ and the Sorrow of God, Temple Gate Publishers, Springfield, Illinois, copyright by Aquin Press, 1974, pages 54-55. I shall herein quote: "For understanding most often comes as understanding from human viewpoint. There can be a state of soul against which love itself is powerless because it has hardened itself against love. Hell is essentially a state of being which we fashion for ourselves, a state of final separateness from God which is the result not of God's repudiation of man, but of man's repudiation of God, and a repudiation which is eternal precisely because it has become, in itself, immovable. There are analogies in human experience: the hate which is so blind, so dark, that love only makes it the more violent, the pride which is so stony that humility only makes it more scornful, the inertia, last but not least the inertia which has so taken possession of the personality that no crisis, no appeal, no inducement whatsoever, can stir it into activity, but on the contrary makes it bury itself the more deeply in its immobility. So with the soul and God, pride can become hardened into hell, hatred can become hardened into hell, any of the 7 root forms of wrongdoing can harden into hell, and not least that sloth which is boredom with divine things, the inertia that cannot be troubled to repent, even though it sees the abyss into which the soul is falling, because for so long, in little ways perhaps, it has accustomed itself to refuse whatever might cost it an effort. May God in His mercy save us from that." Scapegoating. A most predominant characteristic of the behavior of the evil person is the constant scapegoating. Because these ones feel themselves above reproach, they must lash out at anyone who reproaches them. They will sacrifice any other to preserve their own self-image to the point of total absurdity to the witnessing entity. They will go to preposterous limits to preserve that self-image of perfection. Since the evil, deep down, feel themselves to be faultless, it is inevitable that when they come into conflict with the world they will invariably perceive the conflict as the world's, or others' fault. Since they must deny their own badness, they must perceive others as bad. They project their own evil onto the world. They never think of themselves as evil. On the other hand, they consequently see much evil in others and proclaim it most loudly. One author on your place defined evil as the exercise of political power, that is, the imposition of one's will upon others by overt or covert coercion in order to avoid spiritual growth. In other words, the evil attack others instead of facing their own failures. Spiritual growth requires the acknowledgement of one's need to grow. If you cannot make that acknowledgement, you have no option except to attempt to eradicate the evidence of your imperfection. Incredible as it may appear, evil people are often destructive to unlimited extents because they are actually attempting to destroy evil. The problem, of course, is that they misplace the focus and locus of the evil. Instead of destroying others, they should be destroying the sickness within self. As life often threatens their false self-image of perfection, they are most often busily engaged in hating and destroying that life, usually in the name of righteousness. The fault, however, may not be so much that they hate life as that they do not hate the sinful part of themselves. You must associate some words with evil people, and those are image, appearance, and outwardly. While evil persons seem to lack motivation to actually be good, they intensely desire to appear good. Their goodness is all on a level of pretense. It is, in effect, a lie, and the lie is not so much to deceive others as it is to deceive self. These evil ones will not endure the pain of self-reproach. So right or wrong? Self-deceit would be unnecessary if the evil had no sense of right or wrong. You lie only when you are attempting to cover up something you know to be illicit. There is no need to hide unless you first feel that something needs to be hidden. Yes, a paradox. Evil people feel themselves to be perfect, however at some unacknowledged level of sense they know themselves to be most imperfect, which, of course, is intolerable and begins the cycle all over again. At one and the same time, the evil are aware of their evil and desperately are trying to avoid the awareness. Rather than blissfully lacking a sense of morality, like the psychopath, they are continually engaged in sweeping the evidence of their evil under the floor covering of their own consciousness. Therefore, the essential component of evil is not the absence of a sense of sin or imperfection but the total unwillingness to tolerate that sense. Just as with other problems, a good example of which is alcoholism, until the problem is accepted and acknowledged, there will be no cure. You can usually recognize evil by its very disguise. The lie can be perceived before the misdeed it is designed to hide the cover-up before the fact. You can witness the smile that hides the hatred, the smooth and oily manner that masks the fury, the velvet glove that covers the fist. Because the evil are such experts at disguise, it is seldom possible to pinpoint the maliciousness of the evil. The disguise is often impenetrable, but what you can catch are glimpses of the uncanny game of hide and seek in the obscurity of the soul, in which it, the single human soul, evades itself, avoids itself, and hides from itself. Since the primary motive of the evil is disguise, one of the places evil people most often are found is within your churches. Does this make you feel comfortable? How better to conceal evil than to be a deacon or some other highly visible form of Christian within your culture? In other parts of the world you might have to turn to the good Hindu or good Muslim, etc. This is not to cast the spotlight on the whole, but rather to point out that evil people tend to gravitate toward piety for the disguise and concealment it can offer unto them. What might help distinguish the evil from the rest of you sinners is the specific type of pain they are running away from, for all are running away from pain toward that which they classify as happiness and joy. The evil are not pain avoiders or lazy people in general, to the contrary, they are most exerting in their continuing effort to obtain and maintain an image of high respectability. They may very willingly, even eagerly, undergo great hardships in the search for status. It is only one particular kind of pain they cannot tolerate, and that is the pain of their own conscience, the pain of the realization of their own sinfulness and imperfection. The evil hate the light of goodness that shows them up, the light of scrutiny that exposes them, the light of truth that penetrates their deception. The evil will, further, attempt to annihilate any and all who cast light on them and their activities, and therefore the light-bearer becomes in fact the target of the evil aggressor. To maintain the dark secret, the light must be extinguished at any cost. Participants of a group of evil congregates must cause all to practice some extent of total evil action to maintain the lie. Through participation is always the thread of discovery, so threads so heinous in nature that one would be terrified to reveal truth must be employed. And so be it that we will leave this portion at this point. It has been a lengthy session and it is time for a respite. I will move to stand by, that this chapter might be brought to a close. I am Sananda to take my departure. Chapter 8. Rec number 1 Sananda. Thursday, November 2nd, 1989, 6 a.m. Year 3, Day 078. Thursday, November 2nd, 1989. Good morning. Such a wondrous day it is, and we are thankful for another time span in which to do our work. Sananda present with warm greetings. Note, please, the major earthquakes off Japan and Portugal of yesterday. Further, note the 3 major accidents aboard your naval vessels of yesterday. So be it. Power and control. The drive most noted in evil persons is characterized by unsubmit will. All ones who are mentally healthy submit themselves one way or another to something higher than themselves, be it God or truth or love or some other ideal. They look beyond into truth instead of just the way I want it to be. In other words, what is needed by that other beloved one becomes priority rather than the total selfishness of self-desires and self-gratification. In yet other words, healthy individuals submit themselves to the demands of their own conscience. Not so the evil ones, for in the conflict between their guilt and their will, it is the guilt that must go and the will that must win. Evil people are extraordinarily willful, determined to always have their own way, and have a most remarkable power in the manner in which they attempt to control others. You once go about the decision of evolution against creation and cannot come to balance, for man is so obviously strong-willed in choices and desires control beyond reason. Your scenarios never change, you never learn by that which goes before in the history lessons. You tempt yourselves into acceptance that the problem of evil lies in the will itself. Perhaps the evil are born so inherently strong-willed that it is impossible for them ever to submit their will. And yet, a characteristic of all great people is that they are extremely strong-willed, whether their greatness be for good or for evil. I, Jesus, as you called me, was unbending and strong-willed, but so was one named Hitler. Could it be the difference in willingness and willfulness? Mine willfulness was that of our father's Mr. Hitler's was that of his own. It also becomes evident, doesn't it, that the one whose will is of his own is threatened greatly by goodness. It therefore leads to the need of destruction of the goodness or that one which represents such. Thus murder is born. It is better, of course, if the evil one can cause the one of goodness to acquiesce in total submission and give through total abandonment of goodness into the hands of the evil. I think your psychiatrists might label this type of behavior of self-demand, narcissism. It is not strong enough a term for evil, so let us call evil a disease of cancerous, or malignant, narcissism. Your church authorities have generally considered pride first among the sins. Pride goeth before the fall, and so it is. Pride is actually the same as cancerous narcissism, but I want you to realize I can also speak your hidden languages. Somehow within the minds, from onset of Adam and Eve in your mythology, there has been envy and pride. Cain felt somehow less than Abel in God's eyes, so he proceeded to solve the problem in the typical fashion: murder him. The same happened, dear brothers, when God required Christ and Satan to each present a plan for dealing with the infant human race. Satan's plan was simple, of the sort that most business and military leaders of today would choose. God had armies of angels at his command, just assign an angel with punitive power to each human, and he would have no trouble keeping them in line. Christ's plan was radically different and more imaginative and biophilic: let them have free will and go their own way, however, let me live and die with, and as, one of them, both as an example of how to live and of how much you care for them. Of course you will assume that God must have chosen the Christ plan as being the more creative. Of course Satan rebelled at the choice. The rest of the story is clear. Was it simply poor choice on my part? Can goodness ultimately win over evil? Well, ultimately it has always ended in near annihilation of the species, and so it will again. The energy unbalance becomes so destructive that the game must be brought to a halt to keep from impacting the universe as a whole. Oh, you don't like that which is beginning to seep into thy vision? While man has rewritten his guidebooks to proclaim the soul goes somewhere or nowhere or anywhere, the words mean naught to the soul, it just goes on and on and on, experiencing and growing. Could it be? Could it be, dear ones, that good gets better and evil gets even more evil until ultimately both have matured to a point of perfection in the extremes? Could it be that both are coming again upon your wondrous place for the major confrontation? Could it be that you are now required to make some final choices, for that confrontation is at hand? I understand that you prefer to think that there is a simple little negotiation and all is laid to rest. Nay, it shall be major negotiation and confrontation, and ultimately God and the creation, nature, shall intervene. It can be noted upon your place that evil generally runs in families. Would that not be logical? If parents are cruel and unloving, however, or the childhood otherwise traumatic, then the child will need his own pride to preserve as a fortress, against the vicissitudes of an intolerable life. It is the same with the genesis of human evil. Even in architecture, the builders of your medieval cathedrals placed upon their buttresses the figures of gargoyles, themselves symbols of evil, in order to ward off the spirits of greater evil. Thus children may become evil in order to defend themselves against the onslaughts of parents and elders who are more evil. The facts are, that some of you are very good and some of you are very evil, and most of you are somewhere in between. Now, as individuals you can move yourselves one way or another along the continuum. Unfortunately, it works out to be much like the rich getting richer and the poor getting ever poorer. It seems most evident that the good get better and the bad get worse. Your capacity to choose changes constantly with your practice of life. The longer you continue to make the wrong decisions, the more your heart hardens. The more often you make the right decision, the more your heart softens or comes alive. Each step in life which increases your self-confidence, your integrity, your courage, your conviction, also increases your capacity to choose the desirable alternative, until eventually it becomes more difficult for you to choose the undesirable rather than the desirable action. On the other side, each act of surrender and cowardice weakens you, opens the path for more acts of surrender, and eventually freedom is lost. Between the extreme when you can no longer do a wrong act and the extreme when you have lost your freedom to right action, there are innumerable degrees of freedom of choice. In the practice of life, the degree of freedom to choose is different at any given moment. If the degree of freedom to choose the good is great, it needs less effort to choose the good. If it is small, it takes a great effort, help from others, and favorable circumstances indeed. Most people fail in the wondrous art of living not because they are inherently bad or so without will that they cannot lead a better life. They fail because they do not wake up and see when they stand at a fork in the road and have to decide. They are not aware when life asks them a question, and when they still have alternative answers. Then with each step along the wrong road it becomes increasingly difficult for them to admit that they are on the wrong road, often only because they have to admit that they must go back to the first wrong turn, and must accept the fact that they have wasted energy and time. Therefore, you might conclude that human evil is a process whereby evil choices require ultimately becoming evil. But this underestimates the very power of the will itself. Ones continually make evil choices, such as becoming blood affiliates with satanic churches, for no apparent reason at all except through pure desire to exert freedom of his or her will. They know exactly what they are doing. They know what is supposed to be the right action but refuse to be bound to notions of morality or even to their own conscience. In other words, if they do the good thing, it would be simply because it is the good thing. If they do the bad thing, however, it is solely because of desiring to do so. The choice is usually to do the bad thing, because it is a freedom of choice to so do. Exercising freedom of choice. Sometimes only the agony of free choice remains to an individual, only the will remains. When you are right up against it, the unknowns outweigh the knowns, and just as with a crucifixion staring you in your human face, you become all but helpless in the terror. This is because those terrors are engraved upon the soul memory forever, for each act becomes a portion of memory and the total fear of the unknown. Death of a body comes most hard in most instances and always most outrageously at the hands of evil. One steeped in evil possessed is the literal word. The casting off of that energy is all but physically and mentally death producing. Evil consumes and takes over. The light of goodness requires the freedom of will and choice. Always remember the difference and you will understand which is assisting you in your choices. When faced with the ultimate rejection of the evil, all manner of attacks come upon the mind and physical frame, and the demon itself becomes king of the hill. At a time such as this, the mind will relinquish all logic attached to mental illusions about psychological motivations, behavioral stimulations, rationales, mentalistic hedges, situational ethics, social loyalties, and communal shibboleths. All these large-named states of mental being go where they belong, into the waste heap. For in the end all you have remaining is your will. All that remains is your choice of free will. How many free will choices will you make before you make the ultimate one? How many have you already made? I speak of choices without outside stimuli or background in memory, without any push from acquired tastes and persuasions, without any impetus from a desire to live or die, for at some point you will actually be indifferent to both. At some point in this journey you will be as the mouse who sits equidistant from his favorite cheeses and yet starves to death because he cannot decide which way to go. But the paradox: on the one hand, free will is a reality and you can be free to choose without shibboleths for criterion of a distinctive grouping or accepted common ideas, or, on the other hand, you cannot choose freedom itself. There end up being only two states of being: submission to God and goodness, or the refusal to submit to anything beyond one's own will, which refusal automatically enslaves one to the forces of evil. You must ultimately belong either to God or the devil. Every square inch and every split second in the universe is claimed by God and counterclaimed by Satan. There is no neutral ground even for you fence-sitters and middle-of-the-road standers. Ultimately there must be a choice. You can assume that the only true state of freedom is to stand exactly halfway between God and the devil, uncommitted either to goodness or to utter selfishness, but that freedom shall be torn apart, for it is intolerable, and in fact, the choice is already made by the inaction toward either. Recognizing the disease. Realize, please, that in accepting a situation as existing and the ability to label that situation gives some amount of power over it. So far evil as a state of being is unnamed in your lexicons. You feel certain emotions and instinctive feelings in the presence of the energy revulsion, dread, and unease. However, the emotional range is too large to actually categorize by explicit guidelines, just as is goodness. You cannot, however, even begin to deal with a disease until you identify it. The help or treatment of an illness begins with its very diagnosis. But what of evil? Can it ever be defined as illness? The people labeled evil are rarely crazy or mad. They are not babbling, drooling, or demented in a defined sense. At this point I wish to interrupt this thought to allow you to ponder something. Very often when an extremely evil person is taken away from his setting of evil doing, let us say, arrested, and cast into prison, there is often an extreme change to God. This is by no means always but is especially evident in young Satanists who are caught in the emotional high of a moment. Why do you believe this to be so? Because the devil energy is through with them. They have outlived their usefulness and contribution ability. God never turns away no matter how late the hour nor the actions before the return to grace. Further, removed from the constant bombardment of the hypnotic spell of the evil lords and the company of the band of hoodlums, reality returns vision and perspective. Evil must feed on itself to survive. Remove the food source and the entity can return to a semblance of order and balance. There is something you who would cast blame must know. The choices toward evil are willingly made regardless of circumstances, and further, nothing which is committed in a state of hypnotic trance is beyond the capability of that individual in a state of consciousness. This is absolute. Well, it is obvious that you cannot place a medical diagnosis upon evil, for then you would need diagnose good as a disease. You have quite a gathering of humanity upon earth at this time, and you can look at a few outstanding potentials. There are a sufficient number of people in all cultures and at all times who have achieved in their full adulthood a kind of gracefulness of existence, so that you can generally say of them, they have become truly human. By that description it would indicate that their lives actually touch on the divine. You can study those people and examine their characteristics and find that they are wise, aware, enjoy life with fervor, yet face and accept death. They not only work productively but creatively, and they obviously love their fellow human beings, whom they lead with a benignity of both intent and result. You will observe, however, that most people are so crippled in body and spirit that they cannot possibly ever attain such a lofty condition even through their best efforts without massive therapeutic assistance. Among these latter crippled legions, the mass of suffering humanity, the evil reside, the most pitiable of all humanity. Man will require that their own bodies become infirm, that the choices seem to be taken from their own control. However, it is equally as obvious that the very act of such is having made the choice. Ones victimize themselves, and, of course, it is mostly at a level beyond that which the consciousness understands. These results can be traced back to causative factors within the individual's experience. Let us example, a person has an attack of asthma every time they feel ignored, stressed, isolated or uncared for. Are they victims? They are victimized by self. Their motives, failures, and choices are deeply and intimately involved in the creation of their injuries and diseases. Although ones who have the psychosomatic illness all have a degree of responsibility for their condition, you still consider them ill. But evil fits no such category, so it is difficult to classify it as an illness, for it fits both the category of cause and effect. Evil in an individual can almost always be traced to some extent to his or her childhood circumstances, the sins of the parents and the nature of their heredity. Yet evil is always a choice one has made, indeed a whole series of choices. We do not speak here of justification of choices, we simply must recognize choice involvement. Well, if you can diagnose evil, it must indicate illness or disease, which is any defect in the structure of your bodies or personalities that prevents you from fulfilling your potential as a human being. But, often evil ones do fulfill their potential in a most horrendous manner. Further, there is no medical cure for evil. To cure evil requires a final choice to turn from evil into goodness. It is, however, necessary that the phenomenon be looked at most carefully, for if evil is indeed an illness, it should then become a research project like any other disease. But it actually only requires a choice of action, and no amount of forcing of treatment will change an iota of the status of the so-called patient, any more than all the forcing of evil upon a truly good person will change his intent. Well, both evil and goodness can be labeled as diseases, the ultimate diseases, for it is in the state of one or the other that a man will pass from one dimension into that of another, and will further decide where the entity is destined to function in that other dimension. Yes, it is most confusing and yet most cut and dried, I believe is your suitable statement. Ones will either move into the ultimate separation from God or to oneness with God, or a zillion choices of in-between experiences at differing levels of soul growth. It will ultimately be, however, individual choice. Meanwhile the higher energies are drawing up sides, and you, friend, will make your choice. So be it, and Sela. Let us leave this writing, as the session has been quite long enough for the absorbing. We shall continue after a break. I move to stand by that you might summon me when you are prepared to continue. I am Sananda of God. Chapter 9. Rec number 1, Sananda. Friday, November 3, 1989, 6:30 a.m. Year 3, Day 079. Friday, November 3, 1989. Sananda present to continue. Greetings in the light of a wondrous day. I see you have a question to which I would most like to respond. What about the McMartin trial and the Buckies, etc.? You want to know if there was real satanic ritual involved. Of course, but that only came later to ensure the children keep quiet. However, it is now a most useful tool for the suspects. They have an insured source of funding for bailment monies and a fair amount of security. I say fair amount of security, for evil knows no bounds to get rid of its problems. Evil has a most remarkable way of pulling security about itself, get participants who will go to any lengths to hide themselves. There are many ones in the political and law enforcement arenas who are quite evil and desire power beyond earth measure. They are most vulnerable to pornography, violence, excitement, and power acquisition. They will further go to all lengths to maintain the facade of purity and honor. Refer to prior chapters of this journal. There are plenty of ones who have participated that Mr. Bucky could and would name if he is not cared for properly in his present plight. The choice, of course, is to murder the involved persons, but Mr. Bucky is not that foolish. The minute someone does unto him, others will talk. The young man, Raymond, came by his circumstance most innocently. When evil lurks in the parents or caretakers, the child will be involved most closely within the rituals themselves, and these ones truly become ones without conscience. What of Oliver North and his return of military retirement payments? Precious, do not be too foolish in expectations. This is evil at its epitome. He will now be taken care of as long as it is respectable. He was the poor scapegoat for higher one's actions, and he will now be tended. He could practice Satanistic evil in a much more abundant way internationally with unlimited human hostages and sacrifices. Let not tears of patriotism fool you. Further, who better to now have run a drug abuse program? Isn't it better to put one of your own in charge if your intent is to utilize drugs in your worldwide acquisition and control plan? Mr. Bush, a warm, cuddly, sweet family man who is your president? Dear ones, Mr. Bush was head of the CIA, one of the most violent and conscienceless organizations in the entire world. Of course he has conscience about some things. In other areas he has none whatsoever, for he has convinced himself that he does it for the betterment of all ones. This is the lie. He is also a member of the Skull and Bones fraternity and a member of all secret controlling groups. At this last presidential election you witnessed evil take the steering wheel. Oh yes, he will demand that earthquake aid go to San Francisco while 2 to 3 times as much money goes to Hungary and Poland, with no promise of return to ensure grasp of world control. If you once do not open your eyes and participate in your own fate, you have no future as you recognize of it. So be it. I shall further discuss some of these things as we move along in this journal. Real or fantasy? What is real and what is fantasy? For ye ones who have made most serious and open inquisition, I can only ask you in return, is Christ real? Was Jesus real? Is Saint Germain real? Was he a figment of Ballad's imaginations? Is there an angel Gabriel, Michael, Raphael? Was there a Buddha? What about Mohammed? If these ones are real, then so must Satan be real. Perhaps you must look from the other side of existence to understand. If you could truly understand that you in existence at this moment are thought forms, illusion manifestations, then you could easily understand that God Creator within self creates and manifests. The energy source and force is available to all ones, and through higher being recognition a thing or being is manifested. It is far easier to believe in evil than in goodness, for there is so much more of it. The satanic energy is allowed to literally take over a body and energy field in a human being, sometimes also within animals of lower forms if it suits his purpose. These are energy forms, souls, which have been displaced from their original placement within the heavens, and they must seek dwelling and experience. They seek it and find it within man. Oh yes, indeed, demonic possession is most real indeed. Further, at satanic rituals these demonic energies manifest into quite visible format. They, however, do not commit of the evil act, they can only influence the accepting entity to act in their behalf. These evil demonic energies are actually quite distressed at this time, for many humans have gone beyond that which is acceptable unto Satan. When man is teaching Satan some lessons in evil, you are in real bad trouble. There is no human, physical manner in which to fight this trend in wickedness, for it is an energy form and it must be dealt with at that same level. If it is attacking at the subconscious level, then it can be brought forth and forced to depart in most instances. If, however, it is full-blown possession, even death of the human only intensifies intent of the evil energy. This is one major reason it is most foolish to murder a truly vile evil criminal. That energy will cycle back almost immediately, and in some instances does not even await the birth of a babe. Satanic energy will take over any vulnerable inhabitant. The higher in power and politics, the better targeted. It then returns to spread even more and greater evil. These evil energy forms have grown into the vilest and continue to cycle through and through anyone available and open, for they have already separated from the God source, and their full intent is to wreak havoc within the universal order through the human format. Satan's beginning. Do not be misled into thinking Satan does not exist, for evil energy most surely does exist, and you are not sophisticated enough to separate the two. If you were in control of that in-depth knowledge, you would not be inquiring as to the validity of a Satan. Let me repeat of my previously told story unto mine ones. In the beginning Satan was God's second in command, chief among all his angels, the beautiful and beloved Lucifer. The service it performed in God's behalf was to enhance the spiritual growth of human beings through the use of testing and temptation, just as you test your own children in school so as to enhance their growth. Satan, therefore, was primarily a teacher of mankind, which is why it was called Lucifer, the light bearer. The original meaning of the word Satan and devil were not synonymous, as they are used today. The terms devil and diabolic come from the Greek verb diabolin, meaning simply to oppose. The word Satan commonly meant adversary. In your Bible, God himself supposedly stated that he was preceding Balaam as a Satan. Seeing the necessity for mankind to be tested and tempted by something in opposition to his own will, God delegated this oppositional, diabolic and adversarial satanic function to the chief of his archangels. And you had better believe this brother of mine has the power and the ability to pull off his job in perfection. Just as it is most difficult to gain your acceptance that my name was not that of Jesus, for my name was J. Saul, Paul, of Tarsus, in teaching after my departure from the Holy Lands, went about the country and throughout the Greek and Roman empires and referred to the Christ energy, J. Isu, as Jesus, or, the Anointed One. That was Paul's assumption, for I was never the anointed one, for that truly has no meaning in the hierarchy of the higher dimensional heavenly realm. It is simply a Greek definition which has lingered for over 2,000 years. Just as I had to experience and grow in the heavenly realms to the rank of Sananda, so, too, did Lucifer have to grow in the physical realm to the level of evil. The higher dimensional term could mean nothing to you as definition. Christ is total light, Satan is total darkness or devoid of light. If one exists, the other must also exist, for there cannot be one without the other in this third dimensional experience. As you progress through the dimensions, you will finally achieve a level of either total light or the void of total absence of light. The choice is left to individual man, and you are given infinite eternity in which to finalize your choices. You are faced with a magnificent choice right now upon your earth plane. So far it appears Satan is out front in the race, but this is his domain. Earth and human physical existence is truly not the domain of God nor Christ. When things become so unbalanced within a segment of universal existence, creation, that annihilation of a species and created planet is destined, the creation demands rebalancing and things begin to happen instantly toward that end. It is not mystical, it is most practical, indeed. It always occurs on the human-infested planets, and ultimately God Creator sends his hosts and Christ light to stop the hordes of evil, the dark brotherhood of Satan. First, the teachers of light and workers who have been sent forth are removed, if suitable. Some, of course, remain to maintain passage in safety for ones of the light. Then ultimately there is a most magnificent confrontation of the energy forces of the Christ and of Satan. Satan likes the playground and efforts at building his forces enough to prevail. He never does, but he never ceases in his efforts. The unleashing of that mighty energy exchange is unthinkable, my brothers, but you are going to witness it, for no man shall graduate until you have experienced it. What level of education you graduate into is strictly up to you to choose progression or regression. So be it. Back to the beginning. As time went by, however, Satan became so enamored with its adversarial functions that it began to employ them more for its own delight than on God's behalf. This you see throughout the Bible myths as handed down unto you. Creator further decided that more was required than simple testing for the uplifting of mankind. What was required was both an example of his love and an example to live by. So, he sent his Christ being to experience, live, and finally die just as man. There was nothing special about crucifixion, for many thousands died of crucifixion, so it would be far wiser to allow me down from your cross and decide what it is we will do about your life instead of my death. I would insert at this point a special note. One reason this book is coming forth in this manner is the commitment of my workers. The satanic symbols have taken that which represents the opposite of the Christ, but in so doing they dishonor one of mine most beloved friends, Simon Peter, who in his terror and fear denied of me, J. Manuel, at the time of my arrest trial, and was later feeling in unworthiness to be crucified in an upright position, when he too was condemned, as was myself, so he was crucified upside downward and was burned alive. This is the epitome of satanic ritual. Ah yes, the physical third-dimensional worlds are the satanic playgrounds of the universe. When Creator sent forth the Christ, Satan, who was no longer called Lucifer, found this intolerable and a personal insult. It puffed with pride, it refused to submit to God's judgment of the precedence of Christ. It rebelled against God. Satan itself created the situation in which heaven became literally not big enough for the both of them. Inevitably, Satan, by its own doing, was immediately cast out into the absence of the God presence which you label hell. Once the light bearer, it now dwells in darkness as the father of lies, nursing continual images of revenge against God. Through the angels who accompanied its departure and remained in its command, those who joined the rebellion and casting out, it has and continues to wage continual war against God's design. Where once it existed to spiritually uplift mankind, it now exists to spiritually destroy you. In the battle for your souls it attempts to oppose the Christ at every turn. Satan perceives Christ as its personal enemy. As Christ in spirit lives, so is Satan the living Antichrist. Destroy vs create. Satan is a purely destructive force by its demonic representatives it claims to be naught other. Satan is utterly and totally dedicated to opposing human life and growth. It can only survive in vileness, war, and hate. Now, you ask, why would not God, having created Lucifer, Satan, in the first place, simply wipe him out? The question in itself presupposes that God would wipe anything out. It must be assumed that God can punish and kill if he would wipe a thing from existence. Perhaps you should consider that God gave Satan free will just as he gave it unto human, and that God does not destroy, God only creates. However, if he so chooses to remove a thought from his process, that fragment simply ceases to exist, so don't test his patience too far. If a human is stricken from God's book of life records, at the transition of that soul, its record is removed. The point is, children, that God does not punish. To create you in his image, God gave you free will. To have done otherwise would have been to make you puppets or hollow mannequins, robots, androids. Yet in order to give you free will, God had to forswear the use of force against you. You do not have free will when there is a gun pointed at your back, although you still have choice. It is not necessarily that God lacks the power to destroy you, to punish you, but that in his love for you he has painfully and terribly chosen never to use it. In agony he must stand by and allow you to be. He intervenes only to help, when asked, never to hurt. God Creator is a God of restraint. Having forsworn the use of power against you, if you refuse his help, he has no recourse but to watch you punish yourselves. While many of you once upon earth envision your God as a giant wrathful policeman in the sky somewhere, the reality is that God has forever denounced police force. Ones ask, how could God allow such and such a thing to happen? Well, in the allowing of free will, there is a disallowing of force. God will not interfere, for in the allowing of free will, he forsook force. You cannot have one without the presence of the other. God waits most patiently for you to make your decision, for he is a God of truth and will not break of his own edict. So, he awaits your choices. It may seem to you who desire truth and light that you are doomed. Oh no, never. God will win the battle against evil. In fact, the battle is already won, by the announcement that the Christ came and will come again. There is no death of soul, so he who is created can, in no wise, annihilate his own creator. Know that Satan is on the run and in his apparent control of the world is desperately efforting at maintaining power. He attacks more steadfastly those ones who can produce the most in opposition of his lie. This is why ones who work within the light, i.e., pen these messages, speak in truth, uncover the lies and make them public and thus and so, are most targeted. It is, however, more advantageous to discredit in some manner the offenders than to actually kill them, for then the banner is taken up by others. Therefore, the heavy thrust is to discredit truth and have the bringers of the truth discredited. It is often most unintentional in ones who do the discrediting. It is in the manner of telling ones who receive of these words that they are mostly correct, that only about 10% is tainted. No truth is 100%. Errors of human typing and printing can be present, but concept and content must be 100%. Do I make of myself quite clear? The quickest way to stop Dharma dead in her tracks is to indicate that what she puts to keyboard is tainted. Not less than 100% truth is acceptable to her, for she is pained already about her service and probable consequences of her participation. She works in anonymous obscurity, having been targeted so heavily by our adversaries. These ones have handled two magnificent jobs, that of building a model city and business center and that of writing the history of this time of transition from myself and those of mine team. They have had but few to assist, just a small handful. They have given of every worldly possession and benefit, but the rewards shall be turned, for God is just. Remember, ye who work in the lighted path, God is just and giving, for God is abundance. This is for all of you who share the uncommon task of presenting our presence and our truth in your works. Ye shall not work in blindness nor lack of assistance for much longer in your time perspective, for we are here in your spaces already. It is no longer that, someday I shall come again - I am come again. I am most real, I am manifested and I am come. So be it, for you must be in the hearing and accepting of this truth. Watch those ones who denounce this as false, for they are touched by the evil brotherhood. Ye shall not be in the drifting up into some fragile cloud somewhere out there. Your places are prepared for you, and you will find shelter in very manifested silver ships that will tend of your needs. Do you not think perhaps it is time to open eyes and ears and know how it is? Have you not been people of the lie long enough? So be it. I will point out right at this point, that evil even claims the brotherhood of cosmic brethren come in his own appearance. Nay, we come as you, thousands walk among you. God sends forth his hordes in his own image. He would not send forth terrifying images to paralyze and disable you in your most terrific hour of need. Do it yourself. No one, not your parent, your sibling, your senator, or Christ, can cast out Satan or demons from thy minds. The afflicted must do it yourself. The way can be shown, the meal prepared, but the ultimate eating must be individual. Satan cannot do evil except through a human body. Although it was a murderer from its beginning, it cannot murder except with human hands. It does not have the power to kill or even harm by itself. It must use human beings to do its deviltry. Although it repeatedly threatens to kill the possessed and the helpers, its threats are exactly that in itself, for they are lies. Unfortunately, there are millions of unwary who will do the work, instead. The only real power that Satan has is through human belief in its lies and the ability to discount truth and truth bringers. Possessed ones have fallen for the false and seductive promise of friendship and material gain. Satan will say something like the following: you need us, for we don't hate Jesus or Christ, we just test him. Nay, this is the father of lies speaking. He hates, from his very essence, the Christ. What are some of the lies he will tell you personally? Well, humans must use any method necessary to defend themselves in order to survive and cannot depend on anything other than themselves in their defense. It will say, everything is explainable in terms of negative and positive energy, which balance out to be zero. Strangely, it is the way the lie is presented, for he is an expert at twisting the truth into a lie. When telling of the truth, it is so unacceptable that the human grabs for the lie and eats it all. He will tell you there is no mystery in the world. He will fail to tell you the world is mostly all mysticism. He will tell you love is a thought and has no objective reality. However, all ones are seeking love and cannot survive in a balanced positive manner without it. All things are abstract, and these lies of goodness are simply hypocritical in nature. To compete for money, power, ego gratification, and control, therefore, is the only intelligent way to live. This spirit must be recognized as a real thing. Although intangible and immaterial, it has a personality and a true being. You cannot define Satan's personality as simply the absence of goodness. Its personality cannot simply be explained away as an absence, a nothingness. There is a prevailing presence of hate. Satan desires to destroy life, and you must understand this fact above all. Satan's best deception is its general success in concealing its own reality from the human mind. Satan's weakness. Now we get on to something useful in tangible manner. Satan has glaring weaknesses which in turn give Satan's adversaries great strength. Satan's demons are extraordinarily brilliant but are also extraordinarily stupid. If it were not so extraordinarily narcissistic and conceited, Satan would not reveal itself at all. Its pride overcomes its own intelligence, so that the demon of deceit is also a show-off. If it were thoroughly clever, it would leave its victims long before things get really rough on it as a being. It really desires to win and therefore foolishly sticks on to the bitter end. Satan is also blind in some areas. It has no understanding of the phenomenon of love, for it is too extremely self-oriented. It recognizes love as a reality to be fought and even to be imitated, but utterly lacking in itself. It does not understand love in the least bit. The notion of true sacrifice is totally foreign to it. One makes sacrifices unto it, and that is all it can understand. When humans respond to its presence in true love, it does not comprehend what is being said and is completely ignorant of any ground rules in loving behavior. Evil further assumes a profound human tendency to self-deception, employs the scientific method to counteract it, and holds truth higher than any personal desire. Therefore, Satan also does not understand science at all. Enamored with its own will and hater of the light of truth, it basically finds human science incomprehensible. Caution, in your newly found strength, is strongly advised. Satan's weakness should not encourage you to overlook its strengths. It propounds its lies with extraordinary power. It may not be so remarkable that it possesses people in front of you, but it has the power to totally confuse and cause total despair in another as a result of the power of its lies. Group evil and how to move within it. Here is your massive problem. When the evil intent and ignorance outweigh the good intent, what can you do in action? Man will do what he is told to do by leaders and his own ego needs. He will steal, maim, go to war, march for peace, whatever seems appropriate at a given time. So what of group evil, such as a mass killing? What of a My Lai, or Hitler's death marches? The task of preventing group evil, including war itself, is clearly a task of eradicating or, at least, significantly diminishing laziness and self-blindness and narcissism. How? Although there are such phenomena as group identity, group narcissism, and group spirit, there is no way to influence such phenomena except through influencing individual members of such a group. First, you attempt to do so by influencing the individual group leaders. If that route is blocked, then you must turn to whatever is left, such as the lowest of the group, and start seeking grassroots support. In any matter, it is the individual which must be encountered, for it is ultimately in the solitary mind and soul of the individual that the battle between good and evil is waged and ultimately won or lost. Each individual leaves its mark on history, whether good or evil. It is within the acceptance of this very information into the individual perception which will impact against evil as a whole. But to have impact, man must make a choice and take action. Humanity at this point in history is in most grave circumstance. Ye have forgotten what goodness is, in major context. Evil abundantly rules at this time. However, in the practice of evil you had no idea how rotten it can really get, and there enters Satanism and its beyond imagined evil concept and intent. Simple evil gets you only so far, and you do not have to look at it until thy neighbor's newborn babe is skinned alive in a satanic ritual, to death. Even then you bury your head and close your eyes and ears and refuse its existence. You proceed to return the buckies back upon society in the name of religious freedom, more or less. So be it, for until you look at that which is, ye shall not change of it. Therefore, I shall devote the remainder of this journal to the discussion, heinous descriptions, and true tales of evil at its most remarkable, right under your noses in its most base portrayal. Further, until you realize that the same type of evil is being perpetrated upon mankind in all parts of your world to a much higher degree, ye shall not find of your way out of the mess. Until you as a mankind cease to allow the lie and its perpetuation from any to any, ye shall dwell in the darkness of helplessness against your enemy. When even the smallest act of truth is diminished, all truth is diminished. Go forth for respite before we move on into Satanism and how and why it grows from the seed of evil. Man must grow from the acceptance of the lie into the knowledge of that which is truth. I place my seal upon these words that they be accepted in the truth presented. Do not push your perception beyond that which is presented, for man has much yet to learn about this wondrous path of life. I am Sananda. Section 2. Satanic Drumbeat. Chapter 10. Rec number 1 Sananda. Saturday, November 4th, 1989, 7 a.m. Year 3, Day 080. Saturday, November 4th, 1989. Hold strong, Kila, for I am here. Sananda, to continue of our work. As we move into this next series of writings, this should be considered Section 2. Let us call it Satanic Drumbeat. This will separate the subject of Satanism from the discourse on evil as a definition and description. First we will confront recent assaults upon yourself and Oberly. I shall not take of time in this writing to discuss the matter, for I desire participation from Hayton and your group. We will either respond in writing or vocally, whichever seems most appropriate to the group. It is not your decision nor responsibility, Dharma, to either plan or set up the meeting. Ours is to continue with this document as rapidly as possible that we might get on with having the babe home, please. I want some one of you to get your hands on the report that shall be coming forth regarding the flight number 103. The plane that was destroyed over Scotland. You will find it will contain, if it is actually allowed to be brought forth publicly in truth, that ultimately your CIA was responsible in great measure for that murderous event. It is tangled in with drug shipments, arms, and the bomb itself was brought aboard in Germany. We wish this documented at this point, for Hayton told you these things at the time of the event. You have been given all the data and input necessary to understand this most recent rift. You don't want to face it, and it is most painful indeed, but you will continue to write, for this is mandatory information which must be brought forth. I will further tell you once that if you call an information meeting, Hayton is going to grill you once to see if you have learned anything, or just expect him to spell it out for you. Ones had better do some memory refreshment work. You are not new age babes who are trained to be. You have been trained to see that which is going on and make correct value judgments. We are a bit disappointed that you know, and yet take so long to actually see and act. Every clue is available, and further, we shall dissect the information which you received on the yesterday bit by bit, to see if any of it fits in actuality. You have to back a long way from the parts in order to see of the whole. Now, let us continue on the subject of Satanism. *********. Satanism as a religion. Satanism began long before the so-called Christian era, but we will begin there, for that is when it became most important as regards current day. It is the most obvious of the Antichrist activities of physical portentment. It is like maggots within a carcass, you only see a few on the outside, but the carcass is writhing within. You will be devastated emotionally when you find the ones who belong to these satanic cults are some of your topmost leaders. Oh, the guys will be great and the denials loud, but, dear ones, you do not have a symbol of death and poison, for instance skulls and bones, without Master Satan being somewhere in the woodwork. You will look at the rituals of the Satanist cult and probably say, well, but there are no human sacrifices or bloodletting or, isn't there? What about hundreds of thousands of starving children the world over? How about the people being murdered in Colombia? What of a plane full of people in Flight 103? Rituals. I shall begin this by giving you a lesson in ritual attitudes of Satan's gatherings of the John Doe variety. You can find it on any evening or afternoon, in any place on planet Earth. First you need some definitions. The witch's wand, the most important aid in witchcraft, may be made of many different types of wood, such as willow, hazel, rowan, elder, oak, and mistletoe. The wand should be made of a slim tree limb about 1 inch in diameter and as long as the distance from the elbow to the top of the forefinger. 2 inches of pith are removed from inside the wand and the cavity is filled with a piece of cotton where 3 to 5 drops of blood have been dropped. The blood must come from the thumb, which is pricked with a brand new needle. The tip of the wand is then sealed with dripping wax from the altar candle. A pentagram and the magic name of the witch are painted or engraved on the wand, which is then consecrated with water, fire, wind, oil, and 3 deep breaths of air in the names of the god and goddess. These substances represent the 4 elements. In black magic and Satanism, the pentagram is always described in an upside manner. The athame, the black-handled knife of witches. It is used to open the circle. The athame and the sword are used to perform all magical rites and to subdue rebellious spirits, demons, and genii. Pentacle, this symbol of the element earth, is made from a round piece of wood usually 7 inches in diameter, with a pentagram inscribed or painted on it. It can also be made of copper or brass. Censer, the censer is used to burn incense and to encourage good spirits, as well as to banish evil ones. Or the opposite. Scourge, the handle of the scourge is of birch, the 4 thongs of leather. This instrument is used in initiations, is the symbol of the power of domination. It is the weapon of the horned god of the witches and is very important in formal ceremonies. Balin, the witch's white-handled knife, is used to make instruments, cut pentagrams on candles, etc. It can be used only inside the magic circle. The stang, this is a straight piece of rowan wood, mountain ash, with a fork on one end, used in ancient times as a staff. A shorter version is used to beat out the rhythm of the circle dancers. Altar, any consecrated place or thing used to hold the ritual instruments used in the magic circle. Cauldron, a kettle usually of iron and an ordinary cooker in which food or drink is prepared over the bale fire for the rites. Cord, the magic binding cord is made from strands of red wool or ribbon. It is plaited, braided, with a loop tied at one end to represent the female aspect. The other end is left frayed to represent the male aspect. Measure your binding around your head and loop a knot, continue around your chest, loop a knot, around your waist, loop a knot, around your hips, loop a knot, around your knee, loop a knot, around your feet, knot. The finished cord should measure 9 feet in length. It is worn around the waist during all rites and is used in binding spells. It is used to bind the sigils of the art, the material basis, and is necessary to enforce your will. Tie your cord around you by passing the male end through the loop, female, and secure. The cup, this is the vessel used for wine offerings to the gods. It is usually made of metal and is often carved with vines and fruit. The Book of Shadows, the personal grimoire of a witch, where all the ceremonies and practices of the craft were kept for future generations. The Book of Shadows invariably has black covers and is handwritten by its owner. Black Sabbath. Perhaps the most famous and ancient of the ceremonies of black magic are those known as Black Sabbaths, practiced by black witches and devil worshippers. I hesitate to use the name Satan in this context, because most magicians agree that Satan is not a real personality or power but rather a concentration of evil or negative vibrations. Of course, however, this is the compilation of energies which is worshipped, so I shall use the term. It is most openly used in your current day, at any rate. Whenever a black magician invokes Satan, he is in fact invoking the most negative and evil aspects of his own mind. It is the mind that summons the energies. The name of Satan, Lucifer, or whichever demon he calls upon, serves simply to activate within his psyche those forces. Ah, you say, 'tis but much like a religious church for God and Christ. So be it, it is only differing in intent and purpose. Nevertheless, it must also be accepted that Satan and his demonic hordes are undoubtedly archetypes of the collective unconscious, and in the sense they do have form and specific characteristics further, they become totally visible to the human eye if focused upon long enough in descriptive format. Well, you now say, it sounds exactly like an Indian ceremony, a pagan hoopla. So be that also, you must never leave sight of intent and purpose, never. This is why it is set up in this manner, to mislead, confuse, and totally mimic rituals of honor given by ones of primitive and native people to honor God and creation, for they knew no difference and they were most sacred in their practice, only glorifying life and balance, never honoring destruction nor death. Do not confuse the Black Mass with the Black Sabbath. The Black Mass is, of course, the parody of the Christian Mass in your hierarchical religions. The Black Sabbath is older than the Black Mass, which was invented by the French sometime about the 17th century of your counting. The Black Sabbath dates back beyond your 16th century and is laid out in detail, which I shall lay out for you. At the center of the clearing chosen for the meeting would stand the black altar. Dharma, let us find the description please and place it here that it might not deviate from confirmation material. It will be by Peter Haining in the Warlock's book, Secrets of Black Magic from the Ancient Grimoires, Secaucus, N.J., Citadel Press, 1973. This is for the protection of this scribe, for we are now tinkering with information which is most magnificently dangerous to her physical being. A large stone be best, but a wooden table will suffice. On it stands 2 candles of human fat set in black wooden candlesticks like the feet of a goat, a magical sword with a black handle, a copper vase containing blood, a censer holding perfumes, namely, incense, camphor, alces, ambergris and storax mixed with the blood of a goat, a mole, and a bat, 4 nails taken from the coffin of an executed criminal, the head of a black cat which has been nourished on human flesh for 5 days, the horns of a goat and the skull of a parricide, a man who had killed his father. Of course, if all of these items were not present, they would make do with whatever would be next horribly best. Just behind the altar would sit the goat figure representing the devil. According to the grimoires, this could be either a goat tied firmly upright in a chair with a lighted black candle between its horns, or a large black cat with its head shorn and a cloak thrown over its tightly restrained body. A huge erect phallus was usually placed between the legs of this figure. On either side would sit 2 beautiful witch maidens, the symbolic brides of the devil, who would disrobe and join the general festivities after the initial service of adoration. When the company are assembled in a semicircle facing the altar, the designated high priest, wearing a simple black cloak with the black magic pentagram on the back, steps forward to the goat figure and presents a black turnip with the words, "Master, help us." There was abundant use of animals and birds in the rituals. The man then pauses, takes a further step forward and repeats, "I will come to the altar. Save me, Lord Satan, from the treacherous and the violent." Next follows the prayer to Satan, which is read from the Black Book and can be repeated after the priest by the assembly. O Satan, thou who art the shadow of God and of ourselves, I speak these words of agony for the glory. Thou who art doubt and revolt, sophism and impotence, thou livest again in us and round us, as in the troubled centuries when thou didst reign, darkness, shaking in thy left hand the abominable scepter of a bloody lingam. Today thy degenerate sons are scattered, and celebrate thy cult in their hideouts. Thy traditional pontiffs are blind shepherds, vile jades, presumptuous magis, poisoners and pariahs. But thy people have increased, and Satan, thou canst be proud of the multitude of thy faithful ones, as false as thy will has desired. This world which denies thee, thou inhabitest it, thou wallowest in it as on the dead roses of a moldy, smelly midden. Thou hast won, O Satan, though anonymous and obscure for a few more years yet, but the coming century will proclaim thy revenge. Thou shalt be reborn in the Antichrist. The science of mysteries, spurting suddenly in a black wave, already quenches the thirst of the curious and the uneasy. Young men and women see themselves mirrored in these waves of illusion which intoxicate and madden. O charming Satan! I have torn off thy mask of voluptuous gluttony, and I have fallen in love with thy tear-stained face, beautiful as an eternal and defeated grudge. O hideous Satan! I have uncovered thy ignominy to reveal the wildness. If thy involuntary torment has the noble appearance of being irrevocable, it is illumined by the honor of becoming a redemption. O scapegoat of the world, thy beating heart of a dead man covets the immense, the final depth, thou utterest the sobs of a Messiah, but thou corruptest and degrades like a damnation. Therefore I will tell of thy infamy, and thy attraction. I will sing of thine infinite lament. Thou art the last ideal of fallen man, but if thy cherub's wings seem to be impregnated with heaven, if thy woman's breast drips a soothing pity, thy scaly belly and thy animal's legs exude stinking idleness, forgetfulness of courage, and consent to abjectness. O holy and impious Satan, symbol of the degenerate universe, thou who knowest and sufferest, may thou become, according to the word of the divine promise, the atoning genius of expiation. This prayer can be found in variations throughout the world, brothers. It leads naturally into the initiation of new disciples, if such there be. This ceremony contained probably the most obscene element of all, for the new member was required to bring with him or her a liquid made from the flesh of a child. Another 16th century document relates how the liquid was made. Those to be called to the devil's service lie in wait for children. These are often found dead by their parents, and the simple people believe that they have themselves overlain them, or that they died from natural causes, but it is we who have destroyed them. For that purpose we steal them out of the grave and boil them with lime, till all the flesh is loosened from the bones, and is reduced to one mass. We make out of the firm part an ointment, and fill a bottle with the fluid, and whoever drinks with due ceremonies of this belongs to our league, and is already capable of bewitching. Armed with a vial of this liquid, the initiate is brought naked and blindfolded into the assembly, he being made to pass between great fires and alarming noises to test his character, according to one report, and when his face was uncovered, it goes on, he found himself in front of a monstrous goat and must drink his potion in salute. Next the initiate must affirm his belief in black magic, and from a manuscript of the same period, we find a list of the promises the new recruit had to make, each being echoed back by the assembly after he had spoken. This is a direct quote, so ignore all misspelling. I deny God, and all religion. I curse, blaspheme, and provoke God with all despite. I give my faith to the devil, and my worship and offer sacrifice to him. I do solemnly vow and promise all my progeny unto the devil. I swear to the devil to bring a monye into his society as I can. I will always swear by the name of the devil. This completed the ceremonial. All that remained was for the new adept to perform the osculum obso enum, a kiss on the goat figure's backside. This done, he was allowed to copulate with whichsoever maid there present did take his eye, and to the delight of all the company. The rituals now over, the legendary banquet or feast began, at which wine, meat, broth, bacon, and bread were consumed. Some authorities have stated that no salt was allowed, but this seems merely a convenient invention, as one black book records that they did indulge themselves on any viands and drink which pleased them. There is not mention of the mandatory eating of human flesh, but the inference is present, of course. The food and drink were spiked with aphrodisiacs and stimulants as well as fermented liquids. The witches' satanic meetings in Scotland, at that time, were claimed to surpass all others. For those who wished, dancing took place, during which those who were still dressed took off their clothes and a shout went up, "Ha ha! Devil, devil! Dance here, dance here! Play here, play here! Sabbat, Sabbat!" At some gatherings, the outlawed back-to-back dancing was encouraged, whilst at others you can find reports of the game played black magic style. This game, dear friends, your children play as blind man's buff. The witches, of course, played it naked with a young warlock, also naked, blindfolded and set loose among them. Whoever he caught hold of, he was free to make love to. Needless to say, the men always hoped to catch a young girl, as sex relations were obligatory with the witch he caught, regardless of her age or disposition. Drugs, potions, and ointments were, naturally, much in evidence, also the conducting of certain spells and rituals, which are best dealt with at a separate notation. Of the sex acts, most followed traditional lines. In the cases of women who claimed intercourse with the devil or demons, all can be ascribed to the use of an artificial phallus, while the popularity of sodomy may be put down to the fact that in many European countries it was regarded as a crime punishable by death, and this doubtless gave it an added attraction to those dedicated to evil. There were, of course, all types of chants and actions to prolong these games as long as possible. The remainder of the proceedings continued as the black witches and warlocks chose, but they were required by common consent to disperse by daybreak, making sure before they left to eradicate all traces of their activities. The different types of rituals presented herein are all of an invoking nature. The power invoked increases gradually, as the intention becomes more morbid and self-centered. Whereas the first ritual, the pagan self-blessing, was conceived for purification and union with the Godhead, the second ritual, the witches' ceremony, called for both purification and power, as I do so shall ye do. The third ritual makes no pretense at purification, the aim is raw power at any cost whatsoever. In fact, the black magician basks in the most impure and vile actions in order to be in greater harmony with the evil forces. Power in magic is thus a neutral force. Its use depends largely on the spiritual development, knowledge, and intentions of the magician, or high priest. But whichever way it is used, the manipulation of power for personal gratification is fraught with cosmic retributions that the magician must never forget. Now I witness that I have a lot of readers in every mode of emotion, from anger, illness, and inability to believe, to ones who are going to say Isaj Manuel Jesus Ananda would never utter such obscene terms and descriptions. Oh yes, I would and do. If you don't open your eyes and see what is going on before your very noses and among your children and a large portion of your populace, you are doomed. Further, let it be known at this very point and without question, SANANDAIS the counterpoint label of SATAN. I suggest you get every last detail of the difference firmly placed within your conscious minds. Perhaps you do not know who Sananda is, but allow me to point out that the enemy most certainly does, and so do his followers. It is truly sad that I must unload the truth upon you in such vile manner and in such shocking ways, and it will worsen, for I am going to lay it out for you right up to current date and practice. You must not hide longer. Let us bring this to a close, for it is enough vileness for a single sitting. If we might work more this day, I will await your notification. I give protection against this material. Dharma, go in peace. This work must be brought forth, for man is starving to know truth, and he cannot know truth unless he also knows of the lie. So be it, I move to stand by. I am Sananda of Light. Chapter 11. Rec number 1, Sananda. Sunday, November 5th, 1989, 7 a.m. Year 3, Day 081. Sunday, November 5th, 1989. Thank you, Dharma, for joining me this wondrous morning. We will feel our way, Keela, for have I not told you that often it will be just you and me? There is little we can do in our physical world of free will choices, and you, too, must recognize of that truth. Bother not with what one sent unto you which cuts and tears at thy dignity and integrity. Allow me to share, that you come into comfort, and then we might move onward. This is as much for your co-workers as for yourself. I will point out a few facts that they, too, can check in historical order of manifestation. I pain that I am being barred from mine own vessels, but so be it, for the physical consciousness is most fragile indeed. However, just as others have needs of the fragile consciousness, yet also have of those needs of support when, as a new student, you are denounced and profaned. You understand not why ones would be casting of stones at you and denouncing you publicly for printing of material which we have given unto you to put to paper. Specifically that of the 7 Kohans. Dear one, it is more the impact of the material of Sanat Kumara and Lord Michael which has split the relationship. I would have you understand that there is a perception that information of world changes as given forth to you in Sipapu Odyssey some 4+ years ago is that which is testing you now. Ones who claim secret holding of prophecies and singular holding of an energy need look carefully at that which is projected. This is why we have now had you publish Sipapu Odyssey in book format, that the correlation can be seen and recognized, and that you have your unquestionable confirmation that what you are writing is as directed. For those in the close proximity must realize that there was no relationship whatsoever between ASSK or any attached thereto at the writing of Sipapu. Dharma was unexposed neither to any of their works or any works of any channel or recognized guide, and yet, portions will be found to be exacting duplicates of projections of several other ones. This was intended against this very day when Dharma would need test her own truth and mine truth. So be it, Keela, bring your heart to rest that we can do of our work. Ones must realize that the time is at hand when the rush is mandatory, for time runs out and the word has been promised and shall go forth. While the consciousness sleeps and responds to human vocabulary in one place, we must press in another placement that our work is not stopped. If it should occur in this place, we would of necessity move to another. Rest easy, child, for we do have others who would now receive of us. You will find that the word is coming through in meshed truth from many ones now. It is that you have openly shared all of your work that you have become such a bitter focus. It was necessary, please be in understanding. My shoulders are very broad and yours are growing. Love and understanding come most easily. You are in wonderment as to how you have brought such blame upon thy head when you have no such knowledge of that which sister has received, and that which is called secret of the Andes is the projection of another entity. So be it, Keela, that is for others to sort who bear hard feelings amongst themselves. It is not of your concern. If the rift has come, it has come in honor that my work can continue rapidly and in proper sequence. You have been required to work in blindness and ignorance of these matters, that you will not be clouded by these earthly matters. Precious, there is no darkness in this place, and you must remember, controversy can only take the word to more numbers of persons. If truth be truth, it must not be held in secret, for man is in his time of transition. 40 years or 40 seconds makes no difference whatsoever. Do you not think we have been preparing you and yours for this attack for weeks past? Come now, dear ones, reread the messages. Beware most closely if immediate changes suddenly come into your attention, most wary indeed. If you attend well that which is given unto you, you shall always have that information which can be sorted and recognized. Blessings upon you, ones of mine. Flock and do not work in despair, for I abide with you. Ones caught in this conflict must make their own choices. Please note, however, that you are not alone, Keela, in the attacking and misunderstanding. Others who have been a voice projection for myself have been allowed to write of the cosmic Christ rather than cause ripples in the pond. So be it, and Seela. Let us move on with our work, for the subject at hand is most distasteful and filled with disgust. However, if man knows not what is in his path, even be it horrendous, he cannot recognize of the danger lurking therein. Evil Satanism is all but consuming your peoples and lands, and man does not even know the key phrases or symbols to recognize of it within his own household. Since all symbols shall be in opposition to those of the light, except when in exact duplication, you must press the information forward. I look at you, ones of mine own workers, and find such ignorance of these matters that surely you must understand the need for this information given in this manner. One more ritual before moving on. I will herein describe another ritual which has been so badly used that it pains me to speak of it. It is given in such beauty by ones of the earth in love and dedication, but evil grabs and corrupts the most beautiful of peoples and things. The self-blessing. This is referred to as pagan self-blessing, but that brings down the narrow of mind who denounce pagan as being against God and Christ. Often the pagan is the only one who is for God and the Christ in reality of truth. I do not suggest rituals of any manner, however, you must know what to look for when your children play games and when it is projected in front of your eyes. The practice will be distorted if evil in nature, and you must recognize of the sign. Often symbols will be presented in opposite manner. The upside down pentagram, the reversal, and currently the correct symbol of life and good luck, of the swastika, will be utilized. These have both been so corrupted that you must pay most careful attention any time they are brought to your attention. The self-blessing is usually the first and most beautiful to be utilized with the searcher of truth, for it is the most easily used as a lead into evil rituals. It is a most beauteous ceremony that is likely to evoke deep feelings of inner harmony and peace within any person. The mother invoked in the self-blessing ritual is the female principle of the universe, manifested as, traditionally, the moon goddess. This deity should be seen as the female aspect of God the Absolute, according to the formal instructions. They will tell you that because God the Father has been overemphasized in the past 2,000 years, it is important now to honor the mother goddess, to re-establish balance and harmony between the two aspects of the Godhead. This cosmic dubiety, observed by most schools of magic, is also exemplified in the major ceremony of witchcraft known as the opening of the circle. The self-blessing, pagan, is one of a group of rituals conceived by a society of neopagans known as the pagan way. The aim of the pagan way is to spread the roots and teachings of paganism in modern society, as they believe that the way of the pagan can save the world. This is why it is so very dangerous, for it will be the truth of the ancients which will return great balance unto the earth. But as with any truth which is distorted, it is intended to now mislead you into evil directions. This group practices white magic and is quite actively opposed to black magic. The novice simply cannot know which is which. The philosophy is simple and easy to understand, and the rituals excel in clarity and poetic beauty. The above is as in your indoctrinated churches: you begin as one thing and end up another, and the novice is unable to discern where one truth leaves off and the lie begins. Ritual of self-blessing. Let me just quote at this point so that this can be verified in your witches' instruction books. This ritual should be performed during the new moon, but it is not limited to that phase. Need, not season, determines the performance. There is real power in the self-blessing. It should not be used other than in time of need and should not be done promiscuously. The purpose of the ritual is to bring the individual into closer contact with the Godhead. It can also be used as a minor dedication, when a person who desires dedication has no one who can dedicate him. This self-blessing ritual may also be used as a minor exorcism, to banish any evil influences which may have formed around the person. It may be performed by any person upon himself, and at his desire. Perform the ritual in a quiet place, free from distractions, and nude. Wouldn't that alone tend to be a distraction, since your society does not appreciate nudity and considers it a most erotic stance? You will need the following. L salt, about 1/4 teaspoon. 2 wine, about an ounce. 3 water, about 1/2 ounce. 4 candle, votive or other. The result of the ritual is a feeling of peace and calm. It is desirable that the participant bask in the afterglow so that he may meditate and understand that he has called the attention of the Godhead to himself, asking to grow closer to the Godhead in both goals and in wisdom. When you are ready to begin, sprinkle the salt on the floor and stand on it, lighting the candle. Let the warmth of the candle be absorbed into the body. Mix the water into the wine, meditating upon your reasons for performing the self-blessing. Read the following aloud. Bless me, Mother, for I am thy child. Dip the fingers of the right hand into the mixed water and wine and anoint the eyes. Blessed be my eyes, that I may see thy path. Anoint the nose. Blessed be my nose, that I may breathe thy essence. Anoint the mouth. Blessed be my mouth, that I may speak of thee. Anoint the breast. Blessed be my breast, that I may be faithful in thy work. Anoint the loins. Blessed be my loins, which bring forth the life of man as thou hast brought forth all creation. Anoint the feet. Blessed be my feet, that I may walk in thy ways. Remain quiet, and meditate for a while. More involved than the self-blessing, and more powerful in the sense of gathering energies for material manifestations, is the witch's ritual of opening the circle. I have already described these other rituals in detail previously, so I will not continue on the matter. Where rituals go astray. It is most subtle indeed, how the rituals are turned from truth and beauty and into that which is tacky and ugly. When you encounter deviations from the ancient traditional aspects of a given ceremony, be most cautious indeed. I shall herein compare the above with a most wondrously respected native Indian ceremony of the sweat lodge. The sweat lodge to an Indian is most sacred indeed. A man, or men, humans of same gender, go within a specially prepared enclosure, varying with the tribe, create heat of intense degree and spend a given amount of time in deep meditation and cleansing. I am not here to describe rituals as such, I only wish to point out that evil enters usually simply because of ignorance on the part of a participant who believed the ritual most beauteous. Pretty soon the unprincipled ones enter the picture, and first thing you know, you have sweat-ins, anybody, men, women and children all come, strip naked, pay for the experience in a plastic hut, and the beauteous ritual is now profanely dirty. Further, not only is it co-educational, but you even get a discount, 2 for only 1.5 the cost for 1 alone. Do you not see how very subtle discrediting can be? Usually the one who brings the offering of the experience is doing so in integrity. He asks input from a native Indian and you are off on your journey of the lie. It is most sad indeed. Further, along these same lines, in the Indian tradition there are most sacred oral traditions. The thief now comes and presents a most sacred ceremony in falseness, writes it down and sells the lie, and the wondrous truth is lost to mankind, buried in misconception and the lie of evil. The term, the word, the action, and the principle become distorted and soiled. Give great honor to ones who are caught in these entrapments of pain and lies, who can remain on the truthful path, for so little of truth remains, and it is a most difficult and painful journey, indeed, for these ones of truth and honest tradition. In the ending the truth shall come forth, but it is most devastating to the individual of truth in the journey to that end. Grandfather hears and understands and pleads that you allow the unfolding of these messages which seem contradictory unto some of you of the light. Misperceptions can come from these documents if you do not pay attention. Further, some will close out their own students in misunderstanding. I urge ones who fit this description to take careful attention. We must reach the masses of humanity, and the truth must rise above personal definitions. Man as a whole must come again into access to truth, and it must be brought by one's in willingness to dare to so do. Be at peace with your brother that you do not find yourselves guilty of prejudging. We are yet only in the upstart. So be it, and I plead that you ones receive my message in true intent and truth. How did you get to here? The universality of magical practices and beliefs form part of man's cultural and spiritual heritage. The child will grow according to its lessons. This is why the reminder, a father's sins shall be handed down upon the sons, etc. If the teachings are deviant from truth, then the son shall know no better. For many centuries magic has been relegated by man to the lesser intellects. This is because man did not, and yet does not, recognize and understand the workings of his own subconscious mind. Or, he quite frankly fears the latent powers he can sometimes discern in his mental makeup. The fear gives way to the curiosity and interest in what occurs within self, and a search gets underway to find that which it might be. Man cannot seem to accept the God source or power within self, so he looks for that which is without in magic and hocus pocus, hoping to find the secret. For you who adore the Beatles, I would like herein to point out that in your musical sectors they were the onset of your unrest and lost directions. The music began to have a deafening noise level, mesmerizing cadence, and rhythm, and involvement with magic, as well as the addition of mind-altering substances becoming an enhancement to the overall. The heavy metal groups have only become extreme in the direction of total evil, and now be aware how easily the transition from one to the other could occur, how subtle the entrapment. The political elements have always been fascinated with magic and fortune-telling, but it was kept quiet for fear of being noticed by a public who would be voting. However, you will now note that even the president adhered to fortune-tellers and astrologers. Before every election there is a barrage of ones guessing through astrology, who will win, etc. This is all harmless games until suddenly you find you are being governed by the whims of possibly infected seers. Something has happened, however. Some ones have awakened to see the destruction lying all about the landscape, the devastation through greed and evil, of Mother Nature. Thus, you see a deepening interest in ecology and in the preservation of the natural things. Plants and animals are suddenly subjects of deep concern, and the preservation of endangered species is urged by both scholars and naturalists. Books are even being written on the newly discovered sensitivity of plants, and studies are being conducted on the biorhythms of nature. The increased awareness of the collective mind of the race and the growing concern with things magical can be seen as an unconscious attempt of man to unite and identify with the powers of nature, and also marks the beginnings of a slow but definite return to the magical traditions of the ancients. Therefore, you must then realize that the term magic is distorted and mutilated, just as you mutilated many of most beauteous words such as love and Christ. You would label an Indian a pagan who is anti-Christian. Oh, you have little understanding they know God for who he is, and the Christness as the living sacred circle of infinity, the God balance and harmony with the creation. If only man would understand he is perfection and needs no other, he is already perfection. It is painful that man does not understand and cannot find acceptance and balance within self. I shall herein give you another quoted portion. Initiation and adepthood. A young woman stands naked and blindfolded in the middle of a darkened room. Her wrists are bound behind her back with a piece of red string that is also looped around her neck. One of her ankles is bound with a piece of white string that seems to wait dumbly to be secured around the other ankle as well. As the girl stands vulnerable and helpless in the face of the unknown, she feels the cold tip of a steel blade press itself insinuatingly between her breasts. A disembodied male voice breaks the total silence of the room. O thou who standest on the threshold between the pleasant world of men and the terrible domain of the dread lords of the outer spaces, hast thou the courage to make the essay? There is a short hesitation before the girl answers softly, I have. The male voice continues, for I say verily, it were better to rush on my blade and perish, than to make the attempt with fear in thy heart. Say after me, I have two perfect words, perfect love and perfect trust. I have two perfect words, perfect love and perfect trust, the girl repeats tremulously, and feels with relief the tip of the blade withdraw from her breast. And, another. A black adolescent stands facing the east, his expressionless eyes riveted stoically on the shimmering horizon. The blistering rays of the sun scorch the yellow African grass upon which the boy stands. Gnarled, knotted fingers work slowly and deliberately, cutting strip after strip of flesh off the boy's bloodied penis with a large, dull-bladed knife. The boy's face is bloodied also, and some sand is now rubbed on the bleeding vertical gashes that disfigure his cheeks. The boy shifts his weight from one foot to the other. His eyes become clouded and he blinks once and sets his mouth grimly. Not a sound escapes from his lips. And an older woman stands alone facing a homemade altar created from an old bridge table. Upon it she has placed two candles still unlit. There is a chair in front of the altar, and a fairly large mirror is suspended on the wall immediately above the altar's center. With cold but steady fingers the woman strikes a match and lights the candle on her left side. She wets her lips nervously before pronouncing the words she has so carefully memorized for weeks. Sacred light, symbol of the greater light of divine wisdom, cast thy rays in the midst of darkness and illuminate my path. She now lights the candle on the right side, and continues. Unto light is added light, that the crossbeams may soften the lines and the shadows and symbolize the easing of pain and sorrow, as did the coming of the greater light of divine wisdom to man. The woman sits down on the chair that faces the altar and stares into the mirror. The light of the candles in the somber room plays tricks with her vision, and she imagines there are living shadows swirling darkly within the glass. She swallows audibly and closes her eyes momentarily. Her hands lock automatically on her lap and she opens her eyes again. There is a look of quiet determination on her face as she starts to speak once more. Before I cross the mental and spiritual threshold of greater understanding, I must courageously face those realities, those notions, that have for so long stood in the shadows of my mind to taunt and thwart me. I now need the strength of the divine with me. She stands up again and, leaning over the altar, draws a large cross on the glimmering surface of the mirror. When she returns to her chair, her face is composed and she is no longer nervous. She has succeeded in meeting the challenge. Do you believe that God or Christ or even evil for that matter thought up these things? Of course not. Man conjures up these things for self-testing the challenge. At this point in the above stories, it is a willing participation up to the point of being rendered controlled by bindings, etc., which render your control to that of another. Evil enters when it goes beyond and the individual is bounded into the slavery unto another's wishes. That can be gained by physical bindings or by mental restraints. It is the challenge which is basically what an initiation is about. The candidate is challenged to pass the ordeal of the initiation if he wishes to continue in the communion of a given group, if he wishes to enter into the mysteries, and the only defense the initiate has during the often terrifying experience of the initiation ritual is his courage and determination. All initiations into the mystical cults consist of either a fearful or a humiliating experience to the initiate. The latter quality can be compared with the often degrading ordeals that some fraternities and sororities plan for their new candidates. Fear or humiliation are necessary ingredients of the initiation because the aspirant must prove his willingness to surrender his entire being during the initiation process. In reality, every initiation entails a cycle of life and death in a spiritual and mythical sense. The initiate's old personality dies during the ritual of initiation and he is born again spiritually after the ordeal. Is this beginning to sound familiar to you ones? I am efforting to word these things so that you see instead of skip them over. The spiritual and mental transitions experienced by the initiate are felt deeply within his subconscious mind. What he has indeed accomplished is the first of many unions with his deep subconscious being. As a result, he has learned to conquer the fear of physical death and has realized the far greater importance of his eternal soul over his material body, or, he is terrified into irrational behavior. The increased mental and spiritual awareness that is the result of a magical initiation also brings with it the added bounty of very real magical powers. These powers were latent in the initiate but necessitated the challenge of the initiation to develop them and bring them to the surface of his conscious mind. The first example used above, is an example of a most traditional witchcraft ceremony that initiates a young witch into the mysteries called, I believe your term is, Wicca. The second is the African rite of puberty in preparation for courage and endurance in an effort to ready him as a man and warrior. The last ritual is part of the solitary initiation of one of the most famous of the magical orders, whose oath of secrecy forbids the revelation of their name. Now you really get into the crux of erroneous belief. It matters not that it is hidden as such, but if it is pure and in truth, why would it be secret? In other words, why do you once set up your secret mystery schools? Is it a truth you do not wish to share with your brother, or is it simply to remain exclusive and disallow your brother from having access to truth? What all these initiations have in common is a sense of fear, of impending disaster, and the implicit demand of courage from the initiate. Once this demand is met, the ordeal is over and the door of the mysteries opens for the new magician. What I must make clear to you ones in the receiving and participation in this wondrous time of transition, truth and confrontation, I ask that there must be wiped away these foolish strings of mysticism and exclusivity. I would never set up nor participate in a mystery school which would disallow all mine brethren ability to come into truth. I am the humble brother to all mine human beings. I have always come forth to establish that very truth, and always it is turned into falseness and great mystery. Nay, I hide not nothing. Mine truth shall be presented to and by ones who will share abundantly with their brethren in truth and open brotherhood. Ye need of no candles nor incense, no rituals nor ceremonies, if ye choose to use of them in truth and honor as that which they are, fine. You need no negotiator, certainly no thing, to reach unto me and receive of all knowledge and insight. So be it, and mark it well. Names and labels. Here is about the biggest bunch of bugaboo around. The acquisition of new labels. Yes, we give unto one's labels to replace their public name for protection of the personal existence and security of the person involved. It will have meaning, but it means no other. In actuality, it matters not who you were nor who you will be, it only matters what you do in the present with that which has been earned by self. Of course, in the magic rituals, names are given for the similar reason. One of the first things is to choose a new name that will identify him in his new magical role. An initiate will usually choose a name that fits his aspirations and identify him in his new magical personality. The name may be symbolic or be borrowed from one of the ancient gods. In witchcraft, magical names such as Circe and Selene are common, and so are allegorical names like Alba and Serena. Transcendental magic, the most lofty of the magical systems, prefers Latin-inspired names like Omnia Vicum and Perdurabo. The practice is also observed by primitive magicians. Labels also identify orders or clans. It is wondrous to behold you once going about your self-induced foolishness. The magical name is one of the secrets of the magician, and he must never reveal it to the uninitiated. It is accepted that the powers of the magician can be tapped if only his magical name is known. You end up missing the most important lessons. You play games with those things which have meaning, and the evil influence will always see to the ridiculing and debunking of anything of meaning or value. A name can be most remarkable in stirring memory of purpose and contract agreements made on a much higher plane of existence. Your silly rituals of witches is most often nonsense to confuse and abuse. The significance of a new name during a magical initiation is linked to the rebirth of the personality that is believed to take place after the initiation. The blindfold and the binding of the hands and feet used in many initiation rites symbolize the initiate's ignorance of the mysteries and his subjection and enslavement to his impure material body. When the initiation is over and the hands and feet are freed and the blindfold removed, the initiate is face to face with his personal God, his deep subconscious, and is ready to start on his new path to knowledge and wisdom, and also he usually is also seeing other naked people in all manner of appropriate or inappropriate activities to ensure he understands what his order or cult is all about. The mystical death that the magician endures during his initiation is necessary because the new life cannot begin until the old one has been terminated. He is in a sense rebaptized in the fires of the spirit instead of the waters of the body. Like religious baptism, magical baptism entails a casting out of spirits and washing away of sin. Just as the human baby is born and then ritually cleansed of original sin, whatever that might mean, so will the magician emerge reborn from the womb of matter and be cleansed in mind as well as spirit after the initiation. Could you perhaps call it brainwashing? The ceremony of initiation, far from being the exclusive achievement of the magician, is a most significant and widespread feature of your society and indicates the status of individuals within it. Whether you might be a Mason, a Baptist, a witch, a Catholic nun or a pagan medicine man makes no difference, as long as you have passed the proper initiation and your new personality has emerged in the form of a new name and a new identity. You are then an accepted member of a peer group to whom you are bound by a similarity of beliefs and aspirations. Dharma, do you better understand your plight and the recent attack on your work? You are not initiated into anything. If at all, the very recent attack on you is a result of mystical and magic initiations which ones cannot break away from in truth. Perhaps you could consider it your very initiation into truth of self, for it has caused you to question, understand, and know truth within. Man, in general, is kept enslaved to his cult's initiation. In a manner of speaking and observation, it appears you have confronted and met the challenge, but that is life. It should not be given into the mysticism nor magic. You need nothing beyond truth. It is this most simple truth that man must remember and accept personal responsibility and oneness with Father God within. You need none of man's initiations into some cult or another if you are attuned with God and creation and practice within the laws thereof. Ye need nothing beyond. I place my hand upon your head in peace and love that you allow no further pain of the moment within thy being. Ye need no blessings from any man, woman, nor child upon your physical passage. I am beside you and together shall we continue in our work, for we are not come in secret nor better nor apart from our most humble of brothers in human format faced with the days of confusion and tribulation. I bear a label of identification just as do you ones, but I recognize by energy patterns and not of physical appearance. You are in need of my guidance and teaching. I am in total need of your one's blessed hands and feet of physical nature. Let us not clutter this time of passage in mystical misunderstanding, and let us not be taken from our duty by attacks upon our truth by ones who are not in total understanding. Long have we experienced and long have we known truth. Man has simply forgotten, and he must be brought into his remembering and awakening. So be it, and I place my seal of truth upon these words. May they touch all who receive in logic and reason. Let us bring this segment to a close. The next segment shall be separated from these foregoing and labeled, "You must see, hear, and know the horrors now." It will not be a section for the weak at heart, but if you do not face the dastardly truth, you are destined to perish in the repeat of history and downfall of civilizations past. I am Sananda of God in light and totality of that which is. I bid you good afternoon and peace that surpasses even the understanding dwelling with thee ones. I honor thee who are opening of thine minds unto that which is truth. Salut. Sananda Yesu Jesus J. Manuel. Chapter 12. Rec number 2 Sananda. Sunday, November 5, 1989, 3:20 p.m. Year 3, Day 081. Sunday, November 5, 1989. Isu present to resume our writing. I would keep this within an hour and a half, please, for this morning was such a long session. Will seems to be the problem. Why? How did this come to be? Let us briefly examine a possibility. You have creationists and evolutionists. Can we now consider a third possibility, please? Let us speak of possible restoration of your planet. Consider that Lucifer got tossed out on his ear for willfulness of the highest degree against God. I will be God, he proclaimed. Let us so assume that this is correct for the obvious reason of discussion. Lucifer and his band of hoodlums romp through the universe in total chaos and destruction, evil energy unleashed. You have to consider some of the ancient proclamations which tend to structure some type of sequence. It would seem that you have to consider some things prior to Genesis, in that somehow there must have been some devastation when God rounded up Satan and his cohorts and brought them in for a little judgment. Your own holy book indicates that all the angelic beings sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. This indicates that there were already angels, for they all were in harmony as they shouted for joy at these events. The chronology indicates that God created the material universe before the angelic revolt and, consequently, before man's appearance on the planet. You have two vital points to consider at this juncture. The earth was created after the angels were, and yet before the angelic rebellion hosted by Lucifer. Could it be that there was actually restoration of your planet instead of creation as you recognize your prophecies? Things were obviously in a total state of chaos without form and void. This expression does not indicate under or undeveloped, it indicates something that is the result of a major catastrophe. Some of your scholars consider this as the gap theory, and it is suitable enough for this discussion, for none of your other speculations fit the scenario. This name fits the expanse of time which elapsed at the onset of your history in Genesis. Let us consider that period of time between the original creation of the earth and its restoration from chaos as the great interval. Let us consider, if a perfect God should create a very imperfect world, chaotic, waste and desolate, a wreck and a ruin, it would be a violation of one of the great spiritual principles stated by the God Spirit himself. A fountain cannot send forth sweet water and bitter. Let us just suppose now that after the subsequent formation or reconstruction of the same earth which had been turned into chaos, God created man, and he has now come to center stage. Look what might have happened next. In eternity past there was only one will, the will of God. There was no evil whatsoever, only harmony, holiness, and righteousness. When the second will entered the universe, generated by the heart of Lucifer, rebellion broke out. Time, as you know it, began with two wills in existence. Check the snake in the garden. Now, what did I generalize for you about sin? The shortest definition of sin is simply I will. When Satan was born and stated his proud I most surely will, God invited him right out of his position of authority in his government. Lucifer, now called Satan, and declared war, and the fat was in the fire. Brothers, do not think God is ever unprepared, for he already had his plan ready to activate Operation Man. Further, yet were granted consciousness, thought and free will choice. Man's immaterial being was created in the very image of God. I am sorry, beloved ones, but God does not wander hither and yon with arms and legs. His own image is the possession of will, intellect, emotion, moral reason, and everlasting existence, the soul. Angels also possess these qualities, with a few superior additives which set them apart from humans. Angels have greater mobility, intelligence, and frequency than does man. You are, however, given a vitally important quality in common. You both possess freedom of choice and the intellect to make choices. The angels watch you humans study your every action, effort at guiding you and always loving you. Why? What might they be learning? That God is a just God. God is utilizing this scenario to demonstrate that he was perfectly just in his eternal judgment of them, and that his love is so great it cannot be fathomed by any created being. Man's immaterial being will always exist, it will always live. In that sense, man is also in the image of God. At the time of his creation, man was given legal authority to rule himself and all of the earth. But, he was further given responsibilities and rules. Aha! Now we have a great drama in the making. You need no identified tree with some tasty fruit. The subject at hand is that these new humanlings were given instructions to avoid a specific item. It was a grand test set by God to demonstrate his justice and his love to his angelic realms. Man was specifically told that if he ate from the particular named tree he would die. There was no evil in the tree. It was not sprayed with insecticide which would poison the fruit, as might well happen this day and time. The evil was in rejecting God's revealed will and consequently rejecting fellowship with God. The stage was set, Satan entered the scene, and he was equally prepared. He had worked his scheme well out beforehand. He apparently thought that the whole on-stage contest revolved around the simple act of making man fall. You must remember something most important. Satan may be extremely clever and wise in his choices, but he is battling against a far wiser being, far wiser. When Satan caused man to fall, he played right into the hands of God. Far from defeating God, he set a trap for himself. He set up a situation through which God could demonstrate his justice and his love to the infinite degree. God did not want man to fall, but he wasn't in the least surprised that he did so. He still had a plan to save man from his own rebellious state. Satan at work. Well, you can bet Satan was not some slimy serpent. He was a most beauteous creature, for he was going to lure Eve. I believe the myth continues. He made sure she was completely curious about that tree, a trait that gets most of you into trouble. Just a little curiosity and a peek into the forbidden, and wham, you are stuck. Well, Satan had already put into this lovely mind the suggestion to just look at the tree. He uses the same ploy to this day. He needs never change his line of approach, for you fall every time, to the lies and temptations. Satan, the superior intelligent being, invented one of the most clever attacks of all time before or after the power of suggestion, the ability to put thoughts into your minds about things you already desire. He knows your natural weaknesses, he knows the areas where desire is strongest in you. He knew there was basic curiosity, and he hit dead on center. Let us look carefully at how and what Satan is credited with saying to Eve. Indeed, has God really said, "You shall not eat from every tree of the garden"? The question will never be right on. It will always be clever and stated in such manner as to start the doubt gnawing at your minds. Therefore, all Satan had to do was focus on the only forbidden item to set the trap. Satan is the all-time universal master at this trick. Satan's clever poison. Satan is the master at planting seeds of doubt and question. He fogs you in and you become confused. He probably surely did no less with Sister Eve. Now note that when Eve responded to the serpent, she added a note or two: "From the fruit of the trees of this garden we may eat, but from the fruit of the tree which is in the middle of the garden, God has said, you shall not eat from or touch it, lest you die." Hold up right here a minute, you lovely readers. She added her own embellishment to the original command as stated in Genesis. She added "or touch it." She showed instantly that she didn't have the slightest notion about what the real issue was. She thought there was something in the tree itself that was evil. She made sin something material or tangible, rather than a choice of the mind. Let us just say that she was really psyched out. Right from the beginning the wrong issue came under point. Satan could see that he had her helpless and zeroed in with an outright denial of the word of God. He simply came along with a direct repudiation of what God said and stated, "You surely shall not die." Satan takes clear truth and drops just enough poison in it to kill you. But what of this Adam character? Well, poor dear thing, Eve ate from the tree and immediately things began to happen and she became totally confused and flustered. Therefore, you can say that the woman was confused, that she was deceived and therefore wasn't legally responsible for sin. However, where is Adam's excuse? Ones are so permanently ready to blame poor dear Eve. What about that Adam? There was no excuse for the man at all, and it was further laid forth as, and it was not Adam who was deceived, but the woman being quite deceived, fell into transgression. Adam, therefore, gave in without a fight. There was not one word given directly to the man, not one temptation. He walked into transgression with his two eyes wide open. It seems that he simply chose to stay with Eve rather than continue with God. He made a cold and calculated decision to reject God. Adam had the legal power of attorney over himself and the world, but he betrayed the trust God had given him and forfeited his authority to Satan. Flat for the count. In defying God, man was instantly lost to the count. In remarkable manner he did exactly what was projected. He died in important ways. He lost spiritual life, the most important sphere of life that you have. Man is made up of body, his material being, soul, his immaterial life, spirit, his spiritual life with which he is able to communicate with God. The instant man disobeyed God, he lost this spiritual life and severed that direct line of communication with his Maker. Secondly, man received a nature of self-centeredness and rebellion against God. You can see this result throughout the history of mankind. God describes it as man's heart being desperately sick. Thirdly, Satan became man's absolute master, man became the slave. It is really a heavy scene, but according to all the records you have, Satan is ruling all those who have rejected God. Lastly, when man rebelled, the world was legally handed over to Satan. Adam actually became the Benedict Arnold of the universe. When he obeyed Satan, he turned the deed of himself, all his dominion, and all his descendants over to Satan, and therefore, now you have it, Satan is the ruler of the world. What of the curse of Eve? Oh yes, back to the gap theory. In exchange for Eve's foolishness, God gave her as punishment a more severe time in childbearing, and thus and so dash worse than what? To be relative and be worse than indicates that there was already something present. So be it. I trust one have laid forth enough information for you to consider that possibly you have a problem with a most clever, evil character. You have a far more potent God with unlimited ability, but you continue to limit him. My intent is to allow you to see how it comes to be in the temptations and the traps. The farther you go, the deeper you get into the mire, for you fail to turn around and see that you have help. You march forth like Eve, missing the point entirely. There is only one way into safety and security, and that is to turn about and into the strength of the Creator God. You may think you have dipped to the depths and there is no way out of your quagmire. Nay, simply turn about and ask for the light in truth and desire, and it shall come forth. You are a willing victim. The minute you cease to be a willing victim, ye shall find your freedom. I am going to finish this document in a most unpleasant manner. The items of satanic horror are kept from you. I need not linger over very many instances. I shall just quote from a few as they have been brought public and give you some insight as to who and how the game of satanic experiences is spread. I am going to get gory, bloody, and as violent as the words which come from the printed papers and accounts. I have no notion to spare your senses in the least. Read it and please weep for the horribleness herein. Weep for yourselves, if you are involved in the lie. Weep for your brother, your sister, your parents, your children, and all mankind, for this is a terrorist story beyond all. Ye have refused to look and see too long. You will either change it or it will not be changed. You have become the trapped on the treadmill of violence, leading to more violence, and ye are slowly deadened so that what was once, only a short while ago, unacceptable and vulgar no longer even interests you. We have preceded this document with 8 others, at least 4 of which deal with the evil empire about you. We further give unto you help. This deals with the personal evil within and without, and no, here, too, I ask help, but you must recognize of it and ask. You are in the final play, and it depends upon you as to how the final act shall be played out. So be it, and Selah. Let us allow this to sit until morning next, Dharma, for you have had enough for this day. In love and total caring I take my place at standby. I grant ye one's peace in abundance. I am Sananda. Chapter 13. Rec number 1. Sananda. Tuesday, November 7th, 1989, 7 a.m. Year 3, Day 083. Tuesday, November 7th, 1989. Let there be peace, for I am with you. Is Sananda present to finalize this portion? Satan's drummers. Oh yes, there is a drum beat, a cadence, a pulse rhythm to Satan's march. It is loud to the extreme, chaotic to total confusion, repetitious and absolutely geared to the mind acceptance. The physical will turn from the cacophony of chaos into the inner subconscious state of shocked withdrawal. Then, the words, suggestions and instructions are poured forth in unclouded clarity. Just as severe physical trauma causes a body to withdraw into shock and memory loss, so does terror and pain cause the same withdrawal. Evil is practiced in all methods and manners of destruction to a being. Some of Satan's drummers: Venom, Judas Priest, Megadeth, Kiss, Slayer, King Diamond, Ozzy Osbourne, Rolling Stones, Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Merciful Fate, AC/DC, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Dead Rockers, and etc., etc., etc. Your babies and children can finish the above list for you. Oh, you don't know what I mean? Go to your local music album distribution center and your music video offering places. It is most interesting to note that some public persons and some parents went to battle over the lewd filth and degradation of this music, and what resulted is as follows: anything with pornographic, criminal, or whatever else mundane material accepted as undesirable, must now be labeled as dangerous. All of your above groups who call themselves heavy metal or acid rock musicians fell into this classification. What has happened? As of 5 days ago, the announcement came forth in the casual manner that only news broadcasters can perform. The labeling has had a dual effect. The labels must be printed on the album cover, but record sales are being recorded by purchasers who have never before purchased this type of music. In other words, get this book banned and 2/3 of your population will go underground and through illegal measures to obtain it. It is the same with making a law against burning of a nation's flag. It takes on far more importance to the ones who will burn the flag anyway. Your leaders know this to be true, but they can appear so pure and wholesome while they bind you a bit tighter. And further, you demand, march and go to all lengths to furnish them with the bindings. So be it. Let us look at something for a moment, hopefully without judgmental impact prior to reading. I shall ask Dharma to bear with me while I repeat a news item from a major news press journal. Dharma had never heard of this entity until we began this journal, and she has some 9 children and 9 grandchildren. How many other parents are in the same embarrassing situation as she? The father in this instance knows even less. Headline: Satanist Ozzy Osbourne back in the USSR. This will be a direct quote, please, so do whatever you need to do with your little s. In 1968-69, in the United States and other Western countries, the institution of large-scale outdoor rock concerts was invented, to siphon off growing ferment among youth angered by the Vietnam War, into a direction that would be favorable to the Aquarian/New Age movement and not threatening to the power of the liberal establishment. Woodstock was the paradigm of this. Now, in 1989, with mass ferment growing throughout the East Bloc, in reaction to the collapse of the economies and the shortage of food and the moral political bankruptcy of the communist system, the highest circles of the Soviet KGB are repeating this operation. The most recent example was an August 11 to 12 weekend extravaganza in Moscow's Lenin Stadium, attended by 100,000 rock fans, and watched by a reported tens of millions on Soviet television. Throughout Western Europe, newspaper headlines of the event read, Woodstock 1969, Moscow 1989. As astonishing as the sheer numbers, was the identity of the performers. They represented the dregs drawn from Western heavy metal rock groups, typified by the burnt-out alcoholic, druggie, and Satanist Ozzy Osbourne, who is famous for having bitten the head off a bat on stage. Preposterously, the Lenin Stadium event was advertised as a benefit to raise money to fight drug and alcohol abuse in the Soviet Union and the United States. The deranged Osbourne even gave a press conference in Moscow, a photograph of which was published in the U.S. Army Stars and Stripes Daily. Some of the proceeds of Ozzy's benefit are already earmarked for organizations that are known fronts for the Soviet KGB. It is a convenient fiction, nurtured by the CIA, the KGB, and the British intelligence, that the outdoor rock concerts are a form of Western cultural penetration of the USSR encouraged by Gorbakov's glasnost and reform policies. And indeed, for many years, the Soviet Communist Party maintained the propaganda line that rock and roll was the imperialist, equivalent to moral aids. Now, this propaganda has been dropped. But the truth is, the drug rock counterculture is and always has been an operation against Western civilization, run by the same establishment crowd cozying up to the Soviets, and as such its principal beneficiary is the Kremlin. Embracing heavy metal rock gives the KGB new possibilities of playback into the West. As for Ozzy Osbourne, the aim is also to rehabilitate him after the damage done by the Schiller Institute's attacks on him in Western Europe and the United States. In Sweden, Switzerland, and elsewhere, Osbourne concerts this year have been disrupted by anti-Satanist citizens groups. At least one Osbourne concert was cancelled. More recently, until August 6, 1989, Osbourne was in the United States, on a national tour that included the states of Maryland, New York, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Iowa, Minnesota, Arkansas, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, and others. On August 13, speaking in Moscow, heavy metal rock promoter Doc McGee complained that Tipper Gore, Senator Albert Gore's wife, and everybody else, said Motley Crue and Ozzy Osbourne were these satanic cult bands. We want to show the world how concerned they are. McGee himself promotes heavy metal rock concerts as anti-drug events, as one of the conditions for probation for his past role in a marijuana importing scheme. Evidently, McGee is himself hooked on some powerful mind-altering substance, perhaps provided by friends in communist China. On August 14, after the Moscow concert was concluded, he exclaimed, "The next rock concert will be in Tiananmen Square. We know 1 million people fit in there if you take out the tanks." The Lenin Stadium extravaganza was introduced by Genrikh Borovic, head of the Official Committee for the Defense of Peace and the brother-in-law of General Vladimir Kryukov, head of the KGB. In the week that the Lenin Stadium event was taking place, the latest edition of the Soviet's International New Times publication was reaching the West, featuring an interview with General Kryukov. He called for closer collaboration between the KGB and Western intelligence services, in the areas of drugs, nuclear proliferation, and nuclear terrorism. Another top promoter of the event was Anastas Mikoyan, a scion of the powerful Mikoyan family, and namesake of the late Soviet Foreign Trade Minister Anastas Mikoyan, one of the crucial Soviet power brokers of this century. Several other rock stars have been in Moscow during August. According to the International Herald Tribune, one important visitor to Moscow in the days preceding Heavy Metal Weekend was top trust agent Armand Hammer of Occidental Petroleum. Whether Hammer was involved in financing, or performing in, the Lenin Stadium extravaganza, there is no question the Satanic Festival has to be seen in the context of U.S. Britain U.S.S.R. Condominium arrangements. One publicized surprise guest was Jack Matlock, the American ambassador in Moscow, who drew considerable publicity some months back when he had an unprecedented private meeting with KGB head Kryukov. According to press reports, Matlock was wearing a shirt, with the words, "Just say no" written on it. This last statement I desire you look at most closely since this article originated in Russia. That is the insipid anti-drug message invented by Nancy Reagan, a believer in magic and astrology and close friend of Armand Hammer. Oh, you who become picky, I suggest you rush to the nearest lyric counter and get the words to the noise and drum beat of these songs these groups sing. Further, pay attention, your own children will tell you, Kiss is not a satanic group, they have that name because one of the group, Paul Stanley, likes to kiss everybody. Nay, it, KISS, stands for Knights in the Service of Satan. The kissing statement came from a teenage child, Kilowatt, in Toledo. He continued with some enlightening information. K look, you say that Satanists sacrifice people and animals, right? Well, what do you think the ancient ones did, and what about the Aztecs? They all worshipped God and they also made sacrifices. Humans and animals. Now, you tell me the differences of today. As it says in the Bible, we are all brothers. I have no wish to be more advertising of one group than another, but here is another article from a trade paper regarding the ones you refer to as the Rolling Stones. This was with pictures and a great deal of wondrous hype and honor unto this group. Satanic Rolling Stones begin U.S. tour. Again, understand that I only quote for this scribe is just about sick of this document and I will not allow personal responsibility of this projection to be dumped upon my scribes and publishers. I judge not, perhaps you might become a bit discerning, however. Philadelphia. The Philadelphia appearance was the first in a tour that will hit 29 cities in the United States and Canada between now and January 1990. This group, more than any other, pioneered the overt Satanism which pervades today's rock concerts by introducing such songs as Sympathy for the Devil in the 60s and the hit album, Their Satanic Majesty's Request. The Stones are equally well known for headlining the mass concert in Altamont, California in the late 1960s, in which it is well remembered that a man was murdered by the Hells Angels motorcycle gang during a performance of Sympathy for the Devil. The media build-up for the concert, Philadelphia, overshadowed anything devoted to a presidential campaign in the week before the election. Print media has devoted tens of thousands of words to the Stones, referring to them constantly as their Satanic Majesties. The New York Daily News tabloid accorded the Stones a 10-page spread in their weekend edition, and 4 to 5 pages daily. TV and radio blasted Stones songs for weeks, indicating no lack of enthusiasm after 2 decades. 56,000 people piled into Philadelphia Veterans Stadium for opening night. 2.5 million watts of sound shattered the air as the Stones appeared on a 150-foot high set designed to resemble a crumbling city. According to Stones production manager, Michelle Ahern, the set is designed as an indictment of contemporary society, presenting a scene of industrial decay with catwalks, gray girders, and black nets towering over the stage. The Stones' performance was designed to satisfy the multi-generational audience, with songs from every period of its history and a featured performance of the notorious Sympathy for the Devil. A lot of the members of the audience at this concert were between the ages of 40 and 50, a testament to the hold which the cultural hedonism of the 60s still has on the population. Law enforcement authorities termed the crowd well behaved, since no murders were committed during the performance, and only 40 people were injured in fights and other mishaps. The above was printed as a rave review. Judas Priest. Dateline September 1, 1989. August 24, the British heavy metal rock group Judas Priest, and its distributor, CBS Records, are being sued in Reno, Nevada, for their role in the suicides of Raymond Belknap, 18, and his friend, James Vance, 20, on December 23, 1985. Belknap died shortly after shooting himself, while a badly disfigured Vance lingered on for 3 years. The 2 young men, after spending 6 hours listening to Judas Priest's Stained Class album, went to a churchyard to commit suicide. The album contains the repetitive subliminal message, "Do it. Do it." Here is a letter sent into a personal column. Hello. My name is XXX. I'm 13, and I'll be 14 in October, 89. I'm very, very interested in a magazine which was passed out at our school about Satan being in the schoolyards. I'm from a small town called Argos, IND. I used to be really interested in satanic worshippers until I read this magazine. I listened to very heavy acid rock music all the time, like Metallica, Led Zeppelin, and Ozzy. I used to pray to Satan to get raped and other things. The only reason why is because I'm still a virgin, and I thought that was the only reason to lose my virginity, and if I got pregnant, I wouldn't get into trouble. It would be nice if lots of schools would pass out this magazine because I know a lot of kids my age who don't know what to do. Thank you if you would print this letter or send me a reply. No comment. Dharma, please now print the letter from the RN in Wisconsin. This portion is a reply to an editorial in a rather small Wisconsin publication called Wisconsin Report. These quotes can all be verified at your library. Letter of support to editorial, Rock music, especially heavy metal, contributes to poisoning the minds of our young people. Dear Virginia, after reading your editorial comments in the September 28 issue of the Wisconsin Report as well as Peggy Cuddy's letter regarding rock music, I am writing to add support to the view that rock music, especially heavy metal, contributes to poisoning the minds of our young people. As a registered nurse working in a treatment center for disturbed adolescents, I see firsthand the damage this music and lifestyle does. Not only is the loud, discordant, rebellious beat objectionable, but the music forms an addiction, so the young person desires to continually listen to it. This causes them to gravitate toward the philosophy of the music, a philosophy of hate, rebelliousness toward authority, anarchy, violence, sex, death, and drugs. This music listened to by a depressed teen is like pouring gasoline on a fire, as it makes the depression worse. Some of this music involves occultic themes, and promotes suicide and Satanism. I urge everyone reading this to go to various record shops and ask the salesperson to direct you to the heavy metal section of the store. The grotesque images, death, blood, gore, sex, occult images, and desecration of Christian symbols is predominant. Please allow me to add, however, lest there be confusion, the desecration is toward all accepted sects of goodness. The Jewish faith is most hard hit of all, in actuality. How can anyone not know, even after viewing the record jackets alone, that something is wrong? The same goes for videos, movies, and TV. Take a good look at the selection of thriller films available for rent, showing rape, mutilation, gruesome murder, satanic and occultic rituals, and every barbaric practice known. What does it take for people to wake up and see the damage this is doing? Many of the young people I work with will never be mentally healthy. It's too late. The damage has been done. Most of the other mental health professionals I work with do not even address these issues as contributing factors. I've heard them tell concerned parents, don't overreact. They look at the rock music as a means of expression, and it would be wrong to deny teens this mode of venting their feelings. We read the police reports showing evidence of satanic involvement they see as they go into the bedrooms of teens who have attempted suicide. Reports of walls plastered with favorite heavy metal rock stars, books on the occult and satanic paraphernalia are found, but nothing is done about it because many do not take it seriously, calling it just a phase. Trying to educate these kids to the dangers of this activity often just makes them retreat into further secrecy. Even after sharing the lyrics of the music, and the lifestyle and philosophy of these rock stars, often parents will remark, "What does it hurt? We had our music when we were young." There is such a profound blindness. When we shop for food to nourish the body, we want the best. We reject rotting produce, moldy bread, and spoiled meat, because common sense tells us that contaminated food can cause illness or poisoning, yet when it comes to feeding the mind, so often choices made for entertainment involve illicit and violent sex, profanity, murders, crime, blood, and gore. As a result, people's minds become ill, and so does society. Many buy rock music tapes and concert tickets for their children with these demonic themes filled with hate and rebellion, or turn a deaf ear to the music and pretend not to see. There are often no restrictions on what is viewed on videos, movies, or TV. When kids end up with emotional problems, parents wonder why and spend a fortune for a cure. I would insert here that I suggest you really look carefully at the predominance of advertising on your TV. It deals with hospital and projected cures for alcoholism, drugs, etc., etc. So be it. Not all parents can be blamed. Some do care and teach their children right from wrong. Peer and social influences can be intense. There are those strong-willed children who are more difficult to raise than others. Even in the best family environment there can be problems, but without loving, consistent parental involvement and without strong family values, there is little hope. Mental hospitals are filled with young people who are a lost generation because so many have not cared enough to protect them from feeding on mental garbage. Now society must pay the price while many continue to wonder why. This was signed, a Wisconsin RN. I am a bit sorry, for I would like to give her great credit, however, that would be most unsafe for her well-being. I do, however, honor her greatly and make acknowledgement herein. One more on this subject, Dharma, and we shall move on. AMA links rock music to Satanism and drugs. The following is self-obvious. Titled Adolescents and Their Music and produced by the AMA's Group on Science and Technology, a report counsels physicians who treat teens to be aware of the connection between rock music, especially heavy metal, and antisocial behavior. The study was published in the September 22-29 Journal of the American Medical Association, JAMA, 1989. One aspect of the adolescent environment that has been a source of concern has been the role of rock music, specifically its lyrics, says the report. This concern has been enhanced by the violent and sexual content of rock videos. Heavy metal, which features a loud pulsating rhythm and abounds with lyrics that glorify hatred, abuse, sexual deviancy, and occasionally Satanism, is especially disturbing. Although extremely conservative, it concludes that there is no scientific proof that rock has deleterious effects on behavior. The AMA report performs a useful function by citing numerous studies which have implied a causal relationship between teen fascination with rock music, and participation in drug use and other destructive behavior. The study warns that evidence, although anecdotal, exists which suggests that teenagers heavily immersed in the heavy metal subculture may be at risk for drug abuse or even participation in satanic activities. As evidence, it cites several murders which have been correlated with a fascination for heavy metal music, including the case of the Night Stalker, serial murderer Richard Ramirez, who left satanic slogans and symbols at the site of his crimes, and was said to be obsessed with the heavy metal band AC/DC. It also refers to a number of studies which link rock to drug abuse and premarital sex. One such study found that 60% of drug-dependent teens named heavy metal as their first choice of music, leading the author to suggest that such music is associated with and may promote destructive behavior in susceptible teenagers. Another, on the effect of music television, MTV, found that 7th and 10th graders, after watching more than 1 hour of certain music videos, were more likely to approve of premarital sex. Another concluded that violent music videos desensitized viewers to violence immediately after viewing. Perhaps the AMA's most shocking finding is that, between the 7th and the 12th grades, the average teenager listens to 10,500 hours of rock music. This is just slightly less than the entire number of hours spent in the classroom from kindergarten through high school. No wonder there has been such an explosion of Satanism, drug use, and suicide among adolescents. No, Dharma, I am not going to answer your questions in this segment. First, you ones must face that which is already projected for your attention. We can only touch on a piddling few, and even at that, most ones will bore and lay aside or move onward to something less accusative or titillating. This hits on every person alive and on all your children. Perhaps all I shall ever do is show you how it is, that you might better understand how it will be. Amen. I request a break at this point. I wish to discuss and project a thought on a most popular little game you have running around your children's playroom, Dungeons and Dragons, before we turn to the beyond games and into reality of practice games man now seems to enjoy so very much. It seems most elusive for parents to be able to face that which has entered the lives of all, especially the young. It is banned to give a child in a crib a toy with buttons, and yet you have no restrictions whatsoever on the choking bits and pieces which poison the only thing your child has in reality, his mind. So be it. A break, please. I am Sananda. Chapter 14. Rec number 2 Sananda. Tuesday, November 7th, 1989, 1 p.m. Year 3, Day 083. Tuesday, November 7th, 1989. Dharma, let us make it clear from the onset of this chapter that we are singling out this particular game for it carries with it such obvious messages. There are others which could be discussed in depth, but this will suffice for our needs. You ones must learn to look within even your games for hidden content and impact. The game of Dungeons and Dragons is especially good for critique, for it is noted as a satanic game. This, too, will be quoted in full that it can be verified. I give appreciation to ones H. Aitken and E. Corpus. Dateline, August 11th, 1989. I'll look at the game. Remember that goodness has no absolute values. Although many things are commonly accepted as good, helping those in need, protecting the weak, different cultures impose their own interpretations on what is good and what is evil. Remember that evil, like good, is interpreted differently in different societies. Curative and healing spells can have no effect on a dead character. He can only be returned to life with a raise dead or resurrection spell. A spook spell enables the wizard to play upon natural fears to cause the target creature to perceive the spellcaster as someone or something inimical. Animate dead, necromancy. This spell creates the lowest of the undead. Monster skeletons or zombies, usually from the bones or bodies of dead humans, demi-humans, or humanoids. The spell causes existing remains to become animated and obey the simple verbal commands of the caster. A geese spell places a magical command upon a creature, usually human or humanoid, to carry out some service, or to refrain from some action or course of activity, as desired by the spellcaster. While a geese cannot compel a creature to kill itself or to perform acts that are likely to result in certain death, it can cause almost any other course of action. The geese creature must follow the given instructions until the geese is completed. Failure to do so will cause the creature to grow sick and die within 14 weeks, sick. Control undead, necromancy. At the end of the spell, the controlled undead revert to their normal behaviors. Those not mindless will remember the control exerted by the wizard. The Finger of Death spell snuffs out the victim's life force. If successful, the victim can be neither raised nor resurrected. In addition, in human subjects the spell initiates changes to the body such that after 3 days the caster can animate the corpse as a juju zombie under the control of the caster. Trap the Soul, conjuration/summoning. This spell forces the creature's life force and its material body into a special prison gem enchanted by the spellcaster. When a power word, kill spell is uttered, one or more creatures of any type within the spell range and area of effect are slain. You have just read some of the rules in the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Player's Handbook, 2nd edition, 1989. The book's cover invites players, ages 10 and up, to enter a world of fantastic role-playing adventure. The publisher, TSR Incorporated of Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, producer of the game Dungeons and Dragons, will stage a kind of satanic games fair in the Mecca Arena in Milwaukee, August 10th to 13th. Approximately 10,000 participants, aged 10 years and up, are expected at the event, known as Gen Con. Some players will appear in occult or pornographic costumes. A prize will be awarded. Some will be stoned on drugs. From 8 a.m. to midnight, for 4 days, the D&Thers will play fantasy roles under the control of game masters. The elements of the fantasy scenarios date back as far as the occult fakirs of ancient Babylon, with added new technologies of manipulative mind control developed during the post-World War II period. The object, to strip participants of their human sympathies and human identity. The formal logic of Dungeons and Dragons, played by over 3 million in the USA and Europe, is as follows. Any number of persons, with fantasy character identities, enter a dungeon, predetermined group of rooms and corridors, that contains a treasure, there to duel against monsters, hostile inferior races, and other characters to retrieve the treasure and emerge alive. Equipment ranges from simply paper and pencil, up through elaborate computer software. Players, typically beginning involvement in their early teens, must align their emotions with fear and degradation, violence, sadistic sex, torture and pain, and suicide and death. As the game consumes more of their time, they are isolated from contact with family and peers. The family's loyalties and values, and the child's self-control are attacked and altered in favor of allegiance to the dungeon master - often a schoolteacher or older teen who rules over the multiple deities and gods, necromancy, magical spells, incantations and curses, the sorcery and mysticism of the ages. As more and more deranged child players have died from suicide, and have murdered family members and friends, Dungeons and Dragons has been banned from a number of schools, and has come under increasing attack from concerned religious and child welfare groups. Beyond these shattered lives, perhaps the community's gravest immediate concern should be whether the Dungeons and Dragons game could be used as an entrance point into hardcore Satanist groups, such as the Odo, or Ordo Templi Orientis. D&D game clubs intertwine everywhere with proselytizing Satanist and witchcraft organizations, linked together by occultists' computer networks such as Baphonet and Weirdbase. If only 1 in 10,000 young people per week are successfully recruited to criminal pedophile circles, that is 300 minds lost, and countless children abused and murdered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. To the origin. In preparing for a battle, whether it is to stop the brainwashing of children or to repel an armed invasion, it makes sense to know who the enemy is, and why he is attacking you. Despite the growing controversy about Dungeons and Dragons, no one has yet printed a real history of the game, or even the smallest biography of the mysterious Gary Gygax, D&D's original promoter. Published sources say that Gary Gygax, assisted by personal friends, invented the game and first sold it in 1974. Through his TSR Hobbies Incorporated, Gygax is no longer with TSR. In a 1985 power struggle, he lost control of the company to Lorraine Williams, granddaughter of newspaper syndicate boss, John Flint Dill. In his 1987 book, Role-Playing Mastery, Putnam, New York, Gygax tells of 3 separate sources for the idea of Dungeons and Dragons. Asterisk the use of role-playing in clinical psychotherapy, a widespread practice in the Aquarian Revolution of the 1960s. Asterisk military conflict simulation, through which think tanks such as the Rand Corporation helped direct the Pentagon away from traditional to utopian military thinking of the Robert McNamara variety. Asterisk military miniatures gaming, i.e., playing with toy soldiers. Gygax credits British author H.G. Wells as the ultimate father of D&D, through Wells' 1913 book Little Wars, describing an elaborate game world with fights between tin figures. There is no biographical data in Role-Playing Mastery, not even the usual blurb on the author. Magazine articles about Gygax call him a retired insurance salesman and shoe peddler, simply an enthusiastic hobbyist, dreaming up spells, racial archetypes and elaborate modes of murder. In his Mastery book, Gygax describes his work in a sophisticated mid-1960s Stanford University project, of the conflict simulation sort, and with a bit of military miniatures. As I recall, it was labeled the Ad Hoc Committee for the Reconstruction of World War II, a massive, fairly chaotic effort using the energies of several people plus computer assistants. I participated in the role of the Chinese Communist commander. I proceeded to acquire books on the history, culture, agriculture, politics, and literature of China. Of course, I bought maps, military histories, and even writings of Chairman Mao, the person I played in the game. At the same time, I tried to learn about the economy and who and what the so-called nationalists, my opponents, were and their resources in thinking, manpower, weapons, and what have you. In a recent telephone interview, Gary Gygax told us that the Stanford war game simulation was run by 6 people, none of whose names he remembers, that he doesn't remember what agency sponsored the Stanford affair, and that all records relating to it are lost. He did recollect that he founded the International Federation of Wargaming in 1967, several years before the invention of D&D. This involved some 600 computer wargame specialists nationally. He could not remember anyone who worked with him in that organization. While Gygax played Mao, another Stanford University experiment developed theories and methods of thought control which would aid the game designers of the 1970s and 1980s. Artificial intelligence researcher K.M. Colby created several models of computer-simulated paranoid neurosis, the artificial belief system for which he was named research scientist in 1967 by the National Institute of Mental Health, with Pentagon agency backing. The idea of the Colby-Stanford project was to imitate human insanity, in order to induce it, or manipulate it, for military or social purposes. Expert judges from the American Psychiatric Association could not distinguish between teletype dialogue with actual human paranoid patients, and dialogue with Colby's program. The artificial intelligence work has been applied to the study of both robotics and brainwashing by Pentagon sub-agencies including the Office of Naval Research, and linguistics experts at the University of Wisconsin. In our exclusive interview, Gary Gygax boasted of a family background of more interest than that of most Midwestern insurance underwriters. He claimed that the Gygax family moved in 200 BC from Thessalonica, Greece to Switzerland, where today there are 4 Gygax castles centered around Bern. As our discussion ranged across time to the magicians of the Persian Empire, Egypt, etc., it became clear that the lore and practice of the occult could well be a living family tradition with Mr. Gygax. Frederick Gygax was the Swiss consul general from the end of World War II until the mid-1950s, while the Swiss and New York-based Alan Dulles was forming the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. Consul Gygax was extremely guarded in a recent telephone interview with us on the Gygax family, but he acknowledged the fame of a cousin of Gary Gygax, U.S. Admiral Felix Gygax, who held the curious position of naval attaché in Switzerland before World War I. Another political curiosity in the family is Gary's uncle, Eugene Burdick, the author of the anti-war thriller Fail-Safe, and The Ugly American. Burdick taught at the University of California until 1965, after lecturing for a time at the Naval War College. Here is the leftist military expert, teaching rules of little wars. ********* I am truly disappointed if your mind is not racing 500 miles per hour. Why would your military headquarters be a Pentagon? Wasn't your current president head of the CIA? Isn't your president a member of the Skull and Bones Society? So 'tis a good game of questions and answers after all. I war as a game. Gary Gygax confirmed our tip, from a former TSR executive, that Gygax was deeply involved with another firm, the Avalon Hill Game Company of Baltimore, MD, before he set up TSR for Dungeons and Dragons. Gygax says he designed a game called Alexander the Great for Avalon Hill. Perhaps this was simply family history. According to the Avalon Hill chairman, Eric Dott, his game company has done military simulation exercises for colonels and up in the Defense Department. Mr. Dott absolutely refused to be specific about the nature of these exercises, or if they were of a classified nature. Sources close to TSR say that the government was suspicious of Avalon Hill. They saw them as knowing things they weren't supposed to know. Eric Dott explained that the FBI and the Secret Service have come around asking questions several times. There are a number of reasons for counterintelligence inquiries about Avalon Hill. The games they produce, played at popular weekend gaming conventions, involve large numbers of U.S. military personnel, both officers and enlisted men. What are they being recruited to do? Even apart from Dungeons and Dragons, the typical role-playing game seen in current hobby shops involves an unbelievably horrible post-nuclear Holocaust nightmare world. The mental life of the gaming genre is a perfect conduit into Oto and Satanism generally. Asked about the political military outlook of Avalon Hill, Chairman Dott said, "We're pretty much all conscientious objectors here. Here, the peacenik who brings young people into fantasy race wars and every man for himself bloodbaths, gives conflict simulation exercises to the Defense Department." When H.G. Wells wrote Little Wars in 1913, humanity faced a new dark age in the impending World War. Wells proposed that strategic planners engage in fantasy war games as a healthy alternative to a major conflict. Wells, called the real father of Dungeons and Dragons by inventor Gary Gygax, placed no value on human life. He merely proposed a more expedient route to the new dark age. A recent article by a top Pentagon expert illustrates how deeply New Age delusions have penetrated American strategic thinking. Charles A. Whitehouse, now Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations and Low-Intensity Conflict, was formerly U.S. Ambassador to Laos, Under-Secretary of State for Henry Kissinger, a regional chief of the Operation Phoenix assassination program in Vietnam, and founder and chairman of the Preservationist Piedmont Environmental Council in Northern Virginia. He once directed a State Department project to guide public opinion away from blaming either Communist China or the CIA for dope sales in Vietnam. Writing in the newsletter of the Reserve Officers Association, Whitehouse lays down the rules for the new era of U.S. Soviet reprochment. The distortion of the U.S. Soviet rivalry is now over, he claims, allowing us to see clearly the threat the USA faces in the Third World. Those poor countries, not the communists, should occupy our strategic planning. He proposed an increased emphasis of deception, stealth, and guile to win the new type wars. Whitehouse, like Gary Gygax, would teach from the communist Chinese model. Mao had only 3 rules that governed relations between his guerrillas and the Chinese people: all actions are subject to command. Do not steal from the people. Be neither selfish nor unjust. Simple, yet effective, and the kind of art that makes low-intensity conflict work. We forgot these lessons as we focused our attention on big wars. It has been nearly 50 years since the Marine Corps issued the Small Wars Manual. Perhaps it is time for a new Small Wars Manual. Ambassador Whitehouse executed countless persons in Operation Phoenix, and is fascinated by the honesty and selflessness of the communists. Rest easy. The conduct of national affairs is in the hands of the fantasy game masters. ***********. I will ask that you please take note of recurring persons, i.e., Henry Kissinger, etc. It might be good if you went back and reviewed Spacegate Journal number 3 and Spiral to Economic Disaster Journal number 4. I am not going to linger longer on the foregoing subject. It speaks for itself. Further, I hear the protests coming forth. Well, everyone doesn't fall prey to the darkness of this game, or the metal music. You have no right to go on in this manner or quote such antiquated material. True, very true. However, look around at your society and determine how long you can go on in this manner of existence. So be it, and Sila Dharma. Just add one last thing. Quote from the notice posted regarding the August 10, 1989 Gen Con Games Fair. Be advised, this is not simply some mindless amusement, such as a Space Invaders video game. Dungeons and Dragons, the fantasy role-playing game, has already resulted in numerous child suicides and related murders. This is brainwashing, carried out under the control of game masters. It is designed to break a person's self-control, loyalty to family, and sympathy for human life. Further warning, Dungeons and Dragons clubs function in an environment of computer interlock with groups practicing Satanism and witchcraft, whose objectives include the recruitment of children as sex objects. So, come on in and see if you can out-tweet Gen Con. I guess my case rests regarding this silly little child's game. I knew that all you good adults and parents knew all about these things. Dharma just needed typing practice. Close this portion, that we might move on into the really wondrous world of satanic games and secrets for you ones who are now mumbling about the boring stupidity of this book. Unfortunately, there is no way to really shock any of your society any longer. Unfortunate indeed. However, perhaps a few of you will blink a bit and raise up off your comfortable places of resting and self-indulgence and see a bit farther. I am Sananda. Chapter 15. Rec number 1 Sananda. Wednesday, November 8, 1989, 6:30 a.m. Year 3, Day 084. Wednesday, November 8, 1989. Sananda present for the final pages of this document. It will be the most distressing, for the pictures are so vivid. It is most unfortunate, but it must be so. You do not wish to face this terrible thing that has grown to touch all of your lives. You have hidden too long, much too long. You must read these upcoming individual scenarios as if these were your family, your friends, your children, and your babies. You must do so, for in all instances they are. Your entire world has been raped, pillaged and plundered at the hands of evil, no more and no less. Turning away and pretending it is not will do not. If you still believe that you can comfortably live in today's world as a God-loving, law-abiding citizen and not deal with the reality of Satanism, think again. Satanism is on the rise. It is not a passing fad that will fade if you all just ignore it or throw a few positive confessions at it. Not every Satanist group is involved in animal or human sacrifice, but a growing number of them most certainly are, and the actions are sanctioned by the hierarchy of every group. I am only going to touch on a few scatterings of cases which you can easily check for confirmation. As I look at the situation, I find very few villages or cities which are completely absent of a witch or satanic cult. It is far beyond the subject of good or bad, goodness or evil. You could not see far enough to understand that the last great religion to sweep the mighty planet Earth would be of evil. It, like anything else, begins most simply and innocently in most instances, just a few little rituals which work, a few chants which work, a few fortune tellers' tales that are fact, and a movement into self-greed, misery, loneliness, boredom, and whatever else seems correct. You are drawn like moths into a flame. What I am going to tell you will not surpass the very movies you allow your babies to watch on any given Friday or Saturday in America, USA. You pretend those are not true and therefore harmless. Nay, they are true, and they are most dangerous indeed. It is painful to hear these stories. It rips at the very depth of one's mind and soul to learn of the unspeakably deliberate evil that man is capable of committing. You would far rather talk and argue over one who is Christ. Well, for you who feel this way, I most surely understand. However, it is a fact that these organized places of hell are antichrist factories with written rules to break every law of God and creation, a doctrine of total evil. Christians have become gross hypocrites, and your children turn to truth. Shock you? I hope so. They turn to the truth, as heinous as it is. The only thing about the evil pronouncements which is total truth is that upon which they base their doctrines. The leaders of the cults live their lives in the selfish evil that they proclaim. The Christians go to churches and gatherings and go forth and live a lie. The children not only are witness to this, but their peers, music, idols, and daily living are testament to the fact of it. The devil lies to the receivers. He promises them fulfillment, power, popularity, and wondrous contentment, and then he destroys his victims after he sucks everything from the entity. Further, you don't know what goes on in these rituals, for the leaders either destroy their victims or can so terrify the observer or participant as to render, especially a child, helpless and actually present dual, triple, countless personalities in order to preserve of the self. Hundreds of your preschools are riddled with this disease. The children are organized into a worldwide computer network of pornography. And yet these same children, your children, come forth and testify in terror, and you turn from them. Your own California Attorney General, in a report in your 1986, referred to a Bakersfield, California case. It can be firmly stated that the satanic allegations eroded the children's credibility and ultimately their ability to testify about what had happened to them. If there is one thing that cult Satanists do most well, it is to cover their tracks in such a way as to thoroughly discredit witnesses who might seek to come against them. That task is especially easy for them when dealing with young children, which is one reason why children make such ideal victims. The child may finally gain the courage to testify that he saw a little animal tortured, killed, and burned, or buried, even a baby tortured, killed, and cooked. When these sites are excavated, there is nothing found. Of course not. These are sophisticated organizations. They bury the bodies to accomplish the discrediting. The moment the ritual is over for the child, the entity is dug up and disposed of elsewhere by burning or cooking. Dear ones, the candles of the most value utilized in these rituals are made of human fat. Now, what does that tell you? Further, sometimes in knowledge and sometimes in total ignorance, these ones of evil offer these artifacts for sale right through what you call your New Age journals and UFO journals. I suggest you once find a copy of one of these advertisements, such as Inner Light Publications, a Brad Steger organization, and read it. Especially read the advertisements for cult materials in the small print. Then I ask that you go forth in inner thought and check out the discrediting of UFOs and discrediting of alien visitors as vile enslavers and body snatchers. Aliens from the cosmos have absolutely no need to mutilate cows, take blood, or animal parts. Anyone with the ability to traverse the universe has no need of such vileness. If there be aliens involved in such, they are there at the request of and in action with ones who have formed contracts and pacts with evil, and the work is performed upon your physical place by physical beings. It is time you assume your responsibilities, take off your foolish blindfolds and see what is about you. Of course, some children have vivid imaginations and can construct falsely. But, dear ones, when a child can describe and draw pictures of things that you, as an adult, do not understand in language or actual fact, you had better get your belief button to on. How about a picture of an adult person who has blue lungs? Have you ever seen a dead man's lungs? Would not a baby's intestines emerging from an opened abdomen appear like worms to a 3-year-old with such limited vocabulary for descriptions? How often do you, as a parent, inspect your child's anus or vagina for lacerations? So be it. I will effort at giving you several examples ranging from the abused to the really abused. From the little bit of abuse to the parents who literally abuse their own children and then sell the child into pornography and on into heinous torture, mutilation, murder, and insanity. A few make it back to tell about it. They are never whole again, and I honor these blessed ones beyond my ability to express it, for they are helpless in the hands of mine adversary, and they have been forsaken by the very ones who are their caretakers and protectors. These cults are filled with politicians, law officers, policemen, Orthodox church leaders, and your neighbors. It is power and total control, and they are convinced they get this power and control from the rituals and heinous acts performed. The music shouts glory and evil and death to self and others. It projects rape, torture, blood spillage, and crime as a motto of life. As a parent, if you have teens who listen to music video, etc., go look about your child's room. What do you see? What is the appearance of your child? What are the actions of your child? Look at your child's doodles upon his notebooks and papers. What do you find? Are there pentagrams? Upside down crosses? 666? Aussie? Knives? And what do you do if you find these things? You better get on your knees to God. You will find the largest number of satanic practicing physicians in the psychiatric community than any other. You will find at least one physician in every sacrificial practicing group for the purpose of surgery for delivering of babies. You will also find at least one lawyer. It is part of the rules of the group to be complete. The infant and babe are the most heinously abused. It was no accident that the Manson gang would go to the extent they did with Sharon Tate. She was pregnant. Think about it when you have your next little puff of cocaine, drink of booze, smoke of pot, and watch your little music video thriller. Oh, well, yes, I see. You tell your children these things are wrong and make them turn off their television from these things, or do you send them to their room where they can watch in peace and leave you to your favorite program? This is Look at Yourselves time. I am Sananda. Chapter 16. Rec number 2, Sananda. Wednesday, November 8, 1989, 9:30 a.m. Year 3, Day 084. Wednesday, November 8, 1989. In an effort to allow you to understand a bit of history and key players in leadership roles, I shall give you some historical and chronological information. It is more important that you of the United States know of that which is prevalent in the United States. Therefore, I shall adhere to activities within America for the current times. It no longer matters what happened 2,000 years ago, for the acts are more heinous than ever before in recorded history, and further, you cannot handle more. The cleansing and corrections must begin at home and within self. There are worse practices taking place elsewhere in your world, but relative badness is not that which we are about. This will be disappointing to ones in countries other than the North Americas who seek answers, but other geographical locations shall be handed by other scribes or at a later date. High-profile satanic groups. I wish to say at this point that it will not be your big organized groups which present the immediate hazard to you, for they must maintain a very clean outer shell. To participate in horrendous rituals, the members will scatter to the little unknown groups here and there to preserve security. You will not know of these groups, which makes them doubly dangerous to you as citizens. The major, known groups are public because they incorporate to glean tax shelter status under religious protection. It is most unfortunate that evil invades all gifts. Of the publicly noted organized groups are the Church of Satan, headed by Anton Lavey, the Temple of Set, headed by Colonel Michael Aquino, the Process Church of the Final Judgment, Our Lady of Enter Coven, the Ophite Cultus Satanes, founded in 1948 by Herbert Sloan in Toledo, Ohio, Brotherhood of the Ram, a Southern California group, Church of Satanic Brotherhood, which broke away from the Church of Satan in the 70s over disagreements with Anton Lavey, and the Satanic Orthodox Church of Nephilim Rite, located in Chicago, which was formed in 1971. There are other Orthodox satanic groups that exist whose names may come to your attention, but I shall be discussing basically the first two. I shall not give the honor to Anton Lavey nor to Michael Aquino of giving their personal backgrounds except as it applies directly to the current topic. Lavey's intent for the Church of Satan is to praise indulgence and discredit God and Christ proclaiming churches. You will also see how insidious evil actually is in practice. It takes all the beauteous things and taints them with ugliness. As a for instance, you will note that you are in year 3, day 84 of a new calendar of sequence. All the most ancient of calendars have expired on August 16, 1987. The clever Lavey did the following. On April 30, 1966, the occult holiday of Walpurgis Nacht, he shaved his head, put on a clerical collar, neatly trimmed his Mephistophelian beard, and proclaimed the age of Satan. He encouraged and invited all news media to cover his antics. He was referred to as the Black Pope. He engaged in black masses in which a member would dress like the Pope. During the ceremony, a nude woman was used as an altar as the make-believe Pope engaged in apparent sexual intercourse for the sake of the cameras. This is practiced openly when the press cameras are absent. In May of 1967, May is a most unholy month in satanic circles, May 13th being a most unsacred and unholy day, he baptized his daughter Zena into the Church of Satan. The baptism was recorded properly. Levy then became very active in consultant roles, especially for the motion picture industry, beginning with Rosemary's Baby, the hit movie about a group of Satanists who use the wife of an aspiring actor to breed the devil's child. Levy is quite nicely listed as an advisor. The Church of Satan continued to attract attention. A U.S. Navy seaman, who had been a member of the church, died, and Levy, accompanied by filmmaker and friend, Kenneth Anger, officiated at the funeral along with a Navy honor guard. The church had gained legitimacy, so much so that the U.S. government, yes, the same government as you honor, eventually provided its chaplains with a handbook that, along with other non-traditional religions, describes the religious needs of service people who belong to the Church of Satan. The information came from the church itself. Now, Dharma, please copy directly from the information provided for this purpose. As you read through this document, please note carefully things which must become obvious to you in relationships one with another. Note, for instance, the connection with the major rock musicians coming forth first from England and the relationship with the Nazi movement and symbolism with the German satanic connection. Please, read between the lines, for the document had to be kept within legal boundaries. Further, watch for that which is omitted, such as May 13th celebration and the high importance of Easter as a major time of sacrificing babies and children. Keep your eyes and minds open. Further, keep in mind that the handbook was written prior to 1970 or approximately at that time 2 decades past. Religious requirements and practices of certain selected groups. A handbook for chaplains. The work involved in developing and producing this handbook was performed pursuant to contract number MDA 90376C0267 with the U.S. Department of Defense by Kirchner Associates Incorporated, with subcontract work by the Institute for the Study of American Religion. Church of Satan, Anton S. Levy. Post Office Box 7633, San Francisco, California 94120. High Priest aka Satanists. Historical roots. The Church of Satan is an eclectic body that traces its origins to many sources: classical voodoo, the Hellfire Club of 18th century England, the ritual magic of Aleister Crowley, and the Black Order of Germany in the 1920s and 1930s. Current world leader, Anton Sander Levy. High Priest. Number of adherents in the U.S., 10,000 to 20,000. Organizational structure. The Church of Satan is focused in the Central Grotto in San Francisco. It accepts or rejects all potential members and charters other grottos around the country. Isolated individuals relate directly to the Central Grotto. Leadership and role of priests. The priesthood is not comprised of individuals who are necessarily adept in the performance of rituals, though pastoral and organizational abilities are not minimized. The rank of priest is conferred on those who have achieved a measurable degree of esteem or success. One's level of membership within the church is commensurate with his/her position outside the church. Hence, a respected career soldier or commissioned officer in the army might qualify, though be totally uninvolved with group activity. Rituals are conducted by a de facto priest, i.e., a celebrant member who has evidenced a working knowledge of and ability to conduct services and is authorized by the Central Grotto. Who may conduct a ritual? Anyone, but a priest is required for group worship. Is group worship required? No, but it is strongly encouraged, because it is a strong reinforcement of the faith and installation of power. Worship requirements. Worship in the Church of Satan is based upon the belief that man needs ritual, dogma, fantasy, and enchantment. Worship consists of magical rituals, and there are 3 basic kinds: sexual rituals to fulfill a desire, compassionate rituals, to help another, and destructive rituals, used for anger, annoyance, or hate. Grottos often gather on Friday evenings for group rituals. Minimum equipment for worship varies with the type of ritual performed, but is likely to include a black robe, an altar, the symbol of Baphomet, candles, bell, a chalice, elixir, wine or some other drink most pleasing to the palate, sword, model phallus, gong, and parchment. Facilities for worship, a private place where an altar can be erected and rituals performed. Special religious holidays. The highest holiday is one's own birthday. Every man is a god if he chooses to recognize that fact. After one's birthday, Walpurgis Nacht, April 30th, and Halloween are most important. April 30th is the grand climax of the spring equinox, and Halloween was one of the times of the great fire festivals among the ancient Druids. The solstices and equinoxes, which fall in March, June, September, and December and mark the first day of the new seasons, are also celebrated. Funeral and burial requirements. The priests of the Church of Satan perform funerals, and the Central Grotto should be contacted in case of death. Autopsy. No restrictions. Cremations, only permitted in extreme circumstances such as an expedient measure where it is necessary to safeguard the health of others. Medical treatment, no restrictions. Uniform appearance requirements, no restrictions. Position on service in the armed forces, none. Any other practices or teachings which may conflict with military directives or practices, none. Basic teachings or beliefs. The Church of Satan worships Satan, most clearly symbolized in the Roman god Lucifer, the bearer of light, the spirit of the air, and the personification of enlightenment. Satan is not visualized as an anthropomorphic being, rather he represents the forces of nature. To the Satanist, the self is the highest embodiment of human life and is sacred. The Church of Satan is essentially a human potential movement, and members are encouraged to develop whatever capabilities they can by which they might excel. They are, however, cautioned to recognize their limitations, an important factor in this philosophy of irrational self-interest. Satanists practice magic, the art of changing situations or events in accordance with one's will, which would, using normally accepted methods, be impossible. Creedal statements and authoritative literature. The writings of Anton LaVey provide the direction for the Satanists: the Satanic Bible, the Complete Witch, and the Satanic Rituals. Members are encouraged to study pertinent writings which serve as guidelines for the satanic thought, such as works of Mark Twain, Niccolo Machiavelli, G.S. Shaw, Ayn Rand, Friedrich Nietzsche, etc. Ethical practices. The ethical stance of the Church of Satan is summarized in the 9 Satanic Statements. The 9 Satanic Statements. L. Satan represents indulgence instead of abstinence. 2. Satan represents vital existence, instead of spiritual pipe dreams. 3. Satan represents undefiled wisdom, instead of hypocritical self-deceit. 4. Satan represents kindness to those who deserve it, instead of love wasted on ingrates. 5. Satan represents vengeance instead of turning the other cheek. 6. Satan represents responsibility to the responsible, instead of concern for psychic vampires. 7. Satan represents man as just another animal, sometimes better, sometimes worse than those that walk on all fours, who, because of his divine spiritual and intellectual development, has become the most vicious animal of all. 8. Satan represents all of the so-called sins, as they all lead to physical, mental, or emotional gratification. 9. Satan has been the best friend the Church has ever had, as he has kept it in business all these years. Beyond the above principles, Satanists generally oppose the use of narcotics which dull the senses and suicide which cuts off the life, the great indulgence, and stand firmly on law and order. The Church of Satan is not to be confused with Satanist groups which have been found to engage in illegal acts. How does the Church of Satan recruit new members? The Church does not proselytize but welcomes inquiries from those potential Satanists who hear about the Church from the various books about it, the mass media, or word of mouth. Relationship with other religions. The Church of Satan stands as a gathering point for all those who believe in what the Christian Church opposes. The members are generally hostile to its teachings and resultant behavior patterns. To a lesser extent, the same position holds for Eastern religions. *****. Politics hit everyone. In your mid-70s, some members of the Church of Satan became displeased with LaVey and what they perceived as the Church's new direction. They thought the Church to be too high-profile, too media-conscious, and too much like a circus sideshow. They also believed that LaVey's ego was becoming more important than the Church's mission. Many senior members quit and began their own groups. One of these people was Michael Aquino. Aquino joined the Church of Satan after serving 9 months in Vietnam as a lieutenant in the cavalry squadron for the 82nd Airborne. When he flew home to San Francisco in 1969 to be married, he was looking for a dose of counterculture, something to even out the effects of army regimentation. He saw an advertisement for the Church of Satan in the Berkeley Barb, an underground newspaper. Aquino met LaVey and the two became very close over the years. LaVey raised Aquino to the full level of IVTH degree Magister Templi, the first Satanist other than LaVey to attain this level. Here is a little TID bit of gossip. The recognition was conveyed on August 5, 1973, the anniversary of Marilyn Monroe's death. LaVey was fascinated with Monroe, and members of the church claimed that LaVey held a ritual of necromancy for her. LaVey knew Monroe's death was not suicide. He knew her death was connected with her alleged relationships with John and Robert Kennedy. Do you begin to see how the circles spiral around and around? And now, let us look closely at how things begin to really swing into heinous action. Aquino believed that the church was becoming corrupt. He believed it erred in allowing outsiders visit, study, and observe the church without any intention of personal commitment. The church elders believed that if people were exposed to the church philosophy they would make such a commitment. Aquino believed that was wrong. He believed that people vampirized the church, enjoyed the accessories of the philosophy, the indulgence without guilt, and contributed very little. You see, to this point the Church of Satan was very little different than many of your hippie and New Age groups. I'm sorry, dear readers, but that is a factual statement. Aquino decided to start his own satanic cult and vowed not to make the same mistakes. As the Church of Satan. The group was actually an offshoot of an order within the Church of Satan known as the Order of the Trapezoid. As opposed to modern magic with a Mediterranean origin, the order emphasized magic from Northern Europe and Germany. Germanic mysticism developed mostly on its own and remained isolated during the Roman rule of Europe. It resurfaced during the Second and Third Reichs in Germany, much of it the basis for the Nazis' obsession with the black arts. According to some members within the Church of Satan, the order attempted to reconstruct this German mysticism. According to others, however, it had unpleasant overtones of Nazism. Age of Set. While still a member of the Church of Satan, Aquino spelled out the tenets of the Temple of Set in the Book of Coming Forth by Night. The title is the antithesis of the Book of Coming Forth by Day, also known as the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Are any of my dear ones beginning to feel a bit warm and squirming about in your chairs? Aquino says that the book came to him after he called upon the Prince of Darkness and is coming forth. In it, Set declares the age of Satan to be over and the age of Set beginning. Set says that his pact with Levi is over, and according to Aquino, upon the 9th solstice, I destroyed my pact with Anton Sander Levi. Thus all may understand that he, Levi, is dearly held by me, and that the Church of Satan is not a thing of shame to him. But a new eon is now to begin, and the work of Anton Sander Levi is done. And so, on the night of the North Solstice 1975, a new age of horror began. The Temple of Set as an organization was formally incorporated in 1975 CE. Satanists prefer to use CE meaning Common Era, instead of AD for Anno Domini, the year of your Lord. In addition, time would be reckoned starting with 1966 as year 1. Crystal Tablet of Set. Before we project the writings from the tablet, let us quote from Aquino regarding himself. I am a lieutenant colonel in the Army on active duty, working in resource management. I am a graduate of the National Defense University in Washington, D.C. Beyond that, I would rather not discuss the details of my military career as, in the American tradition of separation of a church and state, I endeavor not to confuse the two or invoke one in a context pertinent to the other. I have a PhD in political science from the University of California, Santa Barbara, and a Master of Public Administration from George Washington University in Washington, D.C. I have also taught political science for several years as an adjunct professor at Golden Gate University in San Francisco. The title of my doctoral dissertation was The Neutron Bomb. As it was in the field of political science, it dealt with the U.S., European, and Soviet negotiations concerning the development and possible deployment of neutron weapons in NATO during the Carter administration. Its principal theme, other than being a historical survey of the episode, was that the perceptions upon which many of the actors based their decisions were not necessarily related to the facts, nor were decisions made with a clear strategic foreign policy necessarily in mind. Interestingly enough, my research led me to conclude that Jimmy Carter was a careful and methodical decision-maker where the neutron issue was concerned. This is in refutation to his popular image as an indecisive and weak leader. As a matter of policy, the Temple of Set does not give out membership numbers. The bulk of our membership is spread fairly evenly throughout the United States, with other members in Europe, Canada, and some Pacific Basin countries. Most of those who contact us wash out before even applying to join. They are discouraged by the rather dry membership informational letter we issue. Of those who apply for IS degree admission, perhaps half don't attain recognition as a DEpt IIND degree within the 2-year time limit. There is virtually no attrition beyond the IIND degree level, though we have had a few senior initiates who have either resigned for personal reasons or been expelled for abuse of their responsibilities, the last such occurrence being about 5 years ago. Rather than bore you further with dialogue from the tablets, it suffices to know that they lay down the general guidelines for the Temple of Set. Satan was happy, and then even Satan had to raise up and look around. The secret cults springing forth from out of the bowels of his churches were even more degrading than he can stomach. When you once pull from the ranks to interrogate on your talk shows, you can get honest answers from the participants, for the rules of the church do not advocate any of the things you pick at. Satan is the prince of lies. Would he answer honestly even if it were true? Please, don't embarrass yourselves. Who are the members of the satanic cults as organized? It is mostly white, upper-middle-class young people. You won't find many blacks or other minority groups. If you find participating minority ethnic groups, it will be in the so-called pagan groups or Santeria, because each group will have its counterpart of ritualism. However, your most heinous groups are right out of Middle America. People get involved for power and control: power over yourself, power over others, and power over your surroundings. Dharma, another quote, please. This from a practicing member, Chicago bus driver. If you know anything about Satanism, you know it's about power. It is power that we all have, but most of us are too scared to let loose, take control of the power that Satan has given us. I like the fact that you don't grovel, you don't kneel and ask God for things. That, to me, is begging. My being is too proud for begging. You have to be real sure of yourself to be a Satanist. You have to have your act together. I ask Satan for what I want. I don't beg some God that you can't see. Can I see Satan? You bet I can. Look at all the sickness, hurt, and warfare in the world. That's Satan. If there really was a God, and he's supposed to be so good, why does he let these bad things happen? I'll tell you why. Because Satan takes charge here on earth, and God takes care of heaven. All good little people will go to heaven when they die. That's nice. I'm going to hell, where I'm going to continue indulging myself. So, while you're being good so you can go to heaven after you die, I'm going to keep on enjoying myself here on earth and again in hell. Who's having the better time, me or you? No, my group isn't affiliated with any established group. We're our own group. In fact, some of the people in our group have parents who were Satanists. We have a name, but I'm not telling you what it is. You wouldn't know what it meant, anyway. How many people? About 50, at any one time. We break up into smaller groups for workings. I won't tell you about our specific activities. That's secret, but I will tell you this: we do whatever we want, the people in our group. We have connections for anything. I'll leave it at that. If you think I'm going to admit a legal action to you, you're crazy. This statement was made to an investigating officer. You also have what you might call self-styled Satanists. This category fits one such as your Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, of California. He would like to have joined a special group, but he is so evil that no one wanted him. Also one such as Clifford St. Joseph, who was convicted in the spring of 1988 of first-degree murder. During his trial, it was revealed that his victim had been drained of blood. Then in June of 1985, a man was discovered killed. The perpetrators were gay and kept the man in a cage and used him sexually. They carved a pentagram into his chest. Candle wax drippings were in his right eye. He has not been identified. How very sad, not even the dignity of identification, just number 60 in a police morgue. The perpetrators were into self-styled insanity. There was no evidence of motive of the killing except for ritual purposes. All manner of Satanist materials were found at the scene of the slaughter. Then you have another category which you would have to suggest is a youth subculture. The youngsters begin by playing with satanic ideas and get hooked. Most will dabble in it more than anything else, but a percentage will carry it beyond the games involved. These children are most often influenced by heavy metal music or by fantasy role-playing games like Dungeons and Dragons. The youngsters who go beyond the normal curiosity tend to be those who have other behavior problems going on, problems in school, with peers, at home, and of course they have that consuming desire for power and control. I shall enlarge upon this grouping first by presenting some pathetic cases. The first being one Sean Sellers. Internet says Sean Sellers. Sean Sellers. In October 1986, an Oklahoma jury found Sean Sellers, 17, guilty of 3 counts of murder for killing his mother, stepfather, and a convenience store clerk in the fall of 1985. Sellers was a self-styled Satanist who was obsessed with using human blood in his rituals. He kept several vials hidden in his refrigerator for black masses. He often carried it to school and drank it in the cafeteria in front of classmates. A friend of Sellers in Colorado, before Sellers moved to Oklahoma, testified at his trial that Sellers had formed a satanic group called the Elimination. The witness stayed in touch with Sellers through letters and phone calls from Colorado. During a visit back to Colorado by Sellers, the friend testified that he and Sellers wore black robes, drank their own blood, and conducted the candlelit initiation into Satanism of a third boy. They cut the boy with anathema and used his blood to write a dedication to Satan. During his trial, Sellers told of how he held a ceremony in his room, alone, in which he wrote in his own blood, "I renounce God, I renounce Christ, I will serve only Satan. Hail Satan." He became addicted to satanic rituals, often staying up late into the night practicing and reading about them. On September 8, 1985, he and another friend, Richard Howard, both had engaged in satanic rituals together, held one last ritual before setting out for a human sacrifice. Sellers stole his grandfather's .357 Magnum and shot convenience store clerk Robert Bauer, who had once refused to sell beer to Sellers. Emphasis added. Sellers became even more obsessed with Satanism and wrote shortly afterward in a school essay read during his trial, "Satanism made me a better person. I can kill without remorse, and I feel no regret or sorrow, only love, compassion, hate, anger, pain, and joy. Only I may understand, but that is enough." Sellers began arguing with his parents over a 15-year-old girl whom they forbade him to see. He ran away from home but returned. One night, after going home from his part-time job at a pizza store, he performed his nightly satanic ritual. After drifting in and out of sleep that night, he walked quietly into his parents' room and shot them both in the head. He went to his friend, Richard Howard's house, where he stashed the weapon. The next morning he made believe that he found his parents' bodies and didn't know what happened. Howard testified for the prosecution and received a 5-year sentence as an accessory after the fact. He claimed that he didn't take part in the clerk's murder but waited outside for his friend. Sellers is now the youngest inmate on Oklahoma's death row. We will hear from this youngster, himself, in a future chapter. I am Sananda. Chapter 17. Rec number 1, Hayton. Friday, November 10, 1989, 7:30 a.m. Year 3, Day 086. Friday, November 10, 1989. Hayton is present with greetings in the light of the Radiant One. Let there ever be peace between us, for we have much to do and learn one from the other. I petition you to watch very closely the events as they unwind in Berlin, please. Do not misinterpret that which is happening. The communists are not being such nice brothers and parents, they are in economic disaster. From your contributions to stabilize these foundering countries coming into self-government and freedom of movement, you will be further distressed as a nation who, too, is in economic devastation without additional load. It is planned to the last detail and you are blundering right into the trap. You do not witness your president in grand spectacle of excited merriment over a wall which has come down. You are going to now watch your president become a most calculating and efficient worker. You must have attention drawn from the failures of your drug war, war on crime, and Central America's plight. Watch most carefully for that which is hidden in the upcoming meeting with Shamir of Israel, most carefully indeed. Yes, Dharma, the Antichrist leader is soon to make a move. He is presently in your state of Egypt. He is quite unknown but being tutored most diligently for his task ahead. He is not of Egypt. Watch most closely that place I have spoken of so many times before, Syria. Of course I shall not tell you who you ones don't seem to ever understand the danger in upfront information. Keep your eyes open and minds alert and you will find your own answers popping forth. You ones are simply curious and want inside information for salving that curiosity. You continually forget this computer is hooked directly to CIA surveillance systems and this house is electronically bugged. Do not ask me questions which I must refuse to answer, and please do not push me for answers and discussions if I have declined to respond. I do not mind that you ask, just please understand if I must refuse to respond. I must caution you regarding your cattle mutilation thrillers and your abductions, etc. Your government does not hesitate a minute to destroy and murder. Yes, there have been animals taken by our brothers in this mission. But they are taken and placed in various locations for stocking purposes of motherships and other placements for you ones at massive relocation time. Yes, we have inspected many of your cattle and sheep because your government has introduced cattle bovine leukemia viruses and sheep venoviruses into your sheep herds. These are the causative mutant factors which, when combined with your vaccines such as smallpox, measles, etc., produce the AIDS virus in human culture. No, we do not mutilate, drain blood nor utilize ritualistic parts of carcasses. Most of the mutilations are not done by your satanic brothers, either, except that many are utilized in that manner, but mostly in your neighborhood locations. The major findings of stock mutilations are perpetrated by your government in a most intentional manner. Most are staged in locations where they are sure to be found and made public. Further, many incidents from your mid to late 60s and 70s were in areas where dual discounting could be effective. One prime location is in the mountains of Utah and Colorado, where known UFO bases are in place. Further, around your city of Salt Lake, a major effort was, and is, thrust forth to discredit the Mormon Church. I make no comment, mind you, on the Church of Latter-day Saints. I simply tell you there is an all-out thrust to pull the church down. How many of you are aware that Mormon means devil or top-head demon in many places of your world? In Japan, for instance, the Mormon Church must use another label and avoid the term Mormon, for that is exactly what it means: Satan. It requires most primitive equipment to go and find a rather isolated place and butcher a few cows. You further have all manner of pumps for extracting blood. You have had that availability for years and years in your mortuaries. Further, it is most simple to tranquilize an animal, take it aboard an aircraft and replace it with no disturbance whatsoever to the flora. It is equally as easy to plant UFO landing patterns on the ground itself. More so, it is quite easy to have hovercraft which are literal flying saucers. You have them, dear ones, and have sightings and proof of alien presence. It is well planned and most effective indeed. Yes, a great deal of the information came to your military from aliens, but most of your happenings are the actions of your own Earth humans. In areas where these happenings are prevalent, we patrol most openly. Australia is a prime location. Further, we utilize the ley lines. We also must monitor your tectonic plate movements and your earth upheavals. Australia is a hotbed of activity. Further, your US government has a major underground installation in Australia with most secret and clandestine activities taking place. We do not play stupid games, we have no need of such. There is another thing you must remember from our past lessons: we, too, have the use of androids who are most delicate and most sophisticated. There are many reports which claim apprehension in abductions which result in the introduction of location or beings of higher form and larger stature. In a deliberate attempt to damage none of our own, you are cared for most carefully and graciously. We do not harm and we do not mutilate. If you find a mutilated or burned body laying about, it is not your lighted brotherhood of space. We have no such primitive need, and our entire thrust is to keep you calm and in eagerness for our physical arrival, not panic and breed fear of our presence. Yes, you have all shapes and forms of aliens who are suited to various life conditions. Further, there are species who will take your planet after your species can no longer physically survive. There are ones who have come at your government's request to help you in a growing atmosphere of carbon dioxide, and you captured them, made hostile public statements about them and incinerated them. You are overfilled with evil energies, for you are the dwelling place of the cast-out energies. Let us speak for a moment of one such as a Charles Manson, who is a completely absorbed satanic energy. What happens if you give him a death sentence and do in fact kill him? Oh, what a mistake! You perpetrate his energy cycles back immediately and you birth a Ramirez or a Hitler or. These energies can always find re-entry instantly, for they have breeders upon your place which have bodies in preparation at all times and of all ages. Bad backgrounds. Of course, for preparations are most carefully made far in advance. 'Tis nothing but the blink of an eye in higher dimensions, but 'tis a necessity of growing time on your dense placement. Just as you once all have needed to be birthed, grown, learned and arrived at today, so needs the dark energies. The dark energies do have it easier than do we of the lighted God source. They can and do have the ability and permission to completely overtake and utilize a body, especially a physical being in compromise by any abusive altering substance. The game is usually pretty fair in the beginning, for you are of soul God creation in purity and goodness. Then the impact of experiences hit you, and your experience can go any way it chooses. There are, what I think you might call bad seeds, which is a truly foolish identification but will suffice here, whereby an energy is recycled into an infant. It will always come from the lower levels of experience, whereby the forming infant at your dimension is attacked and the higher energy first claiming the physical body in formation is removed for some reason. Many babes who would be stillborn are taken by these energies. Many babes who are malformed physically and would not ordinarily be birthed in living matter are accepted as vehicles for particular energies needing particular growth experience from the higher levels. Most malformed persons are grossly good and pure of intent, childlike. Most handicapped persons who overcome the handicap at great odds are wondrously good and godlike. Evil attacks the beauteous and perfect shells if they can at all arrange it, for those ones pull the most followers either to the physical being or to the projections of thought and intent from the evil mind. You see, anyone can be made to believe anything if the circumstance is proper. Let me example here a moment. Say Billy Meyer is most credible for a while. Then the intent becomes aimed at the discrediting of this contact. Someone will ask to assist him to mock up a flight craft and slash or any number of other things, then wham, instant discredit. Allow the model to be found in his barn, make a public statement that it looks exactly like the local model in Munich, and there you have it. Let us look closer to home right in this dwelling. The house is filled with books on UFOs because Colonel Stevens' daughter sent all the books Wendell has written, and others provide an endless supply of information pertinent to the facts under discussion. I do not wish to injure any feelings, but practically none of the UFO books have even been opened, and never before the writings at this computer. We do give her as much good confirmation as soon as possible from some public resource to allow comfort in security. Please continue to share all you acquire with these ones, for she is guided to those which are correct and given information regarding those that are incorrect. For instance, there are exchange training programs with higher cosmic locations set up in various places of your continents. In Africa, there is a most acceptable, to your human citizens, installation and experience program in operation with cold Asians. These ones play no major role in transition, they come for the experience and observation of a species in great trouble. Pleiades has several major installations, bases, if you will, around the areas of the Andes, Belize, and other places which must remain unnamed. It is no secret that there are major installations within areas of the Tetons, Mt. Shasta, although that one has been almost cleared for volcanic reasons, the Uintas, etc. These are centers where cosmic councils and command officers can hold council gatherings. There are ones in the high Tibetan mountains and thus and so. This is not the forum for production of this information, and I only present it for your interest. Each nation upon your orb is of different purpose of belief and intent. You cannot deal with all those ones from, let us say, India. Why would you even bother to do so except of curiosity? You are located in the United States of America for a most specific reason, and your teaching will be different from that of India. It is much as with physical business. If you tend your own instead of that which is none of your business, you will flourish. If you effort at tending all, you will fail at all. At any rate, back to discrediting. Anyone could walk into this dwelling and simply announce Dharma is nuts, subversive, or any number of things, lately a satanic worshipper, because of the literature about the dwelling. When discrediting is said about, all is utilized to pull credibility from the source. This is the major reason that so many of these journals have been produced in such a remarkably limited span of time. She would not have been able to read, retain, format, nor produce this quantity of valid, provable material in the human physical form. She is the mother of 9, grandmother to 8, with a most special one whom she must walk through the birthing process alongside. The way is completely burdened with legal hearings, title fights over the dwelling, no income, all things which destroy the human psyche, all heaped on at once. Ah yes, the testing has been cruel and relentless. It has required days without sleep and writing at all hours of your time spans. We had weeks of writing at 2:30 to 4 a.m. until dawn. She will tell you she does not understand why or how it is done. She has been targeted and literally killed 3 times within the past year and a half, and she sees it not. It was necessary, for truth must come forth, and it may not come haphazardly. She has been deserted and attacked by ones whom she trusted and revered beyond all others. She has lost her root physical family, and yet she knows not why she is driven to continue. I write this here for she and Oberly to see, as well as others, for they do not understand what has happened here. Look within, you who receive of this information, for you will be touched in a most personal manner. It comes forth as a calling tool. The publisher is compelled to get this into print, just as is the printer of these journals, and they cannot tell you why. The testing is horrendous as the emotional energies are in conflict. Recognize it and you will more quickly come to balance with what overflows within as you receive of these documents. The intent goes so much farther beyond monetary gain that these ones would spit upon mention of it. Ones who are close have had to wait and wait and wait in patience, or simply went away, for directions and individual purposes while we trained and made ready the foundation. If this information lights up your imagination and stirs your desire to action, so be it. Allow it to flower, for you are hearing the call, the knock. There is hope for this beloved land and civilization if ones but heed the knock at the door, that we might work together. You must, however, come into truth instead of the lies that you have fed upon for eons of time. Beloved ones of past experience are at your call now. Mr. Nostradamus is writing just as rapidly as are we. Mr. Tesla, Mr. Russell, wondrous and powerful beings who have literally walked your path, are available to give unto you information in proper sequence. When I say proper sequence, that is exactly that which I mean. Nothing will be given before its time for protection and security. Some things will simply not be allowed to come forth through greedy, evil, or self-centered persons. For instance, the total cure of AIDS is being stalled out by no more than a handful of persons who literally have the information at their fingertips but are awaiting the windfall of money involved. It will not happen in that manner. It simply will not be allowed to come forth in that method. Further, ones shall return to the teachings of God and creation if they wish to flourish. 'Tis simply the way it is. The rules are quite remarkably reasonable, succinct, and quite within logic and reason. There is a thing called emotional feeling and physical behavior. You as a species have confused the two. So be it. May I please be excused from this task, Dharma, for I am heavily occupied this morning. I realize that I have so much more on this subject of craft in your attention and ones who have interacted with brethren of the higher realms, etc., but ones must accept that I speak truth and the fantasies must taper off and the truth filter within. Further, I nor you have the time to spend longer on the subject until after we finish the information regarding evil. This should only require a few more days and we can move on to other subject material. To speak of the evil energies does in actuality summon them, and we must put these portions behind us, for the impact is too great on you ones within this space. I request that you take a great deal of time in rest today, for you cannot depend of gaining rest until after our baby is birthed. You will be given that which you need. In love and respect I take my leave. Please find interim comfort in this which I have shared and be patient for a bit longer, and we shall fully cover these subject matters. I salute you for both your patience and service. Salut, salut, salut. Haton to standby circuits clear, please. Chapter 18. Rec number 1 Sananda. Sunday, November 12, 1989, 7 a.m. Year 3, Day 088. Sunday, November 12, 1989. Sananda present to resume work on the journal. I would suggest that you determine if there are portions of the past 3 days of Commander Haton's responses to G.G.'s questions to be inserted. It is often good for ones receiving these journals to understand that we are as close as your telephone with an unlisted number, of course. Just dial God, the operator knows our extension numbers. We will do as much work as possible this day, for you will have a babe to cuddle most soon now, but we do have to arrange for stars by night and clouds by day, etc., so you have a few hours in which we might put this journal to rest. If so, we can allow you to simply stay in your mobile covered wagon in the town so that you can catch up a bit on your rest as well as birth the babe. I would most like this journal to be out to the public by the Christmas holidays if at all possible. Advertisement could go with the shipment of the prior books as distributed, but this year a heavy thrust is intended by the satanic troops at holiday time. That might well be mentioned in the notification of availability. It is not mine birthday, nor Jesus' birthday, which was in August 8th I believe you count, the symbol of infinity. I have a most thoughtful father, by the old calendars it was also 8B.C, but it is the accepted time of celebration and there is a demonstration planned a season in the underground. All ones must tend of the little children most closely, never leave them alone for a moment, and check your tenders most well if you leave them for holiday events. I cannot stress this need enough. If there are events, take them with you if possible, or do not attend. Let us now move on with this distasteful journal. I left you at last portion with a discussion of one Sean Sellers. I shall leave him now but shall return to him, for you must know the workings within his mind at the time of his terrible crimes. He has turned unto me, and I would petition that he be left in the state of aliveness, for he can do much good from his place of incarceration. But he must reap his just rewards and be an example to other children who are tempted into the evil path. King Diamond. Most of you reading this document will not even know who this is. He is one of your upfront heavy metal stars. I believe his name is David. By his own words, I am a practicing Satanist, but we never try to preach that religion to anybody. Satan has nothing to do with concerts. So be it. At the concerts by this creature the children are frantically maddened by cymbals, lights, and mind-blasting noise. The song lyrics are literally laced with references to death, coffins, graves, evil, rape, murder, suicide, etc. The results are prevalent all over your planet and in the US from coast to coast. In your country satanic activity is increasing dramatically. In Maine, a dozen of your Orthodox churches were completely defaced with satanic symbols and threats. In California, New Jersey, Alabama, and elsewhere police have found inverted crosses, pentagrams, mutilated animals and all sorts of satanic paraphernalia. Teenage killers. The most pathetic, though not necessarily the most horrendous, are those crimes urged on by so-called adult practicing Satanists and music-crazed-minded children. In Douglas County, Georgia, the judge sentenced L7-year-old Melissa Ernest to life in prison with these words, "I'm sorry for you, young lady, and I sentence you to a life in prison. And I'm sorry for you, I can only wish you good luck." 17-year-old Melissa Ernest and 2 other teenage members of her coven admitted drinking her 15-year-old victim's blood, then dancing around her still warm body. From a small town in Maine, yesterday's conviction of Scott Waterhouse for the murder of 12-year-old Giselle Cody may finally bring to an end talk of a satanic cult in the town. Long Island, New York, police arrest 17-year-old Rick Casso for the ritual murder of 15-year-old Gary Lauer. Casso gouged out his victim's eyes. It is most horrifying to realize the level of violence involved in these crimes and the total lack of remorse at any level when first confronted. The violence in Satan's name is appalling and savage, brutal enough to sicken even the most hardened of police investigators unless they, too, are practicing Satanists. Consider the next instance. In New Jersey, Officer Paul Hart saw the unthinkable. A boy just turned 14 years of age, Tommy Sullivan, murdered and mutilated his own mother. Tommy had written a contract with the devil before he butchered his mother with his Boy Scout knife. The murder took place in the basement of the Sullivan family home. Tommy died as brutally as his mother, through wounds self-inflicted first to his arms and wrists. Following that, he literally slit his own throat from ear to ear with the same 3.5-inch knife from the windpipe, all the way back to the spinal column to the point of almost taking his head off. A couple of years ago, another youngster, in Missouri, and 3 of his friends who had been dabbling in Satanism and listening to a minimum of 5 hours a day heavy metal acid rock, carried baseball bats, a cat, and a length of rope to an isolated spot near their hometown. By the time the night was over, the cat had been mutilated and one of the boys beaten to death by the other 3, then dumped in a well. I shall only speak of one of the boys, for he has come forward and is most willing to speak publicly along with his mother, whom I give great honor for sharing. This beautiful in appearance young man, Pete Rowland, is in prison in Fulton, Missouri, sentenced to life without parole. His 2 friends are also sentenced to life. For the record, you will find their labels to be Jim Hardy and Bud Clemens. Pete Rowland said he and his friends started out by listening to the heavy music, and using drugs, and then killing animals, this by his own words. In the frenzy of the fatal night, the bloody ritual ended with Pete and his friends striking 19-year-old Stephen Newberry, some 70 blows with the bats. After the first blow, Stephen asked, "Why me?" and one of the boys responded, "Because it's fun." Pete can't remember how many times he personally struck Stephen, just a lot. This is one of the most beautiful young men you will ever encounter, perfection in physical appearance, handsome, well-spoken, and now one of mine own. Now, important that you hold the following close to your hearts, for this is truly the way the evil leader works. When asked about his feelings regarding Satan, the young man replied, "He lied. He promised us power and control, and now we have nothing. He lied and double-crossed us. He just leaves you empty and destroyed after it was over. The killing, I was just empty. I don't know how I felt. I guess I really didn't feel anything." And he goes on, "I didn't think right or wrong because it just didn't mean anything. I just had no appreciation for good or bad, but just from what I was into, I just needed to do bad. It was like, in my head to do it. There is really no way to explain it. I really never felt good about myself. I had really low self-esteem, and the things that I'd seen in the Satanism, I thought I'd get power and popularity, and I felt like I had a place of belonging in my end. It did make me feel like I belonged. When questioned about whether or not the killing made a difference, he replied, "It didn't really make a difference to me because I considered thoughts of suicide myself, and I felt like he was me in a way because he had the same beliefs as me and he was kind of like me. If I didn't care about myself, then I really wouldn't care about someone like me." The guy who got me started into this was really popular. He was the president of my senior class. I got curious, and just like I said over and over again, power. I just felt a sense of machoism or something made me feel big like a king in a sense of how he feels over all his servants. But then, I don't feel really too good now, as far as all that's happened. But in a way I feel better because I'm away from that stuff, and I know that people do love me in a real way, and I am a Christian now. I guess I'll have a long time to think about it. What of the parents? And what of the grieving parent? Who eases the pain of the grieving, guilt-ridden parent? May we please look at a picture of what happens? Pete's mother, Penny Bayard. There were some things that I saw that I should have paid attention to. I saw the album covers and they are hideous. I just assumed that if they sell them, it's got to be okay. I assumed it was a passing phase. I had my things at that age. I assumed that he had his. I assumed wrong. Well, I think what I mostly noticed was that Pete began to avoid us as a family. He didn't want to be around us. I remember mostly when I would come home and fix dinner, he would come home, go to his room, and when my husband and I were through eating and had left the kitchen, then Pete would come in and eat. Then he would go back to his room. He really avoided us. There stopped being any family life, and his friends didn't come around the house anymore. I love him so much. I think I love him now more than ever before, but I am angry with him because he knew right from wrong. I asked Pete one day long after the trial, because I just couldn't talk about it for a long time, "How could you kill a friend?" And he told me that he had no regard for his own life, therefore he had no regard for Stephen's life, and Stephen was involved with this, also. He knew Stephen had no regard for life, even his own life, so it seemed it didn't make any difference to anyone at the time. Yes, I still love him and I always will be here for him, and I have to accept that this is his life, this is just the way it is, and I have no choice. I should have paid attention because I saw the record covers and I saw satanic symbols on this bookwork, and I even spoke to him about it. He said it didn't mean anything and I wouldn't have even known what to look for anyway. I assumed all that was a passing phase. I assumed wrong. Please, you other parents, don't ignore it. It doesn't pass, it is something I will never get over, never. And again, Pete, the music was like when we killed animals, it was like it just went around and around in your brain. I can see the thoughts just like they are real. Yes, it just went completely through your mind. I can see the hurting someone you know, torturing people, and just all saying "Hail Satan" and whipping of tied up ones around you. After you listen to this hours and hours a day every day, for years, or even months, it can get to you. Steve got chosen as the victim just because he was a human and was there just because we could deceive him easy. When he was hit the first time, I looked down and it just kind of sounded like pop, and I knew what it was, so I looked up and Steve's eyes were real big, and he just said, "Why me?" He just looked like he was really sad, and someone said, "Because it's fun, Steve, and we're all just like vultures, We just went crazy. I don't know how many times we hit him, a lot. I look at my hands and I think these can't be the same hands that killed him, and I mean, I know that they are, but it doesn't seem like it, I would never want to kill anybody ever again. Right after we did what we did, I felt real empty inside. I felt I could never love again, like a zombie. The devil really double-crossed me. He just leads you on to destruction, and here I am in jail without even parole. Sean Sellers. And now let us go back briefly to Sean Sellers, condemned to die by lethal injection because of the murder of his mother, his stepfather, and a convenience store clerk. Let us hear what this youngster says after hearing denials that Satanism or music has anything to do with brutal activities. "Oh, I've heard all that before. The Satanists say that it is not the teaching that is wrong, that it is the person that is wrong, but I can't use Satanism as a cover for my own violence because it all boils down to being one's own responsibility as to what you do. But they tell lies all the time. You see, Satanists believe good is evil and evil is good, and of course that is the basis of the whole satanic thing. They, the Satanists, believe evil is good, and that is what I believed. They will claim the Satanic Bible is not taken literally, but we all take it literally. Millions of people are taking it literally all around the world. The facts are that teenagers are drawn into the cults and a lot are being used for the cult sacrifices, and there's been so much denial, but it is true. What is worse is that there is so much pain and gore and blood and stuff, but really, no one shows you how to get out once you're hooked inside. Ones trying to get out sometimes call me or their parents call, and, well, one in Texas called about her daughter but said she didn't want her daughter out just to become a Jesus freak or anything like that. Well, I just couldn't help her because there isn't any other way out. You have to turn to a Christ of some kind because that is all that can get you out. And the destruction just goes right through families. For instance, that Texas girl destroyed 3 other lives because she went to live with her aunt and uncle, and the mother ended up insane in an institution. I sure do believe in the devil, but I don't worship the devil anymore. I am a Christian. I stand up boldly and proudly and say I am a believer in the Christ way. There is just no other way out of Satanism except through the Christ path, because Satanists curse everything that is Christian in truth. The big problem about this whole issue is that the lies from the Orthodox Christian churches causes the kids to be turned off. They go to church and preach one thing and then go right back to doing all the stuff they just denounced. It's really hard, man, really hard to understand. The problem is that the crimes are so heinous that people don't want to believe that any adult would do these things to a child, and I don't know specifically about the Church of Satan and Mr. Levy or the Temple of Set and Mr. Aquino, but these awful things and sacrifices really do take place. I went out and killed that clerk just because I had broken all the laws, but the one of murder I just chose the first one that was handy, really. The night I killed my parents, I did my thing with the rituals, and boy, I really got worked up over them butting into my business, and I listened to the music and got really worked up. I just decided to do it. I didn't remember for a long time about it, the killing, I mean. And now I have nightmares every night and I nearly go out of mind in remembering. I see myself standing there by their bed and blood is pouring out of my mother's face and spurting all down the wall and puddles on the bed, and I'm laughing. I am hysterical and laughing and laughing and laughing. I don't know about dying here. I guess whatever they decide is what will happen. But I think you should look at what I was before I got hooked and what I am doing now, the good that I am doing now, because I can reach a lot of people with my own story. Well, I could just do a lot of good. So be it, so be it. Pray for your children and open your eyes for some, it might not be too late. Sila. Let us close this portion and have a rest break, Dharma. I choose random geographic locations in these inputs, for you must come to know that it is everywhere. I move to standby. I am Sananda. Chapter 19. Rec number 2, Sananda. Sunday, November 12, 1989, 10:30 a.m. Year 3, Day 088. Sunday, November 12, 1989. Sananda present to continue. Let us consider what is, most unfortunately, a rather typical case of entrapment into satanic underground activities without the willingness of the participant. More than you can imagine, children are abused from birth and sold into the pornographic activities which are pre-association with Satanism or are actually an offspring directly from Satanism. Here is where you have the involvement of your child care centers, for there Take a Deep Breath is a worldwide computer network where international arrangements can be made for the services of children. Either sex can be rented, or both, any age of preference, and, for a few cents more, death of the child while engaged in activities are willingly arranged by telephone. I will, however, allow one woman by the name of Lauren Stratford, to tell her own story in very brief format herein. I ask that you get her book called Satan's Underground, for it is most extraordinary, mostly, in the fact that she escaped. It can be located either in your bookstores or through Harvest House Publishers, Eugene, Oregon, 97402. Lauren Stratford. This is a story which is exactly that which the Satanists love. It is so vile that no one will believe the horrors and tortures from infancy on into the years of adulthood. Further, who would believe a child who is telling such horrendous tales about good people that it defies being truth? Well, that is exactly what the Satanists count on: disbelief and discounting. I urge you not to follow your instincts and simply discard this information, for the circumstances are spreading like a dread contagious disease to all parts of your world. They no longer involve just the small minority of crazy people, it is happening all around you. Victims across your country are telling stories very much like Lauren's. In virtually every city and town, ones are coming forth in weeping, frightened whispers of rituals, abuse, and human sacrifice. Hundreds upon hundreds of children in preschools and kindergartens across your country are talking about grown UPS teachers and baby tenders in robes and using funny pretend names, chanting in a strange guttural language while they perform dark ceremonies that include sexual abuse. They tell about watching animals and little babies being tortured and killed with knives called funny names. The stories these children tell are so inconceivably horrifying that few individuals in the court system believe them. But then again, it was only a few short years ago that you had a problem in believing that incest was rampant in your family society. Well, you have parents, teachers, doctors, lawyers, ministers, and other pillars of the community who are involved in Satan worship and ritual abuse of children. Law enforcement officers and detectives are often involved, but those who are not, and witness these events, are stunned by the brutality and the total inability of proving anything. Satan's cults cover their evil tracks in perfection. In dealing with children, it is even more easily covered, for the child can be told anything and made to believe it. The child is therefore discounted before even an examination of the child is performed. The truth is finally coming forth to you in the public by ones who have managed to break away and live in terror every day of their lives. Give honor to these brave few. At less than 4 years of age, Lauren first stumbled into her parents' basement for a basket of laundry only to be apprehended by the newly hired handyman. He threw her to the bed and raped her. She cried out for her mother and no one came to help. This continued through ensuing years of torment her parents gave her to these men in exchange for their services. Lauren was birthed into evil, conceived illegitimately and given away at birth. She was never allowed to forget it. She was called a bastard, a no good, an unwanted and a product of a bad seed. She was forced to repeat these words while standing naked in front of a mirror until she totally believed them. The mother had plans for this little child. This child, through her young years, tried every possible way to get help, her school counselor and even her church minister. Always she was disbelieved, for her mother was a devout and practicing church member in a Christian church. When returned to the home following an attempt to tell, she was more brutally tortured than the time before. Boiling water from a douche syringe into the rectum was a most befitting reward given by her mother. She was finally so terrified that even at school she dared not communicate and became all but a total recluse, and yet no one helped. She was then sold into the practice of going with men to places where she had to do their calling, from relationships with dogs to all manner of debasing things with both men, women, and other children. All these things were done while being photographed. All these things she wanted to believe her mother could not know until she found magazines under her mother's bed which featured her on the front covers in oral relationship with men. She finally ran away, but with no one to go to and nowhere to go, she was forced to go to the police department of a nearby town, where she convinced the officers that she dared not go home. She was then turned over to the custody of her father, who had separated from her mother some few years prior. Things were fairly good for her for a year or so and she began college. Then, her mother located her and it became obvious the father had been privy to the activities all along. Men again began to pick her up, now at her father's house, and take her various places to be photographed. She had become zombie-like in appearance, but the affront went on and on. She was decorated with makeup and the scenes worsened. She then was made a part of a group which belonged to a creature she referred to as Victor. He offered services to all types of porno movies, child pornography, and catered to the expensive select city politicians, police department officers and notable townsmen. Every deviant manner of sexual perversion was utilized and handsomely paid for, but the child received nothing. She finally ended up becoming Victor's favorite slave, and the situation finally became an even worse nightmare. Victor was often completely bored with his perversion or witnessing perversion and hit upon Satanism. The only thing Lauren had to hold to as her truth was her belief that somehow Jesus would finally rescue her. To participate in such horrendous anti-Jesus activities was beyond her acceptance. This infuriated Victor, and there followed a hell in the years ahead. He forced her to participate, and finally to the most heinous act of all, the sacrificing of a baby by her own hand. I will let her tell you about it, and let us see if you have the stomach left to continue. The night came when Victor said he was giving me to Satan. He pulled me up to the altar, and 2 coven members lifted me onto the slab of stone. My clothes were removed and I was positioned and held down so that my private parts were on top of the circle with the upside-down star. I screamed and begged the men to let me go. But the more I screamed, the more excited they seemed. Louder. Louder. Satan is pleased, they chanted. Then the abuse began. One after another, members of the coven brutally abused me sexually on the altar. After each one was through, he drank from the bowl of urine and blood mixed with wine and announced, "Satan is pleased." With each vulgar act, my will to resist lessened. I felt myself weakening physically, as though I would pass out. As each man climbed on me, I felt truly as if Satan himself were assaulting. Finally, after the last man had taken his turn, the high priest picked up the bowl, took a drink from it, then flung the remainder of it over my body. With that he threw his head back and laughingly mocked, "Satan has had you." The entire coven picked up the chant. "Satan has had you. Satan has had you. Satan has had you." My spirit was crushed. I was too weak to even move, too bruised and ashamed to desire to live. I was more humiliated and degraded than in all of my previous vile life. Victor had to literally carry me from the place, and in an insane voice he mocked me. "Now we both belong to Satan." Silently my heart spoke for me that I would never belong to Satan, no matter what they would do to me. Little could I imagine it could become so much worse that my mind would not even comprehend the horror. Victims of rituals. Nudity and sexual lewdness and perversion are commonplace at rituals. It does not matter if the female is willing or unwilling. In fact, it is believed to bring more pleasure to Satan if she is unwilling. Most certainly it brings more power and pleasure to the men involved. The female sacrifice is put on the altar, which is commonly draped with a red velvet cloth, red being the satanic color for anything of a sexual nature. She is raped, oftentimes brutally, by any of the male members who wish to have her. They are so often drugged by heroin, coke, or some other drug, or so bombed out on alcohol, that the rape becomes pure sexual torture that can go on for hours. To satisfy their own perverse cravings and do what they think will bestow upon them stronger satanic powers, the male members perform crude sexual acts, often of a bestial-like nature. Sometimes the female is seriously injured physically. Sometimes she is even slain during the act, for it is deemed more powerful if the woman is killed at the same time as the male reaches his climax. This type of ritual is usually photographed and later sold as snuff material. The ones who are simply abused are next made the victims of summoning upon demonic spirits to do something of such a diabolical nature that she will be frightened into silence. She might well be frightened, for this is not only an evil threat, the spirits are real. The victims are not allowed to ever reach the police to reveal the story. Suffer the little children. I witnessed the ultimate sacrifice of a baby skinned while still alive. I heard its screams, which must have reached to the heavens. But even God seemed to turn a deaf ear. I often wondered why he allowed the hideous torture of a helpless, innocent little child. Victor told me that the purest sacrifice, the sacrifice that pleases Satan most, is none other than an infant or young child. Because children represent purity and innocence, they belong to God. Animals are offered to Satan. Adults, willingly or unwillingly, are offered to Satan. But Satan revels in the most macabre, inhuman, and bestial evil he can conceive in the diabolical machinations of his mind. There is no evil more perverse than the murder of a little one whose life has been robbed from God and sacrificed to Satan. Where do they get the children? That is a most valid question. I'm sure it is difficult for people to believe that children can be used for sacrifices, especially in this country. If I had not witnessed this atrocity, I would ask the same question. Believe me, I would like to deny it, or at least doubt it. But I cannot. I learned the answer in an even harder and more personal way. Let me simply tell you of one incident so that you can understand where some of these babies come from. Victor had a pregnant girl being cared for in the pretense that he was finding a home for the baby. He and his friend, Tom, decided to get a teenage boy and girl off the street and bring them to the coven meeting. They would then take the pregnant girl and deliver the baby. Then they would require the boy and girl to sanctify their marriage union by having sexual relations with each other on the altar. Then the teenagers and the baby would be sexually abused by the coven members. The grand finale would be the sacrifice of the baby. The other children would be held or released depending on the whim of the grand high priest, who was now Victor. I pray people hear this next, for it is truth. Tom and Victor, and occasionally some coven members, discussed where and how they would get babies. I learned that there are fraudulent people who represent themselves as caseworkers of adoption agencies or heads of placement homes. They carried so-called legitimate identification papers, but they were either Satanists or were acting as go-betweens. Their purpose was to get the unsuspecting and well-intentioned unwed mother to sign her baby away and give it over for assumed adoption. Ads were even run in the paper and responses would simply flow in. The satanic cult can arrange for babies at specific intervals throughout the year. On other occasions, some coven members would sit around and talk about their breeders. The word breeder was new to me. One of the members explained that breeders were women who were born, marked, and raised for the sole purpose of having babies that would be used by Satanists, either to be raised in Satanism or used in ritualistic sacrifices. Since there was never any published record of their births, they were never missed when they were abused or killed. I finally thought I had heard it all until a high priestess approached Victor after a ritual as he and I were about to leave. She informed him that she had completed the assignment given her. I convinced Judy, a new female coven member who was 8 months pregnant, to assume the highest honor. She agreed to give her baby by C-section while lying on a purified altar. A licensed doctor was brought in from another coven, since Victor's was at the time without a physician. I thought that what took place in that basement of death was as bad as anything could ever be, but I was wrong, for little did I know that the next ritual I would be forced to attend would take me into the pit of hell itself. Hell. A few weekends later, Victor was boasting to me that he had received it all from Satan, power, real power, everything. Then he continued by telling me it was time for me to take an active part. So far I had only been forced to attend the meetings, now he was determined to have total control and power over me. He had always known of my Christian belief, and I screamed that I would never participate in any of their evil upon another. Victor simply shouted, "You will do it? You will." How could this man have gained such control over me? From the 4-year-old and the dirty men, the cameras, the degradation, finally I had nothing left, I had become nothing. But I still somehow felt I could hold on to my allegiance to Jesus Christ, not Satan, no matter what they made me witness. Victor was equally determined to break my will and destroy me, and then he would be finished with me, for I would no longer be of any value to him as a toy. He came into the room where I was kept waiting and said to me, "The Father has chosen you to present your purest offering to him. Not only will you present that offering, but you will lay that offering on the altar and sacrifice it to the Father, who will be pleased to accept it." Horror seized my mind. Terror froze my heart. The purest sacrifice, the most pleasing sacrifice, the one sacrifice I could never make unless my mind and will were completely broken, was the sacrifice of a child to Satan. It was murder. I would not do it, they could not make me do it. But they were not through with me. I even reasoned with myself that God would never hear me. I finally started to pray to Satan as I had witnessed the others do. At some point in my terror I felt a warmth surround me and a soft voice speak to me, "My child, I am with you. I have never left you, nor have I forsaken you. Your darkest hour is upon you, but I will be with you in it, and I will bring you out from it." My God had finally heard and answered me. I felt I could now stand against the evil which had pervaded my existence. My joy abruptly ended when Victor jerked open the door and yelled, "You will make a sacrifice to Satan, you will do so now." Terror and brainwashing. I refused, and the next few weeks were uncommonly quiet, and I lived and waited in terror. Life seemed totally hopeless. I couldn't think of anything to do except to somehow endure until I couldn't endure any longer. Then what? Would I simply go completely crazy? It was 4 weeks when hell began. Victor had a particularly horrible man who always did his bidding. By the name of John, I was turned into the hands of John. John stripped me naked and pushed me into a large box. There I sat in a cramped position, naked and in total darkness. After what seemed an eternity, I felt something slithering over my body. And another. There were snakes in the box with me. I froze, afraid to move or even breathe. After another eternity, the box was opened. As soon as John released me from the box, he asked, "Will you willingly make a sacrifice to Satan?" Instantly I thought of the words, "Your darkest hour is upon you, but I will be with you in it and I will bring you out." With the reassurance I felt courage and said, "No. I will not make a sacrifice to Satan." Time ceased to exist as this went on for days, perhaps weeks in that dark basement within that box. All basic essentials of life were taken away and then I became so weakened that I could hardly sit, but I was kept awake hour after hour and required to sit straight and silently. There would be intermittent times in the total darkness and then hours with a spotlight in my face. I lost all contact with life itself. Then suddenly I was simply left alone in the box. Then the horror of the words, "For every week you refuse to make a sacrifice to Satan, we will sacrifice a baby for you in your name. You had better understand me, for this is what we will do." This was repeated to me over and over. I continued to sit in the box day after long day. The next Saturday night I was abruptly awakened by the horrible screams of a baby being sacrificed. The sounds were coming from a tape recorder that John had put beside me. He shot at me number 1 and next week number 2. I held on, for I thought they were just trying to trick me, and still the days passed into the inability to count. Hell in a box. It had again come to a Saturday night. Sometime around midnight, I was awakened. Before me was a large barrel, like an oil drum. I was lifted from the box and up and dropped into the barrel. A lid was closed over my head. It didn't seem to matter, for without lighting the basement was totally void of light. The darkness was total and so was the silence. A few minutes later, the lid was opened and something was dropped on top of me. As it slid down my skin, another something was dropped on me and another, maybe 3 or 4. The last object was positioned directly in front of me, on top of my stomach. Then the lid was slammed shut. Again, there was only darkness and silence. There was a smell. A horrible smell. What could it be? With so little room in my small prison, I slowly maneuvered my arms and hands above my knees so I could grasp the last object that was put in. There is no right way to tell this. There are no right words to choose. However, this experience is so crucial to your understanding of my decision, the impossible choice between the yes and no, that I must include it. Slowly, fearfully, I touched the object that was pressing against my stomach. It took only a few seconds to realize it was a small body. A baby's body. It was lifeless, but not stiff. It had probably been sacrificed just that evening, just a short time before. Something within me wanted to cradle the baby in my arms. But fear gripped me. I knew what they did to babies in their sacrificial rituals. Mutilation. Skinned alive. I could not bear to explore any further. I thought I had known fear. I thought I had known rage. I thought I had experienced every emotion possible. But at that moment I felt emotions that I could not put into words. For I realized that the objects Victor and John had dropped into the barrel were bodies of sacrificed babies. 3 or 4 weeks had gone by since I had first said no. There were 3 or 4 objects in that barrel with me. I tried to scrunch myself into a tiny ball so the bodies wouldn't touch me. It was useless. Even in the darkness with my eyes closed as tight as possible, vivid images of the bodies of these babies flooded my mind. I could not take it anymore. I began to scream in torment and anguish. No words, just screams. Suddenly the darkness turned to light. The lid of the barrel was taken off. One by one the bodies were removed. I shut my eyes. I refused to see. Ever so slowly I heard Victor say number 1 and John, number 2. They took turns counting the bodies as they removed them. With each number I felt another sentence of guilt descend on me. I began to scream again in a vain effort to block out their pronouncements of guilty. They made me sit on a chair facing the babies and forced me to look at them. It was over. I was broken. It was Halloween night, one of the most important dates on the satanic calendar, the celebration of death. I was dragged into a waiting car and driven somewhere to a church. Victor laughed at me and said, "Yes, a church. A church is just the right place for someone who worships God, don't you think?" The car rolled to a stop in a dark corner of a parking lot behind the church where it could not be seen from the roadway. Victor knew he could destroy me further by the mere knowing that the leader of the church, himself, was of the group. The darkness was suffocating as we entered the building and moved to the room prepared for the ritual. Candles were lit, all the trappings of a satanic ritual slowly came into view: the goat's head, the upside-down cross, the velvet cloth on a table, the crucible. Hooded robes were donned by the handful of members in attendance while I was seated in a corner. Victor occasionally glanced at me as he whispered comments to someone I couldn't recognize. It was obvious that I was the center of attraction for that evening. I wanted to disappear. I wanted to wake up and find that this was just a dream. I almost felt that if I held my breath, the whole scene would vanish. I closed my eyes and let my mind drift. Victor's voice aroused me from my desperate thoughts. "Come forth. Satan's time is upon you." I had been totally unaware of the proceedings of the ritual up to this point, though it obviously had been going on for some period of time. I slowly, agonizingly, was pulled to an opening in the circle that the members had made around the altar. My gaze was directed toward an object on the table, impossible to distinguish in the flickering candlelight. Was this my sacrifice? I gasped and froze in my tracks. Come forth, Victor commanded. My feet would not move. I felt the arms of the hooded members on either side of me push me forward toward the altar. My feet began to move, taking me closer to the inevitable moment. There it was. The sacrifice. My sacrifice. Hidden under a piece of cloth. What it was, I didn't know. I did not want to know. Pick up the knife, a voice commanded from the head of the altar. Offer your sacrifice to Satan as you have promised. Again, I could not move. It seemed as if my arms weighed 1,000 pounds. My mind could not force them to move. I could not even look at the knife lying on the altar. My eyes were riveted on the object, the sacrifice now immediately in front of me under the covering. I heard Victor whisper, "We'll have to put the knife in her hand. She's in too much of a daze to act on her own." He had given me more drugs than usual to keep me from resisting further. He was wrong. It was surely not due to drugs that I was incapable of following his commands. I was simply paralyzed with horror. As I stood there unable to move, unable to even take a breath, I felt someone grab my right hand and pry open the tightly clenched fingers. The knife was placed in the palm of my hand and my fingers closed around it. I wanted to release the knife, but my fingers were cramped shut. Then as the hand pulled mine up, something snapped within me. The numbness left. The fear fled. In their place, I saw the faces of all the people who had ever used me, abused me, and tortured me. I saw that each face was laughing cruelly at me. Then I began to hear the laughter. Louder and louder it swelled, like the roar of an ocean. I felt as if my body was going to burst with an overpowering and uncontrollable rage. The fury grew as the laughter of my tormentors pounded in my ears. I felt my arms being raised, or raising themselves. The knife was now firmly in both hands. I began to scream, a scream that reached beyond the present and echoed back through all the years of my tortured life. To my mother. To every bum who had assaulted me in the basement of my home. To every single coven member. And to Victor himself. I was screaming at them. They had destroyed my life and now they would destroy my spirit as well. But they were wrong. They could never have my spirit. Never. Down came the knife with all the force of my strength. Up, down. Up, down. Up, down. Until the faces no longer laughed at me. They were gone, everyone. In my mind, the knife had impaled each one of them. It was over. They thought they would finish me. But I fooled them. I had finished them. I had won. The knife slipped out of my hands. I crumpled to the floor in total physical and mental exhaustion. The cemetery. How long I was unconscious, I do not know. The next thing I remember was my being led through a wire gate into a cemetery. Stumbling over the rough hillside, two of the members took hold of my arms and led me to the bottom of a ravine. We stopped at the base of a tree. A deep, oppressive stillness hung in the air. The cries of the little ones were silent that night. The sobs of teenage and adult victims were silent that night. Even the overpowering grief that was exploding within me could not shatter the stillness of that night. I understood why. It was the stillness of death. The ending of a ritualistic sacrifice was usually an occasion of jubilee, of making merriment and indulgence in every conceivable lust of sexual perversion. But tonight was different. The mood was a total antithesis to the usual reveling. There was no jubilation and no merriment, no sexual orgies. The small group of coven members who had followed the high priest into the cemetery silently formed a circle around a small plot of ground near the tree. Even as they began their usual humming and chanting, they did so in such hushed voices that I could barely hear them. I couldn't put my finger on the reason why, but something was different. My body, still supported by two others, stood in the circle. But my mind had mercifully turned itself off. I was in a confused state of mental and emotional shock. Mental comprehension was impossible. I could only obey orders mechanically, not mentally. Victor, the high priest, raised his arm. The chanting ended in obedience to the signal. Not a sound was to be heard. I began to tremble uncontrollably. Even though I felt very cold, beads of perspiration rolled down my face. At that moment, light from the candles revealed the outline of a shovel that a coven member was holding in his hands. Victor motioned for two of the men to do something with the shovel. Carefully they placed their lighted candles upright in the dirt where they had been standing. It was crucial to the burial ritual the circle remain unbroken. As they dug, the chanting started. Dust to dust. Earth to earth. Back to Satan whence it came. Dust to dust. Earth to earth. Back to Satan whence it came. Though the words were chanted in hushed voices, the words seemed to reverberate throughout the ravine and grow, as though they would surround every hillside, mountaintop, valley, and city across the country. Nausea swept over me, and those on either side strengthened their grip, bearing more of my weight for I could no longer stand alone. Just as suddenly as the chant of death began, it ended. Once again a shroud of deadly silence settled on the group of evildoers like a cloak of dense fog. The two coven members had finished digging a shallow hole. They returned to their places in the circle, being careful to pick up their candles without putting out the flame. The flame must not go out just as the circle must not be broken. Then I saw the object. It was covered with a cloth, lying in the center of a pentagram that had been drawn on the ground with chalk. I heard Victor call and I saw the evil in his eyes. He raised his right arm, the 2 gems in his ring focused my attention. Those gems represented the eyes of Satan. I was ordered to step from the support of the ones on either side of me, and as I stepped forward the chanting began again. Suddenly I thought, oh my God, they're going to bury me alive. I can't say that I became more terrified, for I was already as terrified as one could get. But I felt a sudden panic to run as fast as I could. I realized, however, that I would never be able to break through the coven circle. I stumbled as my foot touched something, freeing my eyes from the spell of Victor's ring. I looked down to see what my foot had touched. There it was again at my feet. Instantly my thoughts returned to the church altar. Bits and pieces of the ritual flashed across my mind. The altar, the faces of my tormentors, the knife, the rage screaming. Round and round the memories flashed in a frenzied whirl. Waves of nausea swept over me, but there was nothing left within to vomit forth. I felt myself beginning to faint. Victor's strong and stern voice jolted my thoughts back to the graveyard. Your sacrifice. He was pointing at the object on the ground in front of me. Dust to dust. Earth to earth. Obviously, I was expected to pick up the sacrifice. I let out a scream that should have wakened the very dead. No. I'm certain that my involuntary scream spared me from having to touch the object. Victor must have realized that I was beyond my limit of endurance and that I was in danger of risking their safety. Victor bent down and laid the object in the shallow hole. He hurriedly ushered the coven members away from the graveside. I looked back only one time to get a glimpse of a coven member who remained behind to disguise the grave or move the object to another place which would never be found again, or probably to utilize the object in some future manner. I was never given to know what became of the object. Satanists rarely leave a sacrifice buried. It is too dangerous. But also, the parts of the sacrifice, especially if it is human, are too sacred to abandon. The few parts that are not used for another ritualistic purpose are cremated to destroy all remaining evidence of the sacrifice. I had seen enough. I looked away from the gravesite, unable to think any more about what had just taken place. A heavy grief consumed me. I wasn't certain what had taken place. I knew only one thing: it was over. It was finally over. It was the last time I ever participated in a satanic ritual. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This could not be. You refuse to believe? Oh, my precious children, heed well these lessons lest you be forced to learn through the pain of harder lessons. It is true, beloved ones, it is true, and mine own heart weeps for you who must face the truth of it. Nay, I am not yet finished, for ye must know the scope of it. Ye must know that evil is real and Satan beats the drum. Ye must be in the knowing of it. Dharma, we must have a break, Kila. I grant unto you objectivity as ye print the words, for ye cannot carry up the load. Peace be unto you, beloved ones who carry this burden of truth unto your brothers. I am Sananda. Chapter 20. Rec number 1. Monday, November 13th, 1989, 7 a.m. Year 3, Day. Monday, November 13th, 1989. Sananda in light, that we might resume our journal. Greetings on this wondrous day within creation. Let it be a most beauteous celebration of life. Blessings be in the truth of our words, that we might touch the hard places of our brothers and lift the lamp of knowledge that freedom might abound. Let us speak of animals. You have a heavy load in the past several pages, therefore, let us turn to the beginnings of sacrifice. As long as the Christians utilize rituals which are the same as the Satanists, you shall have this horrendous practice continued. When the Christians become Christians who celebrate life instead of death, so shall your peoples. Satanic cults are most careful about calling attention to themselves. Your law enforcement officials and others have come upon physical evidence of their activities, however. The most commonly found evidence is mutilated animals, ritual sites, and robbed graves. This is hard evidence, dear friends, not something you call UFO demons from cosmic sectors. Where UFOs actually do enter the picture is that your government realized that soon they would have to confront the cosmic alien cover UPS and presence. A mass attempt was made to play on the satanic influence to bring panic and fear into an already anxious community of people. What you miss is that which is perpetrated by the satanic humans is so much more terrifying than anything you conjure that you simply do not understand the problem. Brothers from the heavens would not have need of leaving residue or bodies lying about. I will say, however, that there have been many craft landings for the purpose of studying the practice of mutilations. There is great anxiety in the cosmic councils that your Earth problem is all but out of hand as to control, and I am sorry, but you are not a species which the cosmic people desire as integrated neighbors. You have been under most careful attention and monitoring. Remember, to correct a problem, the problem must be identified, and your cosmic friends and relatives do not understand your fascination with either drugs or your brother's blood, leastly do they understand your fascination with the Christ's blood and flesh and intaking thereof. They see little difference in the practice of those who are of Antichrist proclamation. Quite frankly, neither do we of the lighted brothers. The Christ of 2,000 years past came to show you truth and prove there is no death, and you have partaken of a great life from onset. I and the hordes of heaven come again to repeat the declaration and tend the cycling of a planet. So be it. Let us look at facts, historical facts regarding animals for cult use. You must remember the definition of cult, which simply means sect, family, band, group, congregation, members, flock, etc. Do not single out Satanists and mystics as cults, for you will be missing the point. Any Christian unit under a given doctrine is a cult, no more and no less. During your 1970s is an excellent place to begin this portion because mutilation sightings became most epidemic, most especially in your country's Midwestern geographic location. Usually the victims were dairy cows, but horses and beef cattle were also found dismembered. The theories flew, everything from UFOs to natural predators such as wolves, to pranksters doing it just to drive the local sheriff crazy. Part of the mystery was that in many cases footprints of the perpetrators were never found. In other cases, the animals were found miles from where they belonged. Some things, however, must be quite clear in retrospect. The animals were killed and mutilated in a deliberate and skillful manner. Judging by what was done to the animals, what body parts were taken, the fact that blood was drained, satanic cults must surely have played a major role. The proper-sized organs to be utilized in cult rituals would of necessity be from your larger animals. A penis, for instance, from a small cat would not be proper for the ceremonies. You will find that mutilations of animals hardly are considered news in this present time, although they continue today in great numbers. To put this in perspective, I must name some names for your ability to research. Near Elkhart, Indiana, a farmer lost 5 head of cattle. Someone had gone in and cut the vaginas out. He had 1 cow left, and he was guarding that cow with a shotgun. Why would anyone cut out the sex organs? In satanic religion, the sex organs are supposed to contain power. Satanism is a religion based on the hedonism and the belief that the release of sexual energy is one way for you to reach a higher consciousness. You want anything that can add power to your rituals. By taking the sexual organs of an animal, you have some of that energy for your own use. After understanding what evidence to seek out, the local enforcement officers set about an intense search of the scene. They were able to build up indicators that there was a traditional occult group in the area. As it turned out in this instance, the animal mutilations occurred a couple of days before an important cult holiday. Method of operation. Autopsy reports from the mutilated animals and informers' reports give the following picture. The occultists will stun the animal on his back with an high-powered electric probe which incapacitates the animal. Then they will spray Freon on the animal's throat. The animal is living, but unable to respond. The heart continues to function. They then use an embalming tool, pump, to get the blood out. It is fast and most efficient. Often a farmer can make it to the scene within a few minutes, for there is often noise and cries from the animals. Within a matter of some 3 minutes a body can be evacuated of blood. Do not be quick to consider UFOs, for you will be incorrect in your conclusions. Neither is the actual mutilation predominantly the work of Satanists. It is most often deliberate in nature, perpetrated by very human entities for a specific purpose. Consider a report made to Sheriff Carl Stobaugh on August 14, 1979 from Sheriff Gus Anglin, Van Buren Co., Arkansas, Chief Investigator, Jerry Bradley, Faulkner Co., Sergeant King, ASP, and this officer, Ray Coffin, Chief Investigator, met with and interviewed a 23-year-old W/F whose identity must remain confidential for safety reasons, in reference to recent cattle mutilations in the area. The following story was related to the officers. That for 5 years she was a higher echelon member of a satanic worshipping cult which was headquartered in Tulsa, Oklahoma. During her 5 years there she was involved numerous times in trips to outlying remote areas where cattle were killed and the blood drawn out by use of an old embalming machine, which they had converted to battery power. They also removed the cow's eyes, tongue, sex organs, and sometimes the udder. She related the cult she belonged to was quite wealthy and had a helicopter and several van-type trucks which were used in obtaining the organs and blood needed from the cows to be used in their rituals. She also stated that doctors, lawyers, veterinarians, and other prominent persons belonged to this cult and were all taught by doctors and vets how to precisely cut the parts needed and exactly where to stick the needle to draw out the blood. The blood was put into gallon jugs and kept cool for baptizing new cult members. They were baptized in the same manner in which most churches do, except the baptismal vat would be filled with blood which had been extracted from the animals. The eyes taken were boiled and eaten by the cult members at rituals. The sex organs were used in the rituals, also, because the cult believes in free sex to everyone. When using the helicopter they sometimes picked up the cow by using a homemade belt-type sling, and one man would go down and fasten it around the cow, and they would move it and drop it further down from where the mutilations occurred. This would account for there being no footprints or tracks. When using the van trucks they would also have a telescoping lift which was about 200 feet in length mounted outside the truck, and would use that to extend a man out to the cow, and he would mutilate it from a board platform on the end of the boom and would never touch the ground. The apparatus would telescope back into the vehicle much as a wheelchair lift and not be noticed. She stated that they love the publicity that surrounds the mutilations, and as long as the publicity is in one area they will keep returning because they like to baffle law enforcement. She stated that they would repeatedly go back to one farm if there were a number of roads coming into the area which would be accessible for a quick getaway route. If not, they usually hit one time and then move on to another location. They sometimes do 3 or 4 cows a night. The cult usually prefers the dairy cattle but will mutilate any type of cow when no dairy herds are easily found. They will also mutilate cattle which have died if they are still fresh and haven't started to deteriorate. They have mutilated bulls, horses, and dogs to get blood for their rituals. She left the cult about a year prior because one couple sacrificed their 15-month-old baby. They placed the little girl on a table at one of the rituals and placed oil on her body and cut her up with a large knife to prove their love for Satan. She said that after seeing this she realized that the cult was not for love and left. She was beaten by some cult members a few months later who located her and was apparently left for dead. She has agreed to cooperate in any way she can as long as her identity is kept a secret, because she fears for her life. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sites. Locating an actual site used in satanic rituals is not easy. First, sites are well hidden in out-of-the-way places. Second, if Satanists believe they have been discovered, they will destroy the site and move to another area. This is especially true of buildings that have been utilized for rituals. Some Satanists will move their sites on a regular basis. Third, many of the more prosperous satanic cults ensure that their actions will not be detected by using private lands owned by members. Many law enforcement agencies don't report satanic sites in such a way that the information can be accumulated. If the site is in a park, for instance, it may be recorded as vandalism or destruction of public property. Also, because not all police officers know what a site looks like, they may simply describe it as an area where people congregate. The following is a direct quote from one officer, Tim Boyle. "We run across a great number of sites because we patrol the parks. The most impressive site we've run across was in 1985 off Little Falls Parkway, Montgomery County, Maryland. One of our officers stumbled upon it. Very often our officers get out and walk around. They're encouraged to do that. He saw warning signs and walked in a little farther and found a circled area where the trees had been cut out. He just stopped there. He didn't want to deal with it. We tell our officers, now, if you don't want to deal with it, you don't have to. Cordon off the area like a crime scene, and call someone who can deal with it. We don't want to interfere with any police officer's religious beliefs, but you don't screw up a crime scene because of your beliefs. We don't believe this area was compromised. I asked the officer if he checked the ashes and he said, I got the hell out of there. He got back and filed his report. Published herein. Excerpt of Report RD # 1417-14-1285 Maryland National Capital Park Police Montgomery County Division. Tuesday, December 31st, 85, 1013 hours crime, vandalism. On December 31st, 85 at about 1013 hours Lewis on routine patrol observed a worn footpath leading up a steep hill from the B&O Railroad tracks, see area map. At the top of the hill, Lewis observed where suspect, S, unknown had cut about 20 sapling trees, value $10 each, $200 total, dug a pit about 5 feet by 5 feet by 4 feet, covered the pit with wood and metal and had spray painted numerous messages and warnings. Some of the messages were beware go back your next death to you burn in hell sac RELM rules. Investigators don't know what this phrase means. There were numerous references to demonic and satanic matters such as Lucifer, 666, inverted crucifixes and a 5-pointed star in a circle. There is also indication of burning and cages for animals. Lewis left the scene as it was. There was evidence of suspect, S, being there within a few days, January issue of Open University Catalog, and no maintenance order has yet been submitted, pending development of suspect, S. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Officer Boyle went and investigated the scene. They had cleared the trees. They had 2 fire pits and warnings all along the outside to keep people away. There was a stone altar with candle wax on it, pentagrams and 666 written on it. It had a perfectly done circle, exactly 9 feet across. It was done by the book. A lot of work had gone into it. There were cages that were the right size to hold small animals. There were nooses off the trees. Nooses are often found at satanic sites because they contribute to the macabre ambience. They are not necessarily used to hang anything. It was a good way in the woods off some railroad tracks. It was 2 miles from Secretary of State Schultz's house in an affluent area of Montgomery County. There was a large public outcry. People wanted to know what was going on. People called on us for the answers, and quite frankly we didn't have all the answers. At the time I said, gentlemen, we don't know what we're doing. I know we have something serious, but I don't know exactly what, so let's handle it like a regular crime scene. That's what we did. We dug it out, we used metal detectors. We called some priests, but they didn't want to talk. They said to call the archdiocese, because they weren't permitted to talk about it. We're very fortunate that we had a good administration. The chief is former U.S. Park Police. He worked in Washington, Boston, and New York. He was well traveled and understood that there was an upswing in this kind of crime. Although these aren't his exact words, he basically said that if we wanted to find out about it we should get our ass in gear and find out about it. We were very fortunate that we had him. Our previous chief would have said, screw it. I don't want to hear about that devil shit. There was evidence that people had been there recently, but we didn't find any trace of bones, human or otherwise, in the pits. The site was fairly new. We now hold classes on occult crimes. We tell our officers that we have information from agencies in other states that people have been murdered in these kinds of areas, so don't screw it up. We tell our officers that when they're investigating a site, especially one that's being used, be careful of radio communications. They sometimes put guards on the outside of the site who are supposed to have powers to know when the police are coming. We call the power Radio Shack scanner. We have special procedures for radio communications when handling these incidents. We're not overwhelmed by satanic activity, just like Montgomery County isn't overwhelmed with a lot of murders either, but you have to know how to investigate them. We did finally work up a suspect who has since moved out of the area. We believe he's practicing his religion elsewhere. Sananda. Why am I requiring all of this information? Because you must know what it is you look for. You have grown beyond the allowance of calling it childhood vandalism. If you do not know of that which to seek, you will continue to believe that cosmic brothers or nasty little children are playing games and tricks. You are dealing with Satan, Satan's drummers, and Satan's children. Open your eyes and learn all you can. Information and knowledge is your tool. Light is your weapon, for Satan must work his magic in dark places. No, Dharma, we will stop when we are finished, and not until all of our points are made in full. It is distasteful, but you ones must stop hiding and come forth and face truth. Let us continue, please. Blessings and objectivity unto you, Kila. We must go on. I will not do too much more quoting, but I will name names, for you ones must know it is an earth matter, and stop dreaming fantasies of fairies and goblins. These are very real human beings, and most dangerous indeed. There is nothing too horrendous to prevent their activities. Be most cautious if you find evidence, most cautious indeed, and never go into any area of action without a group of well-armed persons. They will not hesitate one moment to kill and destroy all evidence. A person will simply have vanished with all traces wiped away. It happens many times every day. Another case, Golden Gate Park, California. Police officers from the Richmond station, which takes in some of the Golden Gate Park, received a report of a woman screaming at Julius Kahn playground. This park sits at the edge of the Presidio. You should have chills about now. When they responded, they didn't find anything at first. They saw a gardener's shed that had a light on, and they could hear music coming from inside. There was nobody inside, but they found a pentagram on the floor with a circle perfectly drawn around it and another circle around that. There was also some foreign writing in the circle. There was nothing else that would have suggested anything occult except the circle that was obviously used for some workings. Later the gardener was queried and was most cooperative. He claimed to be a hippie, which was most unusual since this incident took place in the 1980s. The gardener claimed to have no knowledge of any activities. Pay careful attention to what your park rangers report, for they are the ones in a perfect position to see results of satanic activities. Some will even be on patrol while actual rituals are underway or at the breaking up of such ritual services. One such officer encountered a group just leaving the park and later found where they had gathered around a fire. Candles were all around and a pentagram was cut into the ground. All participants vanished and were never located. By the Pasadena freeway there are drainage ditches that drain into the arroyo. If you walk there, be most careful indeed. You'll see satanic graffiti, evidence of red and black candle wax as well as the usual white. You will almost always find evidence of sacrificial offerings. There will be bones of animals about the area. Use your intelligence and think where you would go to honor the devil. You would go where you can either be as he or where you can more heinously desecrate. So you would most surely hold your services in places that are moldy, slimy, and that stink of rottenness and dung. Or you would work your way somehow within a group that can function within a given house or temple of God. You would certainly go nowhere to honor the beauty of God, only to desecrate. This activity is most wondrous to kids who are bored and out for a lark. Therefore, information is often obtained from them regarding these meetings. A couple of kids were picked up for shoplifting, thou shalt not steal, and one told all about a site where he and his friends would hold rituals. This was right in the middle of things in California. The site was about a quarter of a mile into the woods right off a main avenue. There was a clearing where there had once been a building, for there was a large cement slab. There was a pentagram inside a circle of exactly 9 feet in size, painted in white. Therefore, someone knew the rules. There was a brick wall that was used as an altar. You could tell because there was candle wax all over everything. Officers investigating these places are following these incidents because they have had to face the unbelievable stuff the kids are into. In the Golden Gate National Recreation Area, a case incident record shows that there was observed a place set up for devil worship in an open bunker area. The area had a figurine painted on the floor. Someone had also drilled holes in the ceiling and plugged them with wooden dowels which had ropes attached, which appeared to be for restraining people. There were also numerous candles, atomies and other artifacts. This particular place also had bedding in an adjacent room. Many instances are reported on Mount Lemmon and Saguaro National Monument West. Mostly the sites are crude with inverted crosses and fire pits, but other ritual objects are carefully removed. Reports at Saguaro National Monument West are constant. Due to the heavy cactus growth and more lenient entrance requirements, local witches find it is a good place to have ceremonies. Further, it becomes most difficult for monitoring because some Native American groups have ceremonies there also. One site was found which had cremated bones. However, according to a local pathologist, they appeared like commercial cremation remains. How can you once overlook the obvious so often? Recent cases of irregularities in crematoriums in Los Angeles are so obvious that you miss it. A most propitious place for obtaining human remains is from a crematorium, and you once turn away from it as if it were not present. Also, closed coffin burials are wondrous opportunities for body acquisition, and frankly, oftentimes the body is removed from a coffin before, or following, burial, most often before the dirt is replaced. Now let me point out something most important to you who desire to honor things such as that which you called harmonic convergence. In the above-named park, following the gatherings to hold hands and chant beauteous words of love, there were found many areas containing cremation remains. It becomes most difficult for the dedicated officers to discern which is in love and which is placed there in destructive hate. Making it most difficult for the Native Americans is an incident which I will relate to you now. Mount Lemmon is a prominent landmark. In 1988, for instance, A group of middle teenagers from Catalina City just north of Tucson gathered at that place. There was a professor at the university who teaches religious studies, and he had built a full-scale Sioux sweat lodge. They located that and thought it would be a good place to have their meetings. They ended up sacrificing a few goats and some chickens at the least. No one will admit to anything and no one will even reveal whether or not there were adult advisors present. Do you see how painful this is to the Native American who is practicing his honor to God? Cemeteries. Cemetery thefts and desecrations are considered one of the most heinous crimes by your society. Often, youngsters who want to express their anger in the most destructive and provocative way will vandalize cemeteries and mausoleums. Sometimes the destruction is done for a different reason, however, by adults as well as teenagers for the express purpose of obtaining human remains, especially skulls for ritual use. In the Hollywood Mausoleum, where your revered Rudolph Valentino is buried, and after causing over $6,500 worth of damage, someone crawled 200 feet down a dark, damp corridor to steal a head. Now why wouldn't the cemetery report such? Obviously, it would ruin business, wouldn't it? Every Saturday the 14th, all poorly guarded cemeteries are looted and vandalized. There will always be found opened graves, often with the left hand missing from the corpse. The left hand in satanic circles is called the hand of glory. In your old days a part of the rituals included the taking of the left hand, dry it and then light the fingers on an altar. This is supposed to pay homage to the devil, because the left hand is the path of the devil and the right hand is the path of righteousness. This supposedly gave the devil absolute domain. This represents his light. This is exactly what these people are doing these days. Dharma, you will note that the baby is on its way now, so I will release you to attend Elaine at the hospital. I suggest you move in a rapid but safe manner. So be it, for we shall be there in great force. Blessings and love unto you, that all may be in perfections. Adonai. I am Sananda. I request that these things of the writings be withdrawn from your attention. So be it. Chapter 21. Rec number 1 Sananda. Wednesday, November 15th, 1989, 7 a.m. Year 3, Day 091. Wednesday, November 15th, 1989. Peace. It is Sananda here to continue with our journal. You ones must understand that for all pretenses the ceremonies of the satanic groups are, in some instances, so nearly like some of your more ritualistic groups, i.e. the Catholic Mass, that unless you hear the words involved, you would think it the beginnings of the same. Also, you might tend to relegate it to the corner of native reverence. Do be most observant of symbols, especially as the children bring them forth, for no child will accidentally draw such pictures. So be it. Let us discuss a few of the rituals that you might know of that which you tend and items of which to be aware. Rituals. Let us speak first of the baptism ceremony for children. It will be good, Dharma, just to quote it as we want to get this journal laid aside within the week, please. Let us just explore the opening statement of the ritual, which will be sufficient, in the name of Satan, Lucifer, Belial, Leviathan and all the demons, named and nameless, walkers in the velvet darkness, hearken to us, O dim and shadowy things, wraith-like, twisted, half-seen creatures, glimpsed beyond the foggy veil of time and spaceless night. Draw near, attend us on this night of fledgling sovereignty. Welcome a new and worthy brother, creature of exquisite magic light. Join us in our welcome. With us say, welcome to you, child of joy, sweet passion's son, product of the dark and musk-filled night, ecstasy's delight. Welcome to you, sorcerer most natural and true magician. Your tiny hands have strength to pull the crumbling vaults of spurious heavens down and from their shards erect a monument to your own sweet indulgence. Your honesty entitles you to well-deserved dominion over a world filled with frightened, cowering men. Let us further quote from Det Pat Medoyer of California, Van Nuys, for the description of a baptism ceremony is quite picturesque and then we can pass it by. I got introduced to a lady whose name was Dia, from the Church of Satan in Van Nuys. I went to a ritual where a 6-week-old baby was baptized into the Church of Satan. They tried to find a ritual, to show me that Satanism was a real religion. They came up with the baptism. They wouldn't let me attend any other meetings that they had. It started at midnight. I got there, it was at a small home. One of the bedrooms had been converted into a sacristy. The walls, ceiling, and floor were in matte black. Iridescent paint had been splattered on the ceiling and walls. Even if you put an 8,000-watt bulb in that room it would have been dark. There was a huge mural of Satan on the wall. It was a person with human features, red, with horns. There was an altar made of wood, painted matte black. There was the satanic Bible, black and white candles, a bell and a chalice. They told me not to touch the altar because I was unclean. The north wall had effigies of persons who had turned on the organization or who had been brought to the group's attention by one of the members. There was someone's supposed liver in wax with pins in it. The only part that got to me initially was that they insisted on taking my photograph. No picture, no come in. So they took my picture. I smiled for them, really no big deal. The reason they wanted my picture was in the event I turn on them at some point they can use that in lieu of fingernail clippings or something else. Then they tried to frighten me by saying, in the past we've had people who didn't believe us so we took their photograph and put it in the freezer, and they would get cold chills. Then we would put it in the oven and they would get hot flashes. I said okay to all this bullshit. Then Dia said, I don't think you believe us. I said, that's true. I don't. She says, if my aura were to attack you, would that make you a believer? I said, no, it wouldn't. She said, turn your back to me, and you will feel my power. I turned around and faced the wall. My back was to her. She said, can you feel anything? No. How about now? No. How about now? No. Now I'm sure you can feel something. She was getting frustrated, and I could tell she was getting frustrated. The people there were getting a little antsy. So I said, ah yes, I can feel it, even though I didn't. She said, thank you. You have a little stronger will than I thought, as if I was trying to play some mental head game with her. You have to equate that with you going to my church, St. John's, and during the course of the Mass you get up laughing or screaming. The parishioners are not going to take very kindly to that. It's inappropriate behavior. I felt that my action of not feeling her power was inappropriate to their church, so I said I did. They performed the baptism, which seemed like a lot of mumbo-jumbo as they did the opening, stated above. At the end they had this meeting where they sit around and talk about what Satan had done for them. People would tell what happened to them since the last meeting. They would tell about the demands they had made to Satan. You never ask Satan, you demand. In other religions you make a petition, you ask for something. Here you demand it. That's what they say they like about Satanism. You never get on your knees. You say, Satan, give me this. Satan has been granted power over the earth, according to your Old Testament. Therefore they will pay him homage because he is closer to them than God up in heaven somewhere. They are highly religious people. Their rituals are precise in intent and the people most devout. It is here that you come into conflict, for as we observe your Catholic Mass you will find a most spiritual ceremony, too. By praying and chanting, the congregation and priest are bringing into the church the Spirit of Christ. You have the drinking of wine which symbolizes the blood of Christ and the host which symbolizes the taking of mine flesh. Can you even begin to understand how horrendous this is unto mine senses? The use of blood in satanic rituals is very important. According to the beliefs, blood contains the life force. If you have it, you have power. They drink it in their rituals and pour it over themselves. You see, man thus far seems to be unable to isolate and revere the true life source, which is totally separate from any physical manifestation. The same is true in the sacrificing of people. When they sacrifice someone, for the instant just before they die, they supposedly emit their life energy. That power, Satanists believe, can be harnessed for their use. They believe babies are best because babies are pure, they haven't sinned or been corrupted yet. They possess a higher power than adults. When you sacrifice a baby, you get greater power than if you sacrificed an adult. One of the most prized possessions of a Satanist is a candle made from the fat of an unbaptized baby. They believe that with specific body parts they can use the power contained therein. The head may contain the spirit, and the heart may contain the soul. These are the things that would allow them to be in control. They like to have a finger of the left hand. It is a small symbol of the left path which can easily be kept on their person. A little case story of kids at work. This story comes from an officer, Darlene Petanicchio. This one kid told me about something that happened to her when she was 13 years old. She's 15 now, 1988. Her parents were divorced. Neither one is really interested in the kid. The mother is involved in some lesbian relationship, and the kid is always running off. From her house, she would look down the hill and see a bunch of kids. They looked like they were always having fun. So, she ended up running away and meeting up with them. They had a little cult. The cults I deal with are not formal satanic cults. They're kids who get together, take a little from this book and that book, and add a little of their own. They get a 19-year-old to be the high priest, and they dabble. In this instance they had a 21-year-old high priest. She said one night they brought in 3 kids who were loaded, and they were going to have a ritual. She said that she was always loaded when she was with this group. She couldn't stand to do it otherwise. I asked how loaded they were. I was trying to get an idea. She said they had to carry them in. They brought them in, and apparently these 3 had ripped off the little Satanists in a dope deal. They started the ritual, they rang the bell, they did an invocation to Satan. Then they went out to the hills. She drew me a map where there was a chain and some trees. They had cans of gasoline, and they did the ritual and brought one guy out and threw him in the middle. They all had candles, and the high priest threw the candle on him and he was torched like that. The girl said he wasn't that loaded, that he wasn't screaming and yelling. They just let him burn. She said they brought another kid out, a girl, and one of the boys was feeling her up. She got sick and left. She said, I knew the same thing was going to happen to me. I tried to get the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office to talk to the kid. 2 officers were willing to talk to her, but the public defender stepped in and said no. They would not let her talk. They represented her in another case, and they were afraid that they were going to press charges on her. That wasn't the case, but they wouldn't believe it. The police weren't going to file charges, they just wanted the information. The case is still under investigation. And where are your children on their playtime? Physical evidence. Gruesome. Too much to read? Well, this is what some of your kiddies are doing, and they are being taught the finer points and how to buy someone higher up. No, dear ones, you do not have someone who is a Christ to suffer all of your responsibilities for you, that you can do that which you please and then float up to heaven in a lovely cloud bank. You have a God of justice, and you shall stand in your naked soul before that God and creation, and ye shall speak of thine own judgment. Ye who hide of your heads and pretend it will go away bear of the burden the same as those who know and allow. Evil allowed is not permitted, and anyone who tells you otherwise is furthering the evil, whether in knowledge or unwittingly. These things are not all right. They are wrong. Lucas County, Toledo, Ohio. I shall preserve the identity of the investigator in this case, but it is on file if ones who research are inclined to go to such extent. Its dateline, April 22, 1985, Lucas County Sheriff's Department. Investigation. Investigator will be denoted by the letter I and the responder by the letter X. It is much more appropriate if you ones of human format read it directly from the human aspect. Now we would like you to speak to us as best you can. The reason why we are here, on last Wednesday I believe it was, the 17th of April, Mrs. Jones, pseudonym, friend of X, contacted me regarding some activity that has been going on in Lucas County, Western Lucas County, for a number of years, in which there is a group of people. I'll refer to them as a cult that worship Satan. Right? X, right. And part of their activities involve regular masses, meetings, wedding rituals, and, on particular days of the year which are important to this group of people, there are human sacrifices. Right? X, yes. Okay. Did you have any prior contact with these types of people prior to 1969? X, yes. The man that I married in 1965, his father belonged to Satan. Where was that? X, down south of the state. Was your husband a member of the group? X, no. Did he know of your involvement? X, yes. He drove me to the meetings, but he chose not to participate. Who got you involved in the Laredo group if it wasn't your husband? X, my father-in-law. I met a woman named Linda, and she was involved in it. I met other people in Perryville who were invited, and that's how I got involved in this area. Asterisk. How big was the group in Toledo? X, about 100 to 200, but we broke up into groups of around 30 for our meetings. Where did you meet? X, there was a house right beside a place of business and address withheld for this journal. The two buildings connected. This is where the meetings took place. X, yes. We played games, blood draining games. Blood draining? What do you mean? X, they need blood for a lot of things. When you bring somebody in for an initiation, you have to take this blood and wash them down with it. They stand on a star made inside a circle, and they wash them down with this blood. Where did this blood come from? X, it was drained mostly from goats. Asterisk. If you brought in a new recruit, how would you check up on him? X, there are policemen, members of the cult. Their contribution to the cult would be police checks. Do you have human sacrifices? X, yes, mostly babies. Where are the sacrifices held? X, houses in the woods. How do you prevent someone from seeing the ceremony? X, we have guards. They would be watching for breakers. There are 3 rings of guards. The first would stop somebody, tell him he's on private property. The second would try to run you off. He might take a shot at you, but it would be just to scare you. The third would kill you. Now hold to your hats. Captain Dale Griffiths gives the following: I knew things about the Toledo area from my sources that the sheriff's department didn't know. I said to Marv, that's great. I'll give you an hour and a half lecture on the occult, and I'll get the hell home. So I gave the Lucas County Sheriff's detectives a lecture, and I was ready to go home when Marv says to me, we've been holding one thing back. There's going to be a sacrifice tonight. In about an hour. We went to an area of houses near woods and open fields. I told them that if anything is going to happen it will be between midnight and 1 a.m. They had deployed the men around the perimeter. I'm going to tell you one last thing. The interviews talked about guards. Instead of a horn of plenty or a sword, he's going to have a shotgun. I don't want you guys going in there unless you've got a startron, a device that lets you see in the dark, or something like that. They didn't have any of that stuff. They didn't realize they were dealing with dedicated people. They had 7 men plus Marv and me. 3 people on one side, 2 north of us, 2 south of us. In the middle were woods, houses and an open area. We had agreed to meet at 1 o'clock. At 5 minutes to midnight, the lights in the houses started going on, one by one. At 1 minute to midnight a dog howled and gurgled. That was all I saw or heard. About 1 o'clock we made the pickup, and I debriefed these people. The guys nearest the houses were terrified. They had gone flaky. They said that at the stroke of midnight a girl screamed and they heard people. There must have been 30 to 40 people chanting more, more, more. They were about 300 feet away, we were about 1,500 feet away. Back at the station I told them that there was something out there. I said, know who the players are before you move in, because if you don't, if you muddy up the waters, they'll go underground, and you'll never find anything. You possibly got conspiracy for murder, and God knows what else. They said they heard about another place a mile and a half away where people have been spotted in the woods, down an abandoned lane. They heard they may have been burying some of their stuff there. The next holiday that came up, I gave them my startrons. There were people chanting in robes and hoods, the whole bit. Sure enough, in a tree they spotted someone who looked like he had an automatic weapon. I felt better about telling them not to go into the woods on the first occasion. They would have been outgunned. I had given a lecture in Toledo a short time later, and they came to me and said they were going in. I said, "Are you sure you know who the players are?" And they said yes. I said, "Make damn sure you do." I'm at work, and I get a phone call from the press. They ask, "What is your part in the thing that's going on in Toledo?" I said, "What thing that's going on in Toledo?" He said, "They're digging for bodies." They're what? I don't know anything about it. I got a call from one of the cops who tells me, "We're not finding anything." I said, "What do you want me to do? You're the one who said it would be there." I said, "Do you know what you're looking for?" He said, "We think." I started screaming at him, "What do you mean, you think?" They described the area as blocked off with red thread, black thread, and white thread. Altogether it was a big area, and inside that area was a smaller area encircled with just black thread. It's about 500 by 500 and right in the middle of a thicket. I got a call from Marv, "Can you come up here?" I said, "When I'm done working here I can." They sent Life Flight, the medical evacuation helicopter, for me. We get up there, make a pass over the area, and I saw minicam after minicam. I wanted to get the hell home. They had been digging for many hours before I arrived. They had bulldozers, backhoes, all kinds of equipment. The spot where they were digging was totally new to me. It was the spot where they had seen a large group of hooded people, not far from the Michigan border. Keep in mind that Sheriff Telb did not know they were going to search that day. Marvin Reams was out of town. The following day they tell me it's worse today than yesterday, and I tell them, "Hey, I didn't tell you to dig. Give me some space. I'm getting static from my own mayor who thinks I'm a nut and would like a piece of me." I had my son, Dale, go up with me. I kicked myself in the ass because I took him there, too. Ever since that day, he developed heart troubles that he got from ticks in the woods. Dale is there 20 minutes, and he finds a 40 by 20 building they hadn't even found. The building is 6 foot up and in the middle of a bunch of trees. The trees have chains attached to them. It looked like they were used to chain people. There were all kinds of occult symbols on the building. I yelled at these people, "Didn't you do a good search? What the hell's wrong with you?" I told Telb, "Do yourself a favor. Call the search off. Get these people out of here, and I'll come back and we'll do a search. Take your lumps and let it die." Telb was set up to look stupid, I believe, by someone who wanted his job, and was on the inside. I got my ass kicked from one end to the other when nothing was found. I looked like a real ass, especially in the Columbus Dispatch a few days later. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Foolish people running about playing games is so very dangerous and causes more discrediting. Pay attention to what was printed in the paper and shudder, because this is the way it is usually handled again, there are always insiders. Columbus Evening Dispatch, June 23, 1985. Satanic Murders, a great story that just wasn't there. By James Brainerd. Dispatch Assistant Metro Editor. Toledo hanging from a tree branch next to a rural Lucas County road was what for all the world appeared to be a piece of red string, perhaps 6 inches long. It wasn't knotted or arranged in any way. It just hung there about eye level, waiting for the wind to carry it to the ground or for an expert on Satanism to call it a tool of devil worship and possible evidence of ritual murders. Some 50 people gathered around the string last week and listened as Dale Griffiths, a Tiffin, Ohio, police investigator who has a reputation as an expert on Satanism, told them that red string is used to mark boundaries of satanic ceremonies. Then Griffiths, whose public relations polish shows his experience in dealing with the news media, did something police investigators rarely do. He led this pack of journalists back into the woods to what is known in the trade as a crime scene and displayed some gay pieces of evidence gathered. This makes great tape for television and great pictures for newspapers. The tramp through the woods resembled a nature hike, with Griffiths pointing out the sights. Investigators rarely do this sort of thing for fear of disturbing evidence. Griffiths has played a big role in investigating what Lucas County Sheriff James Telb described as the possibility of 50 to 75 ritual murders, many of them supposedly involving newborn infants in a wooded area west of Toledo. Telb sought Griffiths' advice during the 3-month investigation marked by reports from several informants who said they were members of a 200-person cult. Telb had Griffiths flown in by helicopter Thursday to view suspected sites. Telb still has no bodies and no other physical evidence that any murders took place, except the reports from informants, none of whom actually witnessed any killings. He stopped digging Friday but said he is still investigating. What Telb does have is a collection of objects, some odd and some commonplace, that Griffiths says are evidence of satanic rituals. Take the knife for example. It was found in the trash-littered ramshackle vacant house a few hundred yards from the alleged mass grave sites. The 6-inch blade has a somewhat unusual shape, slightly curved and tapering at the point. The handle is wooden. To someone unfamiliar with satanic cults it looks like an odd kind of kitchen knife. Griffiths said it was anathemy, a ritual dagger. When asked what made this knife anathemy, Griffiths said, any kind of knife can be anathemy, even a steak knife. Griffiths said he has studied satanic cults for about 8 years and did his doctoral thesis on the subject. Police departments all over the country have sought his advice when confronted with examples of mutilated animals and desecrated graves as well as related drug or sex activities, he said. At one point, Griffiths led the journalists to a small plot of ground set off by several stakes with red string attached. To the uninitiated, it might have been a failed vegetable garden, but Griffiths said it was a ceremonial ground used by the Satanists. A small metal can stood in the center. Griffiths said it was used for burning, but there was nothing in it. In a vacant cinder block house near the staked area, investigators found a sheet of tin with several lines of letters written backwards. Sheriff's deputies said these are satanic symbols, but they can't decipher them. Also found in this area was a headless doll with its feet nailed to a board and a 5-pointed metal star tied to its wrists with red string. The star, Griffiths said, is a satanic symbol. A rag and a toy telephone receiver also were attached to it. Griffiths said the doll is used in a death ritual. As for the rag and telephone, he said, I'm still trying to work that out. For the skeptical who say that satanic ritual murders are more rumor than substance, Griffiths points to a highly publicized case in Riverhead, New York, in which a teenager was stabbed to death by another teen in what was billed as a satanic ritual. Further quote from the article by Mr. Brainer of an article excerpted from a previous publication. On July 4, 1984, police found the body of Gary Lowers, 17, in a shallow grave in a wooded area of Northport on New York's Long Island. According to a statement to police, Ricky Casso, 17, admitted killing Lowers by stabbing him in the face and cutting out his eyes. I have already referred to this incident prior to this. Casso said he screamed at Lowers, "Say you love Satan," before the boy was killed in a satanic ritual. Casso and at least 20 other people had belonged for several years to a satanic cult called Knights of the Black Circle, which had previously held rituals in which they sacrificed animals. In 1981, police found the burned carcass of a baby goat on a picnic table in a park where the group often congregated. The group also had painted pentagrams, inverted crosses, and other satanic symbols in the park. Casso had an inverted cross tattooed on his arm and had been arrested the previous April for digging up graves for use in rituals. He had stolen a skull and left hand from a corpse. Also arrested with Casso was James Troiano, 18, who police say held the victim down while he was being murdered. Casso told police that Lowers had stolen 10 bags of angel dust from him. Casso committed suicide by hanging himself in his cell several hours after his arraignment. Troiano was acquitted of second-degree murder charges less than a year later in a highly publicized trial in Riverhead. A third youth, Albert Quiñones, witnessed the murder and had been granted immunity for his testimony. Continuation of original press release. The other example Griffiths used was the Charles Manson gang, which committed a series of murders in 1969 in Southern California. So far, there is no physical evidence that anything of this type has happened in Toledo. Although Teld called off the search, he defended his action in executing a search warrant for a suspected cultist and the unsuccessful search for bodies. He said there was information that a ritual murder would take place this weekend to coincide with the summer solstice. It was too early, based on the information we had, but we couldn't wait until Monday and find that someone had been sacrificed, he said. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Do you begin to see how difficult it is? There is never supposed to be evidence left of physical body. If there are bodies found in cult rituals, it is by accident or deliberate intent, or there is no way to secretly dispose of the body due to publicity, etc. Captain Dale Griffiths continues regarding this case. Saturday I went back there with Marv. We pulled up some floorboards on another house and found hatchets, knives. All had a substance on them that was red in color. 3 weeks later I put out the word to my sources that I'm angry. I want some answers. I wanted to know what was going on up there. I got back reports that we were in the right church, wrong pew. I also got reports that some occult members were near the search team. Were they moving stuff out the back while we were looking at the front? The report is that there are plenty of pieces of evidence around Toledo that there have been many murders. There are bodies, but they are stashed very well and have not been found, nor are they likely to be discovered. It wasn't made public, all this latter information and evidence, because we wanted the whole mess to be over. After the digging incident we just wanted to let the whole thing drop because it has become a circus. We found 72 left shoes. There was only one man's shoe, the rest were women's and babies'. There was no possibility that the shoes were from a shoe store. There were no tags on the shoes. Some had signs of being a little worn from use. We found 6 or 7 athames. Egyptologists will tell you that they find clothes, neatly pressed and folded, in mummy cases. Why? For use in the afterlife. Egyptians believe in the afterlife. So do most Satanists. In the satanic religion, there's an important difference between the right and left side of the body. When you die, the left side of the body is for Satan, the right side is for God. I can't tell you for sure that people were sacrificed. I can only tell you what we found. The sheriff's department continues to keep this case open. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I have only one last comment before we close this portion. Dharma. Realize this has been included because it must become evident that this reality is taken most lightly, partly from fear. Further, You must realize that when groups are interviewed on your television programs they will, of course, tell you they have no such sacrifices nor do they believe in an afterlife. This is untruth. Again referring to baptism, you must keep our discussion regarding animal mutilation and blood withdrawal uppermost in mind. Most group rituals of baptism do not merely wipe blood on the member, they are immersed in a vat of blood. Each service requires new blood which requires a great quantity. Some quantity is purchased from slaughterhouses under the pretense of purchasing for pet foods and other items which are extracted from blood in other industries. You must become aware. Let us take a break. We will give you some most disgusting case presentations and then I will give you symbols with which you must become familiar. Further, if you are a parent of a youngster I request you simply go to your local grocery market, to the newsstand and browse at that which your young skateboarders, etc. are reading these days. It might surprise you greatly. The older teens are going through an immediate thing about mother's milk. You ones better get those blinders off. So be it and peace be unto you. Please call, Dharma, when you are prepared to continue. I am Sananda of God. Chapter 22. Rec number 1 Sananda. Thursday, November 16, 1989, 7 a.m. Year 3, Day 092. Thursday, November 16, 1989. Good morning, Sananda present. I am asked to remind you to watch the news most closely. You will take special note of the severe tornadoes in the southeast. Your weather pattern is in gross upheaval. This will further burden your government's disaster fundings. I urge you to pay most close attention as things unfold. Further, note the new edict to the CIA to get Mr. Noriega at all costs short of assassination. Do not believe that, dear ones, it is get Mr. Noriega and get Panama under control at all costs. The government has now set aside over $3 million to do the job. That would replace many tornado-damaged homes. The machinery of evil is rolling. I would also comment here, about abductions, I mean Earth-human abductions of children and adults. There is much going on at this time regarding, for instance, the young boy in Minnesota. This brings forth other parents still searching for their children after years of agony, in some cases. Let us consider the Minnesota case where the boy was with a brother and a friend and taken at gunpoint. Do not be surprised at that which comes to your attention. The children should be questioned more closely. The fact that the abduction took place at Halloween does not bode well for the abducted child. Further, it is often that a pedophile will mimic satanic worshippers and the opposite, to cover and misdirect attention. You ones must pay attention to the signs, circumstances, and timings involved. It can happen anywhere. As we move further along, the abductions will be blamed more and more frequently on space visitors. Keep your rational reasoning ability home. Do not fall prey to such nonsense. These things are happening right on your place, in the physical dimension and by human beings of your planet. So be it. Let us move on with our journal that we might finish it. Commanders Hayton and Ashta request input as to desirability of update material on the economy and other topics already journalized. Please give feedback. Your economy is ready to begin its sinking and turnover. We need information as to how you want to receive and structure updated information and instruction. Further, there are some activities of a personal nature in upheaval. There are ones claiming to be within our tight little circle of this location. This is not truth, be careful. There are ones still utilizing the production of others as their apparent right. It is not only not right, it will be ceased, or these ones will be set to the side, for ones will not act in negative manner and then proclaim participation in a capacity of leadership. Many come forth in claims of having equipment or information which will be fed back into this place. Naught needs be fed back into this place. We know where the portions are placed, and, until ones proclaiming all this nonsense withdraw from such foolishness, they will be but a burden unto these ones. As a homing device for drawing various personages, this is not the place. For instance, I request that no one set forth to take an unrequested portion in the basic motion picture of Sipapu. All is already set in motion, and if you are to participate, you will be petitioned. There will be no liberties taken regarding the music, etc. I would further suggest that the Galactic All-Stars are presenting a most unpleasant gathering of attention and stating it to be in our behalf. This is most incorrect, and I urge caution one more time. Cease this behavior and activity, assume responsibility, and withdraw from your public sensationalism in our name. I advocate none of that which you are presenting. Ones come forth to assist you and you treat them in a shabby manner which is most distasteful. I request that you reconsider your path. Let us continue now, Dharma. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Look for clues in everything. At this point I wish to allude to something which has relationship with the above message. You must be aware of things which are coming forth from most accepted public writers and personages. Ones will claim to have answers for another, and then when they are closely scrutinized you will find evil has crept therein. I will hereby give you an example, perhaps by simply quoting from another source, whether intentionally, evil comes through. You have one in your New Age circles who writes a great abundance of material. The name is Erica Jong. I have no exception with this entity as a human, I only wish to point out a specific item. Erica Jong wrote Fear of Flying and a book called Witches, which you will probably not be able to locate, for it is hopefully out of print at present. One of the things you will find in the index under flying, is a recipe for flying ointment. Witches fly, they really do, but you have to understand their language. They fly depending upon the kind of drug they are using. As you read through the recipe for flying ointment you will find an ingredient called belladonna which is combined with various other stuff and cooked down to a proper consistency. When you are finished cooking this down, you mix it with the oil of your choice. You can use butter or safflower oil, or you can use baby fat. Now, where are you, dear ones who wish to fly, going to get baby fat? The major question in all the satanic investigations is, where are the bodies? Well, almost all of the children involved will tell of sacrificing in these dark places with robed people. They also will tell of cooking of babies. Several parents with children in different preschools in the South Bay area of Los Angeles told of the children celebrating Halloween in May. They felt at first that it was most creative and entertaining for the children. If you research carefully enough, you will find that in your 8th century the Catholic Council of Toledo took All Saints and All Souls Day in May and moved it to the day after Halloween. The original day of celebration was May 13th. They did that because of the Druid practice of human sacrifice during All Hallows Eve. The church did that to block the spiritual power that was brought up and pushed out into the world by the Druids. Remember, you are dealing with 8th century, 8th, minds here. That left a free day in May, and what better day to bastardize than a once holy day? So you have children practicing Halloween in May. Further, you can do almost anything to, or in front of, these children, and the parents will simply believe the children were shown a fright house with pretend things. You will further find that in the investigation of the South Bay incidents that involved suspects were all absent from their homes and regular places of business on the evening of May 13th. The children will relate most bizarre stories, which are most often thought to be psychotic in origin, especially if a family is going through a traumatic emotional time. These current times find families in almost constant pain and turmoil. Children do not tell bizarre stories about sexual incidents relating to self without there being problems present. They have nothing to relate to such incidents unless by personal experience. Toddlers and young children have no relationships to form regarding such adult activities. Often children are indoctrinated by play acting, the pretending to stab dolls or pretend games. The child then is not actually aware when the actual event is taking place, for they are pre-programmed. Further, children, even more than adults, retreat into a safe place when under attack, and the child will actually produce another personality to protect itself. Many early experiences of horrendous nature will not come forth into consciousness for many, many years. If a child begins to speak to you about bizarre things, listen. You must believe your children. All right, Dharma, another quote from Cults That Kill, please, quote. County of Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. Official correspondence. February 10, 1985. From Beth Dickinson, Sergeant Sexually Exploited Children Task Force 2, Agent Ken Lanning, FBI Academy Behavioral Sciences Unit. Quantico, Virginia. Subject, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Preschool Investigation. In August 1983, the Manhattan Beach Police Department began an investigation regarding allegations of sexual abuse occurring at the McMartin Preschool. A 2.5-year-old male was the first victim to disclose being sodomized by a male teacher at that location. Subsequent investigation revealed numerous additional victims. Altogether, approximately 400 children were evaluated by therapists at Children's Institute International. All interviews were videotaped, and 350 children disclosed sexual behavior, 49 did not. In all, the victims named 7 teachers, 6 women and 1 male, at the preschool as having molested them. These individuals are currently charged with 209 counts of child molestation. Also named are about 30 other individuals still unchanged, as well as numerous unidentified strangers. McMartin victims allege sexual abuse occurred on school grounds as well as at a local market, churches, a mortuary, various homes, a farm, a doctor's office, other preschools, and other unknown locations. They also talk about being taken on airplane rides to unknown locations. The forms of alleged crimes are rape, sodomy, oral copulations, and insertion of foreign objects. Most children state they were photographed in the nude. They talk about various games being played that involved being naked, both children and suspects, and involved some type of fondling. Some of the games mentioned by the children are the naked movie star game, alligator game, cowboys and Indians game, horsey game, doctor game, and the tickle game. They mention drinking a red or pink liquid that made them sleepy. They talk about the circus horse where the people dressed up in animal costumes. Other costumes mentioned were clowns, witches, and devil-like costumes. Children disclose animal sacrificing, bunnies, ponies, turtles, etc., and say some of this occurred in churches. Victims describe sticks put in their vaginas and rectums and also being pooped and peed on. Children say that the adults, sometimes dressed in black robes, formed a circle around them and chanted. In May 1984, another preschool investigation began in the same policing jurisdiction, stemming from a McMartin victim who identified the Manhattan Ranch Preschool as a place where he was taken and molested. Then a student currently attending the Manhattan Ranch disclosed being abused sexually by a 17-year-old male aide. Since then, additional children have begun disclosing sexual abuse, approximately 60, and they have named 6 or more additional suspects, mainly women teachers at the preschool. These victims talk of strangers coming to the school and molesting them, being taken off campus and molested, being photographed nude, and some talk of animals being abused. The children talk of being hit with sticks and of being peed and pooped on. Initially, this case was investigated by the Manhattan Beach Police Department, who turned over the McMartin case to the district attorney's office. After charges were filed on the original 7 suspects, it became clear that the resources of the police department and the district attorney's office were not sufficient in order to follow up on the multitude of unchanged suspects in both preschools. Therefore, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department was requested to come in and take over the investigation for the purpose of investigating the unchanged charged suspects in both the McMartin and Manhattan Ranch cases. The task force became operational on November 5, 1984. It should be noted that the task force has two other preschools under investigation for alleged sexual abuse in addition to McMartin and Manhattan Ranch. One, the Learning Game Preschool, is clearly linked to McMartin. The other, Children's Path Preschool, is not. Currently the task force is made up of 19 investigators, 2 sergeants, and 1 lieutenant. In addition to the district attorneys who are currently prosecuting the charged suspects, there will be 2 district attorneys assigned full-time to the task force in the near future to provide legal assistance and to assist in filing additional criminal charges. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What to listen for? Children might well be speaking of some game and tell you they played such and such, but I really hated the sticks. And perhaps you can ask a child to draw a picture of the games and you may get a child of very young age who will, as in one documented instance, draw some most elaborate things. For instance, this child of about 8 or 9 years, drew a man who was sacrificed on a cross. She drew the heart in the midline, somewhat slightly to the left of the chest. She placed the rib cage in proper perspective and then she placed 2 blue lungs under the rib cage. Your physiologists describe the color of adult lungs ranging from blue to slate/gray. The older the person, the darker the color. She showed the blood pouring out and the man crying because that is exactly what she saw. Now, let me quote from a 5-year-old boy who claimed to have been abused in one of the above-mentioned preschools. Medical reports showed sexual abuse. The questions and answers have been turned into a narrative. Excerpt of testimony to District Attorney. There were 5 of us, 2 boys and 3 girls. They made us take off our clothes. Because we were going to play a game. They called it the circle game. We all made a circle and the 2 women stood in the middle. They had black robes and sticks. They touched each of us with the sticks on our backsides. They put the sticks inside and it hurt. They also put it in the girls' fronts. While they did that, they sang a song I didn't understand. It sounded like praying from the church. One of the women took a hamster from her pocket and gave it to me to hold. Then she took it back quickly and put it on the floor on a plate. She said some more strange words and cut the hamster's head with a knife. She said that if anybody told what we did, she would do what she did to the hamster to our mommies and daddies. I started to cry. So did the girl next to me. I didn't look at the other kids. Another time we played the circle game, they lit candles in the middle. They were black. There was a star in the circle. The boy drew a pentagram. They sang a song with words I didn't understand, and made one of the girls suck her titties and her front. They made all of us watch. Sometimes when we played the circle game, the 2 women told us to touch each other's private parts. I didn't like any of this. One time they made me drink water that made me sleepy. All I remember is a man touching my private parts, and then I went to sleep. I finally told my mommy that I didn't want to go anymore. She said, "Why, don't you like it?" And I told her about the circle game. She didn't believe me and brought me to the doctor. After that she said she was sorry and that she believed me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. How about an adult survivor? JC, 50, 26 years, a high school teacher, Tucson, Arizona. Currently undergoing therapy for she finally became dysfunctional. I have been in and out of therapy ever since my marriage fell apart 22 years ago. Even before I was married, I had several brief encounters with counseling. I couldn't seem to function well in my personal life. I've never had any problems functioning on a professional level, just my personal life was messed up. Last April or May, 1986, memories started being triggered in therapy, memories about being abused ritualistically by men in black robes. Ever since then, one memory after another has come. It's been extremely painful to relive these experiences, but I am pulling through it all. I have one brother 8 years older than me. I have memories of him being involved but he won't discuss it. I have a sister who is 14 years older than me. I have memories of her being involved but she won't speak of it, either. Neither of them have ever been in therapy. I was in a satanic cult from birth until I was 21 years old. My whole family was in the cult. It was generational as my grandfather on my mother's side also participated. My experience deals with ritualistic rape, ritualistic sacrificing of children and dogs, mainly German shepherds, ritualistic eating of flesh, feces, vomit and urine, and ritualistic drinking of animal or human blood. In the cult I grew up in, the men usually wore black robes with black hoods, similar to the Ku Klux Klan, and it was the men who usually took charge of the ceremonies. We had a high priest who was the father of us all. It was a family cult made up entirely of families. At one time, the high priest was an ordained Baptist minister of a prominent church in Denver, Colorado. The cult didn't have a name, as far as I know. Some of the ceremonies were for sexual purification in which a child was raped by all the men. They would form a circle and chant phrases to Satan and gang rape the child until the child either vomited or showed so much terror that he or she would lose control over his bodily functions. Then the vomit, urine, and feces would be used for the rest of the ceremony by ingestion. Some of the ceremonies would be performed to gain Satan's power through the terror of the child. The child would be starved, tortured, and raped in order to gain that power. Some of the ceremonies were strictly for sacrificial killings for Satan. The child would be killed with a knife through the heart while a cult member was raping the child. The point of all this was to have the sexual climax at the point of death of the child. The terror of the child and the sexual climax seemed to give the ultimate in control and power, and this power was supposed to come from Satan. Some of the killings were put on, staged, not real. I was supposed to have killed my brother at one point, but it was really another child made up to look like my brother. Other killings, however, were real and the intended person. The bodies were always burned. Some of the bones were kept as implements for the ceremonies. I have one memory of a place where we lived in Denver where there were certain places in the backyard where I was not permitted to play. I vaguely have a memory that some bones were buried there. Most of the meetings took place in basements with dirt floors. Some of the meetings were in barns with dirt floors. These were on farms near my grandfather's farm. There were pits in the dirt floors where they would burn the bodies. I remember that these meetings took place every Friday and Saturday night. I was at the threshold many times believing that I was going to die. Other experiences included dismembering bodies and burning them. I was buried in a coffin with the dismembered remains of a child. I left home with the clothes on my back when I was 21. I had an aunt who helped me. She and her husband would only let me stay at their house one night because they were afraid. She found another place for me to stay, took 2 weeks' rent on it and said, "You're on your own." These things do upset me so much when I talk about them, but people need to know and understand that these things really did happen and are still happening. I am working with a good therapist, 2 of them in fact, so I am being helped. And from E.M. My mother's father abused all his children, the boys and girls. I was born because my grandfather raped my mother. My grandfather took care of me often. He built a loving sexual relationship with me. We had oral sex and sodomy. I didn't think anything was wrong in it. When I was about 6, I was brought to a morgue and placed on a stainless steel table. My grandfather was a mortician. There were other men there. They were dressed like priests. I had no clothes on. My hands were tied so that my vagina was out and exposed. There was a huge bowl next to me and in the bowl was a baby. The men began chanting and bathing the baby in the water. The baby was screaming. It had black hair. They took a skinny knife and slit the infant. There was a lot of blood. They held the baby over me and the blood went all over me. The people were all covered with blood, too, and they began eating the baby's guts. I was crying. I kept going in and out of consciousness. I heard my grandfather pray, "O Holy One of the world, we offer this child as a living sacrifice for your power and glory. We dedicate this Virgin of God, make her holy by fornication, molestation, incest, cannibalism, and torture. With this we offer her up for the purpose of High Priestess of the Holy Order of Satan to be used at will by all members of the priesthood, especially our Holy One." The last thing I remember was my grandfather taking the baby's testicles and shoving them in my mouth. After that, I blacked out. When I woke up, I heard people moving around me. A big silver door, like a freezer door, was opened and a big tray pulled out. The smell in the room was awful, and it burned my nose and eyes like alcohol or smoke does. The men shut the big door and turned some knobs. Then they began cleaning the room. I blacked out again and woke up in my grandfather's house. My vagina was bleeding and my grandmother helped me stop the bleeding by using a sanitary napkin. I stayed several days until the bleeding stopped. A week later, my grandfather approached me again. When I refused to be his lover, he put a pillow over my head and tried to suffocate me. I made believe I was dead by lying real quietly. I didn't breathe until he left the room. When my mother came home, I ran to her and began crying. My grandfather died several months later. I don't think she knew what her father had been doing to me all those years, but over the next few years my mother began beating me. My father wasn't aware that my mother was beating me, and I'm sure that he didn't know about grandfather and me. Father had always been very good to me and loved me very much. At 14, I had an abortion and a nervous breakdown. The abortion reminded me of that incident in the morgue, with my grandfather. I found Jesus at the hospital, and through him I am getting better. That was 10 years ago. More and more often you will be awakening to the fact that these tales are prevalent. The mental health physicians are deluged with them as people begin to open up. What might this mean? For one thing, it means there is more organized worship of Satan than your world society can even imagine. Further, you must not get completely centered on organized satanic cults. This journal is about evil. The single person who is dedicated to evil is as dangerous, or more so, than even the organized. One such as Richard Ramirez are even more heinous in that he revels in the publicity. I will not give him the pleasure of recognizing him further in this journal. Nor will I give Charles Manson further recognition. Matamoros, Mexico. I shall discuss the Matamoros cult killings, for it represents a most good example of what can be prevalent before your noses and still be overlooked. These involved members do not claim to be of a satanic church as such. They practiced what is called Santeria, mostly self-styled to suit the heinous needs of the group. While Santeria is generally considered to be amoral, even by the Santeros, its amorality is an idea that becomes most shaky under close scrutiny. For there is a most emphatic rule to not displease the gods, which in itself implies moral judgment. One major way to displease the gods would be to violate the 11 commandments of Obatala, father of the Yoruban gods. You will find the commandments sound a lot like the biblical 10 commandments, and they certainly contain value. You will not steal. 2. You will not kill. except in self-defense and for your sustenance. 3. You will not eat human flesh. 4. You will live in peace among yourselves. 5. You will not covet your neighbor's properties. 6. You will not curse my name. 7. You will honor your father and your mother. 8. You will not ask more than I can give you, and you will be content with your faith. 9. You will neither fear death nor take your own life. 10. You will teach my commandments to your children. 11. You will respect and obey my laws. The point lies in that the attitude is much as a more familiar New Age concept that there is neither good nor bad. The concept of good or bad resides pretty much within the individual practitioners, it is not a function of the religion. You have a situation whereby good or bad is determined mostly by peer decision and a good healthy democratic vote about what is to be considered good versus evil. Further, in Santeria you can do anything and then go cleanse yourself. The officiator, in turn, is blameless for he is only working in behalf of his client. In other words, you just place curses and voodoo and other various activities not greatly unlike the new concepts in behavior running rampant in your society today. In the group of cultists in Matamoros they called themselves members of Palo Mayombe, a secret religion. If you wish to read more about these heinous adventures read across the border by Gary Provost, I will utilize a bit of information from within that document. Several of the cultists made statements openly before being hushed by lawyers. They were sufficiently brainwashed by the cult to feel quite safe. I shall have Dharma simply copy from here and there within the book as I guide her. Keep in mind the leaders of this particular group were Adolfo Constanzo and Sarah Aldrete, Maria del Rocio Cuevas Guerra, Alvaro de Leon Valdez, El Dubi, Omar Francisco Uriochoa, and Maria de Lourdes Bueno Lopez. This is for reference as names are mentioned. José de Jesus González Rolano. González, age unknown, was a Mexico City native who owned FMY Associados. The company was ostensibly a manufacturer of fire extinguishers, but allegedly was a front for a cocaine processing laboratory. On May 1, 1987, Mexican investigators, following up on a missing persons report, went to FMY Associados. There they found chicken eggs, garlic, cigars, and bottles of cane liquor. While such items were common in homes, they struck the detectives as odd in a factory. One detective recognized them as items that are used in a black mass. The black mass noted here, and the one in which a transvestite, Claudia, was murdered, lends credence to the idea that Constanzo was involved in what might legitimately be called Satanism. The Black Mass is a perversion of the Catholic Mass, created by Satanists to express their hostility toward Christianity. Some scholars believe it dates back to the 14th century. Others say it is a literary creation going back no further than the 18th century. In his book Satan Wants You, Mysterious Press, 1988, Arthur Lyons describes the Black Mass. In the more publicized variety of Black Mass, the Catholic Missal is read backward in Latin, or more commonly, with parts excluded, and with word substitution, such as Satan for God and evil for good. The altar is either a naked woman or a coffin, and all the religious artifacts, including the ritual chamber, are black. The priests wear black robes, usually with cowls. Frequently there are substitutions for the consecrated wine, sometimes human urine. The host is usually a holy sacrament that has been stolen from a church, but sometimes it is made of some obnoxious substance, such as dry feces, which is either eaten or smeared on the face. The significance of these sacramental materials lies in the fact that they are bodily products, as opposed to spiritual, and as such, are pleasing to Satan, who is a carnal deity. The factory, on Calle Barcelona, had allegedly received a satanic blessing. As detectives probed deeper into the mystery, they found that the supposed white chemical in the fire extinguisher was cocaine, and the viscous substance they found on the floor was human blood. On May 6, police found the bodies of Gonzalez and Celia Campos decline in the Grand Canal, a major channel from which sewage flows from the north of Mexico City. Cement weights had been tied to the bodies, but had failed to keep them submerged. The man and the woman had been blindfolded and their hands had been tied behind their backs. Both of them had been shot in the head and circular cuts were found on their torsos. During the next few days, 4 more bodies were found in the Grand Canal and the Zumpango River, some of them in pieces. All of them were apparently sacrificed in some sort of a black mass at the fire extinguisher company. Once, when the man who was to be sacrificed at a black mass caused himself to be shot, it was necessary to obtain another living person for sacrifice. A 14-year-old, José Luis García de Luna, was abducted while out searching for his pet goat. A gunny sack was thrown over José's head and he was brought back to the shack where the ceremony was underway. Elio sacrificed the boy by chopping his head off, without even removing the sack. The cultists then took out the boy's lungs and his brain, which were cooked in the nganga pot. It was not until they sacrificially buried the remains that Elio recognized the boy's shirt and recognized him to be his own cousin. The nightmare. While investigations were underway in Mexico, the remains of a ritual site were being investigated in a picturesque New England town, which might appear on your annual Christmas card, by a John Westcott. What Mr. Westcott found in the woods, reported by his son's casual statement that, "They're doing it over by the post road." "How do you know?" asked the father. "I heard about it," the son said. "One of the people who lives out there saw 6 kids go into the woods at night. They were wearing sheets, you know, like the Ku Klux Klan or something. The guy saw candles burning and he heard chanting. The police went in there the next day and they found cats that had been murdered and cut open. They took pictures and everything. Why haven't I heard about this? Westcott asked. They're keeping it secret, the Sun said. They don't want people to know there are Satanists in this town. Mr. Westcott thought it was just some kids playing until the Matamoros murders. Now, he is most concerned. You must brace yourselves for what is being uncovered. There is nothing new about children being smitten with the idea of secret ceremonies, magic symbols, and personal code words that created for them a world not violated by adults. And long before the term heavy metal was coined, there were those who said that rock and roll was the music of Satan and that Elvis Presley was the devil incarnate. But in the 1980s the media spotlight has been aimed more often and more intensely at anything to which the adjective satanic can be attached. You have all heard many reports of pets and livestock being mutilated, children abused at daycare centers, and various felonies especially drug dealing being committed, all by Satanist or satanic cults. You must be aware that regardless of the label placed on a specific group cult, it is all satanic in origin. It is known as ritual crime. It all feeds on the same mentality, it takes the most violent and grotesque forms, it involves random murder, mutilation of bodies, and great secrecy. Oh yes, brace yourselves because there is a great satanic conspiracy out there and you will reap the harvest of a great crop of Satanism. Further, crimes of heinous nature will be committed and laid to the Satanists as a catch-all for a range of dark actions. You are not going to be given published numbers from which to work and research. There will be no careless evidence left laying about. Where from here? This has been a most difficult journal to pen and to read. I have left it intentionally as vile as it is, and yet we have not even touched upon the subject matter. You once have crime and cover-up in your governments, in your economic arenas, and evil scattering throughout your world. It is most discouraging for you as parents and leaders to find solutions and alternatives to these massive problems. It was said that Satan would rule the world and before the final transition he would have reign. So be it. You must realize that these things are coming into focus and the signs are now before you. You want to believe that there is no good nor evil. Oh yes, there are both. You can vote changes in if you don't care for the laws of God or creation. It does nothing but place you in further jeopardy. Again, I am reminding you. It is not necessarily that I have answers for the reversal of these horrendous things, I do have the answers but man does not wish to utilize them. Therefore, I can only continue to remind you that God is a God of justice and there shall be a most personal judgment confrontation whereby each will know all. The life stream tale shall be laid bare before each entity and yes shall be given to know. It is not too late to pull within protection and be aware so that you can tend of your children and guide them in the direction of the path to God lest they be lured to the lies of evil. It is your choice always, it is your choice. Never-ending tale. How I desire to close this document in good, overcoming evil and all live happily and peacefully ever after. Nay, but I can give you hope and joy in that armed with truth and knowledge you can reclaim your own. I offer you the shelter of the Father's wings that you might know your way. I come again as the way's hour and I offer my hand and my co-workers unto you and in your service. I can do no more. So be it. I am Sananda. Epilogue. I am Haton of the Galactic Federation Fleet, present in your service. I pen a note to this document that you might know of your author. Some will say, my Master Jesus would not pen of such vile material for he is soft, gentle, and would only speak softly. If you believe that, you are in dire need of attitude adjustment. Do you really believe the energy that would come to stand against an anti-Christian world would not tell you exactly how it is? I tell you this, the king of evil, the satanic representative of Mr. Lucifer, knows the one who has put this journal to paper. Make no mistakes, my friends. You are receiving from the very strength of the universes. May the blessings be accepted in the love given. This document has been offered at great risk to the penman. We give honor and appreciation to these who dare in the dangerous times to bring these words of truth open to the public, for it is dangerous indeed. So be it, for we stand as a shield and buffer. The darkness shall need pass through the light to do its damage, and darkness cannot exist in light. We wish to acknowledge ones who have dared to pen the truth before us. For your ability to further check into truth, we will give appreciation to the following, whereby Dharma, as well as others of you, the readers, can find confirmation in a most physical manner. The Los Angeles Times, Time Magazine, U.S. News and World Report, The New Federalist, The Wisconsin Report, A Higher Form of Killing, Cults That Kill, Bad Blood, Across the Border, Satan is Alive and Well on Planet Earth, Beyond Good and Evil, all under books. I list these here simply for your interest. We give these sources in protection of our scribe, for our intent is always to give forth information in format here that has been made public somewhere at some time prior. We do not ever jeopardize her safety for sensationalism and fortune-telling. Sometimes we do give unknown information, but 'tis for the enemy to research which is which, for this computer and all about this place is under electronic surveillance by your governmental organizations. We solicit and welcome your comments and inquiries, for we must come into the working as team members. Our job is great and each participant must come to recognize his purpose. This is a time of instruction and truthful explanations. Some of the answers to your queries will be most different from that which you believe. I only urge you to look carefully around you at your world, and then use reason and open hearts, for we have come into communication to give you the facts and not the fantasy of the ages. You have great choices in your hands now from several very valid sources. What you choose to do with this information is your decision. I do, however, caution you to use your God-given minds, for how, when, where, and all those other pertinent items are not as you expected through the orthodox teachings. God has given you reason with which to discern, I request that you use it most diligently. Jesus of your Bible was labeled by Paul in the Greek tradition, it means the Anointed One. It was not the name given unto the babe 2,000 years ago. They called his name Jemanuel, Emmanuel, and is often pronounced Esa, Isa, Isa, Isus, etc. Do not make an error in not believing this journal to be at his giving forth. He has come to bring again the truth unto a hungry land in transition. I can only suggest that you study all of the prior information brought forth. Sananda is the honor term given unto a Christ one who has attained his perfection. It is the new name referred to in your holy books of whichever doctrine. Sananda is in command of this earth transition and is the one who shall stand forth in your behalf at that which you refer to as Armageddon. He has seen to the preparation of a placement for all energies, and we of the commands have carried forth our orders in perfection. There is a place for each within the silver craft and into motherships and on into your higher destinations. We are ready, most willing, and quite able are you? Please place an image of Sananda Jemanuel adjacent to this writing. Man must come to recognize his caller and teacher. Thank you for your kind attention. You who tend of these words, I salute you. Commander Jurgo Series Hayton. Occult symbols. The following symbols are often found at or near occult sites. Fig 1 the inverted pentagram. Fig 2 trail markers. These may be found to show the way to a site.